If you feel that you can run with the best, well, we've got the challenge for you. Something that will take you out of the familiar, out of your comfort zone. But you will get a chance to show that you are worthy. For each dog and handler team, a series of 3 tests: hunt saddle, field trial, and a hunt test. Each one a challenge by itself. But to excel in all 3, you'll have to bring all of the endurance you can summon, all the desire that's inside of you. You'll need the enthusiasm of youth, the wisdom of age. If you can put it all together, you'll be the winner.
The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship is presented by Eukanuba,
Sporting dogs give us everything we ask and then some. Their nutrition should do the same. By Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, we are focused on you. Louisiana Tourism, feed your soul. And by Lucky Duck Kennels.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the 2024 SRS Crown Championship. This is our 25th year we're celebrating, and we'd like to thank Eukanuba for being our sponsor, one of our sponsors here, as well as the Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, Lucky Dog Kennels, and, well, we've got Yeti, Honda, a bunch of great stuff here, and welcome back. We're on day 2 of the SRS Championship, and we've got about 44 dogs to complete the first series, the field trial series that we're doing here. And I went up to the line last night after we finished to get a little better view of the line after I'd watched dogs, and I went back this morning to see what the lighting was like, and because there's always a change, and that seems to make a difference oftentimes in the success rates with the dogs. And wind is similar, but maybe a little bit more crosswind this morning, and we'll see what that does. Now, the crosswind pushes the dogs a little bit, but it also might help them, maybe even on that right-hand bird. We'll see that when the dogs were getting in the road and having a little challenges and hunting deep, they might smell it or they may not. So it'll be interesting to see. The dogs will tell us what the conditions are like. Lighting looked pretty good to me, and guys are getting ready. You see the jib cam there, which gives us that incredible handler dog view. And well, excited. And I'll tell you, I have some thoughts on this field trial test, because field trials are where I spent the majority of my career. And I don't want you necessarily to think that all field trial tests are just these long retired guns, because they're not necessarily. But the long punch bird, I call it, this bird on the left, really offers the greatest stark contrast to what the rest of this trial is likely to be. The effort here is to find the most well-rounded dog. The hunt test and HRC dogs are typically doing shorter scenarios. So if you're trying to find the most balanced dog and you're going to expose them to field trials, it's likely to be these longer punch birds, and in this instance, retired birds, that is going to give a dog that, well, is used to going short a little bit more trouble. So, and then maybe the dogs that are really proficient at these long birds, they'll struggle in some other areas. So that's probably the way it'll play out. And the dog that ends up doing the best on all 5 scenarios, well, that'll be our crown champion. So, you know, I've run a lot of nationals and tests that are split, and so when you're on day 2 and you've watched the test for an entire day, well, you've probably run the test 100 times in your mind. And I'm sure that's what some of the handlers that haven't run a dog yet, and some of the handlers that have run dogs and have more to run, well, they've been thinking about, what adjustments do I want to make? So, well, that's all the strategy that goes into this, and this is no different than any other sport. The one big difference is it spans the course of multiple days. It's not a 2-hour football game or baseball game. This is a multiple day, and it's a marathon. Keeping your wits about you, you know, you're going to get fired up and excited. It can be exhausting. So, well, there's our judges talking about I think they're describing a little bit of what that crosswind is going, a slight change this morning. It'll be interesting to see how that affects the dog work. And I'm pretty sure they're going to run a test dog here in a little bit, and then we'll get back at it. It's about 8:15, and they're kind of getting the help in the field situated, and well, then we'll get rolling here. And it looks like this is going to take us until a little bit ways after lunch, and then they're going to move right over directly in front of where I'm sitting on the stage and do their second series. So Now, there's a couple things. All right, here comes, I think this is our test dog coming up here, is it not? Here's 43. Maybe they're going to dive right into a running dog. Okay, well, I was wrong. They're diving right into our first dog, dog 43, Lyle Steinman, and Jiminy, 4-year-old black Labrador male, QA2. Lyle's been up there a few times already. Look, he's using his hand to cue that long bird to really fix and focus on it. Takes a look back at the other birds. There he goes. Lyle's ready. Watch that dog's head. You see him. He looks like he's staring pretty good at that long bird. His head pop over on the shot on the right-hand bird. Lyle steps forward to cue him, to get him to look at that middle bird. And he sends him without a hand because he doesn't necessarily want to push him. A few dogs went left and were going towards the long gun. Well, the judges have designated that you must pick up that middle bird first. That's different than field trials where you can pick up any bird. And if a handler decided to select and they didn't designate it, so you'd probably see some handlers pull over and pick up that right-hand bird first. All right, well, Lyle's got a good bird 1 in the, and well, he's planning where he's going to point on bird 2, the right-hand short-retired bird. And this bird was deceivingly difficult. It looked like a nice bird that you'd get some, but I'll tell you what, dogs struggled on this bird more than I expected. So let's see what today brings. Now, we didn't get kicked off yesterday till after 9, closer to after 9 o'clock. We're about an hour earlier today. Look how Lyle's got his feet pointed in the direction of that right-hand bird, and he's pulling him over now. He's going to pull him over a little bit more. He wants to keep this dog fairly relaxed, so he's probably sending him relatively softly because you don't want this dog to drive past this bird. He's pretty much right at the bird, but this is where they tended to kind of slide up the road. And this is where we're going to know somewhere in here now now, I'm not sure he got quite deep enough to wind it. Now, he's on the wrong side of the holding blind. Dogs will tend, when they find that gun station, they like to hunt on the downwind side. That's just their nature. And when that bird's thrown into the right, well, this is the types of hunts we saw pretty consistently yesterday. Now, the wind could help you if you get there, but it can hurt you because it may pushes you and affects your hunt pattern, and that's what's happening here. And if you see, this dog is behind the holding blind, and he's hunting off of that gun station. It's just on the wrong side of the gun station. There he goes. He's going to try something a little different. I think we'll know if the wind's going to help him when they're on the road itself. Now, Lyle elects to put a whistle on him and conserve this dog a little bit. Now, one thing is going to be this morning, it's going to be a warm day, but it's not terribly warm right now, so you're not as concerned about the heat and fatigue factor as much as you will be in the middle of the day. But I'll tell you what, the hardest birds, I'm going to make a statement here, the birds that you almost wind but don't. Let me talk about that a second. It's the bird that you think they're about to wind, but for some reason they don't smell it, and the wind pushes you kind of out of that area. You know, this left-hand long bird was obviously going to be difficult. This right-hand bird, well, you didn't know, but it's got to make the judges happy, because what you want to see as a judge, you want to see a dog have to mark the bird. And that's what's happening here.
Morning, Pat. How are you?
Hey, buddy. Good morning. Good to have you.
I had to be up here at the line for a minute. I want to watch it from the handler. The birds are hard to see this morning.
Are they? Okay.
Long bird is for sure. I just want to go up there and watch. I tell you, you got to hand it to those three judges. I'm not surprised at all. They got three really good, well-placed birds.
Yeah, they do.
They challenging these dogs at every step. But I'm not surprised. You take those three guys right there. They know what they're doing, and they put it on them. These dogs got to go in there. They got to know where they are.
Well, isn't that what marking's all about?
Well, you know as well as I do. You can take the right person, understands bird placement, and you can really challenge a dog. And that's what they've done here today.
You know, that the whole, well, let's watch this dog here. He's at that, well, he's where very many dogs broke down. Behind that go bird gun, not quite deep enough. I think one of the things that's so, well, Lyle, there we go. Puts the whistle on him, doesn't let him hunt.
Well, you know, at 370 yards, those dogs get right or left very much, and you're sitting there trying to handle with all these colors behind you and everything else. That's a hard call.
Oh, absolutely.
That's a hard call. So if that dog gets anywhere in line with that bird, I think the strategy's got to be stop that dog and just handle him on back there, because we saw some scores yesterday with dogs doing that got out here with less than 40 points, and that's a respectable score on this series right here.
Yeah, you just survive and move on is what you're hoping to do here.
That's right.
Okay, now he's deep enough. Let's see if this dog, you want to see where they smell.
Do you think he's
bird.
past it though?
Well, I think he's fading left. Remember, one of the things, you're looking at the amount of above him, that last ridge, that gives you kind of my best depth perception of this bird. And you kind of measure how much of that cover over the dog's head to that ridge, and that'll tell you kind of their depth. And that's the way oftentimes when they're really long and hard to tell, you use that. So I'm talking about, like, again, look at the ridge and measure, and it's right. Okay, there it is right there. Well, handle on two, and that happened quite a bit yesterday as well. And what you hope as a judge is that the test stays as similar as possible, so everybody's
I think the conditions
pretty
are all
much
pretty much the same today.
Oh yeah. Well, I'll tell you, you know, I'm going to say, at the end of the day, this right-hand bird is going to play as big, if not almost a bigger role in this test. For a number of reasons.
Definitely get some points on it.
A, the score, and B, the worse score on the right-hand birds means you'd had more trouble, and it's I think then it makes you even more uncertain on the long bird. The more you struggle with the right bird, the harder the long bird becomes. So not only does it affect the score, it's likely to eventually play a big role in how well you score on the long bird. I'll tell you, and you talked about the art of bird placement, and it's really one of my most favorite things. When I first started in this game as an amateur, I was just in high school, and I grew up in Northwest Indiana near Chicago, and there was a huge group of amateurs, and that's where River Oaks Corky came from, for the record. And there was a bunch of guys that were steel mill workers, oil refinery, you know, did this as their hobby, but they produced a couple National Derby champions. River Oaks Rascal won the 77 National Amateur, and it was a very successful crew. And what I learned from these guys, especially the guy that owned River Oaks Corky originally, who's the highest pointed retriever in AKC history, he had a brilliant eye for bird placement.
Yeah.
And it's always been a passion of mine. So here we go. Ooh, so he signaled, the dog kind of flicked off, and you see the handler move up to try to get as much of a look at that bird as possible. Well, here's Carter. And Joe, just plain old Joe.
Let's say plain old Joe ain't just too plain.
I know.
Good looking dog too. Look like he got a motor on him.
Yeah, and we've had a bunch
8-year-old?
of big,
Man,
powerful looking.
these are all beautiful animals, I tell you. They're beautiful.
They really are. Yeah,
I've learned something about dogs though. The better they get, the prettier they get to me.
I know.
I've had some dogs that wasn't all that attractive, and they got pretty to me because they could
Well, I tell you-
blinds, you know?
Was it Forrest Gump says pretty is as pretty does?
That's right.
And I'll tell you,
That's right. All right, one down.
one down is right. So we talked about the bird placement thing. I tell you, I'm sure you've done this, and it's almost got me in trouble. Driving down the highway, looking at fields, picking out tests as you're driving. It's like texting and driving. I mean, I see a pond or a field, and I'm driving thinking, oh, where would I put a bird there? I guess that
Absolutely.
you eat, to say you eat, sleep, drink this is what happens to you.
All right, Joe Bob, let's see what you can do right here, buddy.
And I'll tell you what, when you have a left-sided only dog, you notice how 120 with Lyle,
Man, that's stout.
yeah, and how Carter kind of drew him in over there on the right, just as he delivered, because if you let him set up left, it's hard to pull him. So he pulled it before he sat down. All right, this guy's going to angle across the road.
I didn't notice this yesterday,
There's
but
some
right
decoys there.
underneath, yeah, I didn't notice that yesterday, did you?
Yes, well, I didn't, but what they had, there's a culvert there.
Yeah.
And they're trying to just make
Block 'em.
sure the dogs don't
Get hurt
run
on
into
them.
a culvert, so they
Yeah.
would protect.
I didn't notice that all day yesterday. Though. I was at the line just a second ago and I could see them today, but I just never did see that yesterday.
It's pretty close to the bird.
Well, they were saying that one of the bird boys was telling me last night that where that bird hits is in wide open spaces. He said, but everywhere around it, there's cow patties on the ground everywhere. There's brush everywhere.
Right.
He said, if you just don't go right in there where it is, he said, then there's issues. But like you saw Joe just went straight in there and just
He did.
stabbed it. Just beautiful. So he just made a good decision
He's
and it
got
paid
two
off.
excellent marks in his. Now he's
Yeah.
working on this long bird. I tell you what's profound about this long bird. If you push too much left, you get in trouble. If
All
you
right.
don't push enough, you get in trouble.
All right, Joe, quick guessing. Here we go. He's locked in.
You heard Carter with that big booming send to try to emphasize going a long way.
Those little old levee diversions, those water diversion levees they got out there, breaks their momentum. And when they're already needing to go an additional 100, 150 yards out there, then they get their momentum broke down.
It's just
Those
enough
dogs,
to just.
That's right.
Well, here's
That's
the.
right.
You saw Carter put the whistle in his mouth.
I
He's
don't.
not gonna-
I'm like Carter. I'd have to left him alone right here a little bit. This guy, he acts like he knows what he's doing. He's gonna make one jag right here, then go back to the tree line, just like that. You can see it in his. He can see it in his body.
You're right. This dog's trying to make sense.
Nah, that Carter did a great job right here. He did a great job.
And
Come on, Joe.
he
Get
did
up here.
make that cast. You notice Carter went to these verbal backs trying to emphasize
Yep.
rearward momentum to push him away from him.
Yeah, that's going to be a good job right there. All right, Joe, let's find this bird and get out of there.
You can see the weeds moving. The wind, there's about a, 5+ mile an hour wind, 5 to 7, I would guess. Carter's just trying to get him on the downwind side of this bird. You got to get deep enough, and you got to be a little left of it to smell it.
We're way deep now.
Yeah.
I have not seen one dog go that far back.
Yeah, and if they get over the top of that ridge, you do know you're deep. Carter blew up.
You know something
There. You see, that's right where he winded it.
something I noticed.
Boom.
I thought about this last night. Back in the day, everybody blew the same whistles. If you're in the field trial world, you blew the big green monster, right? If you're in the hunt test world, you blew that same black
Well,
whistle.
hold on just a second here. Let's get back to that, because here's our leaderboard from yesterday they brought up. Well, okay. You got Lyle with Jordan with the 37. You got Luke with that 26. That was one of our early scores yesterday. And then Carter came up with that 6 yesterday. Was just amazing. Really set the bar high. Well, you got Luke with a 38. There's a 34. You get a few 40s in there. You got 3 in the 30s. And then, well, here's how we ended up yesterday. We had a couple, well, pretty tough stuff, huh?
All over the board, man.
It is all over the board.
All over.
It is all over the board. If you wanted separation, you're getting separation there. So, okay, so get back to your point about the whistles.
Well, I just noticed yesterday, you know, everybody seemed like they're blowing a different whistle. You know, everybody, and it's amazing because for years it's always been 2 whistles, and depending on if you're in the field trial world or in the hunt test world. And I wish somebody would test these things at a distance at that 375. Get us a decimal reading on what these whistles are doing, and really figure out which one's the best one.
I'm going to be your man on that because that's what I'm going to do.
Are you?
Yeah, I've got a decimal meter and it sits in my truck, and because I was the guy that developed the Green Monster.
I didn't know that.
2003, I used 2003 National. I pulled that. I had a hand carved horn, and I finished that National with Cherokee Rose, and Jim Gagne. Then the original whistle was his dad's, Roy Gagne. He said, "What is that whistle you're using?" And he said, "I need to hear more about that." Well, we went into production, and I did, and I'll tell you a little bit more about the history and how I decided to do that. And now it's all based on okay, maybe our dog had to step offline here. It's all based on a P-less whistle that is the insert. It's an Acme Tornado 635, and I tested a number of whistles for frequency and played with that a little bit in the early 2000s, and it really took off. Since then, it's gone out of production, and you see a lot of other guys making replicas of it, and some of them are really good. But it all started with me going to Auburn Sports Medicine Symposium and hearing a doctor of hearing, Dr. Arvil Marshall, talk about frequencies in dogs, and that's what kind of got me going on it. And I'm still playing with some variations of that, but obviously it's the 2 key parts of it, well, maybe even 3: the ability to blow it, the loudness, and the frequency range.
Well, you know, in the hunt test world, in the field trial world, a whistle's very important, no doubt about it. But to me, we need a stronger whistle in the hunting world, which is where I consider my background is, and what my passion is. You're getting the rice fields and the bean fields of Arkansas, you know, because they're all swimming or they're all
Absolutely.
land. But that water, that racket they're making in that splashy water, you got to have a whistle that's pretty dang powerful. So we need the super whistle if anybody does. And you know, I'm so hung up. I'm always worried about the hunting dogs and the killing ducks, but that's just where my passion is, and that's what I want. But you know, in Arkansas, if you're running blind and the dog gets out of range, and you got a good dog, he's not going to stop.
Yeah.
And what you going to do? You know what I mean? That dog runs 2, 3, now he's 4, now he's a 5, now he's crossing the gravel road, now he's going to the next field.
Yeah.
We've all seen it. We got to have a whistle to stop that dog.
The evolution of the modern whistle, that's what got me going, because they started with these P-less versions, and what they're trying to do, they're all referee whistles typically, and they're trying to deal with crowd noise.
Yeah.
There's a whistle I just purchased that I came across that's it's a European style soccer whistle, and I'm going to talk a little bit about it. I'm intrigued. I just got it. It's called and it has an odd name, a Malton Valkene, and they claim it's the loudest. It has the highest decibel rating. And you know, when you see some of these soccer stadiums, and you know, 100,000, 150,000 people, it's very interesting.
Is it a horn-shaped deal or is it close?
It's a P-less whistle. It doesn't have a horn on it, but it has a real directional thing.
My problem is I wear a ball cap or a straw hat all the time, and for you and I, you know, like me, who've been training 26 dogs a day, if I blow that whistle all day long, it's short, that thing hits the bill of my hat, and I'm convinced it comes right back to my ear.
That's why I'm wearing hearing aids today.
That's why I'm deaf
because of
too.
whistles.
Yeah.
Not gunshots, whistles. All right. It's got one bird in the bow.
Dog here got a age on him here. He's one of them been there, done that models.
Yeah. He's on a good line. This is where, do they wind it in the road? That's my, and I tell you, I think the wind's gone a little bit more downwind. Oh, did he wind it there? No. I thought he might have when he made that turn. Yeah, this is a, I love a bird that doesn't look that hard that turns out to be hard. And when you talk about bird placement, take a good look at that, where they throw cross cover changes
You know, that
and
mark
terrain
right there,
changes.
that mark right there is an everyday, all day training mark. I mean, that's where you would throw that bird. Guaranteed. If we was training in that field right there, that'd be probably our easiest bird to pick out too. And it's amazing it's given us as much trouble as it has. I mean, because it's the only mark in the field that has features to it.
Well, look at first.
I know.
Yeah.
I mean, the rest of them are basically featureless marks, you ask me.
And I'm going to tell you, you know, you think oftentimes when people look at a test, they think tighter is harder. If they'd have thrown this bird to the left, well, I don't know. I'm not sure it would have been harder. That's where the dogs want to hunt.
Well, you're right.
But if you'd have looked at it, you just said if they'd have thrown it
yeah.
right underneath the trees to the left, you know, you thought, man, that'd be real tight with that middle bird. But I wouldn't. The way the dogs find the gun and want to hunt left, this may be the harder version. And Chris, we got talking about the length of this left-hand bird, and when you come in from the world of hunt tests, you think, when people think field trials, don't just think about these birds, but I think the one reason you see them in the SRS is because they're the starkest contrast to what they're going to see in all the other venues. And if you're trying to find that well-balanced dog, these punch birds are probably going to be the biggest, dramatically different type of retrieve from the hunt test and the hunt savvy and the type deals. They don't have to be 350 yards plus to be hard marks. I get it, but
No, not at all.
they don't. But I think you see it because it's probably the biggest thing that's different than what a lot of the hunt test dogs see. And if they're trying to get the most balanced dog, there's an argument for making sure you have a long punch bird in one of the marks. But you've retrieved birds in hunting that long.
Well, yeah. I'm not saying we haven't, but it's not an everyday deal.
No, it isn't.
Yeah.
It isn't.
No,
And most of the time when you do that, it may be a blind and not a mark.
That's exactly right. I'm not saying that I've never seen one done as a mark that long, but it's a rarity. You know, it's a rarity.
People are going to say, well, you can't shoot that far. But oftentimes if you shoot
Well, you
up close
cripple 'em
and you
up.
cripple a bird and you
Yep.
see them falter a little bit
Yeah.
and they fly and then you watch them and bingo, they drop out a long distance. And
Yeah.
the reason I think a good hunting dog needs to be able to do a retrieve that long, because that's the bird you may not recover otherwise.
Oh, 100%.
And isn't that the reason
All
for
right.
hunting dogs?
All
Yeah,
right, come on now.
To retrieve all the birds we
That's exactly
we
right.
shoot, we kill, because the short birds, the dog is somewhat just for convenience.
This dog has more momentum since the cast than
After
it
the
did
cast.
on
Well,
the way
he was
on the
looking
line.
for a little bit of help.
Yeah.
So our first two dogs have struggled on both memory birds.
We've run 3 now. We've struggled on.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, Lyle and Carter, and
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
he's gonna have good control here. He ought to be able to put the dog right on the bird. You know, he's got the tree picked out in the background, and just have to line up and go to it. Maybe stay just a hair left so you can maybe get a little wind of it, like what he did right here.
You can see how the dog not moving on his cast a little bit. There's certain areas where it's really hard to pick out the handler. Is he winning it?
You know, a shot that they ought to get is from out there where that dog is, back to the line, to show what those dogs are having to see,
Oh.
which is it's very difficult.
When you're training, you need to do that. You know, a lot of times, if
Yeah.
I have people setting my test up, I want to go out in the field and look back.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't want.
One of my bird boys I use every day, he's been with me 23 years, and he'll come on the radio all the time. He said, you can't run this blind right here, run this mark right here. The dog's not going to be able to see. He picks it out for me. He's,
Yeah.
the kind of experience he has in the deal, he'll just tell you, and he'll say, oh, you need to move over 5 foot to handle, or you need to do this. And that's a valuable piece of equipment.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Come on.
Well,
There it is.
you go.
There's our tree right there.
Well, there's your tree, right?
Yeah.
If you're going to mark it, there's.
That
I mean,
tree
and there's a
right
bunch
there.
of trees, but you've got to. That tree right there is pretty obvious background, and you need to study that, because when you're at that tree, you're 10 feet downwind of that bird. And but it's a thicker tree down there on the left side of the screen, and if you have to handle, you need to know where to handle too.
Well, I tell you, that field, when you walk around out there, it's hard to walk in. You can't hardly walk in a straight line. And whatever that bitter weed or whatever that stuff is that's growing out here, it hides those birds really well. Although it doesn't look thick, you walk out across there, it's a pain, and it's a pain to walk across there.
Well, you watch how the dogs kind of
Yep.
hit some almost like moguls
Yep.
in the middle part of this retrieve. Well, after watching a few dogs this morning, it certainly appears that this test is holding true to yesterday's challenge.
Yep, for sure.
Sun's just peeking out now all of a sudden out of the clouds. Getting a view of our judges and Matt Emerson, our coordinator there. There's Jib Joe getting the jib ready for our viewing pleasure. I was under that. That jib makes zero noise.
Yeah.
I think, that with the motors moving it, it might interfere, but it really doesn't. When I interviewed Mike Gibson a little bit about some of this stuff, he talked about building up like a long pole to kind of get the dog used to that jib camera being around his head to prepare for this. So. And you do have to get dogs used to the cameramen in the field and all the chaos.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Well, back when we ran the Great Outdoor Games in 2003, they didn't have drones. They literally used a helicopter above the test.
Are you kidding?
No, a helicopter.
Oh my goodness.
And so they videoed out a helicopter, so don't think that didn't have an effect on
Holy smokes. Yeah, people complain about the buzz of a drone sometimes.
Well, I mean, the technology's come a long way. See, like, what whistle's that right there?
I'm sure it's a variation of the Green Monster.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
It's definitely a spin-off of it for sure.
And all of the versions of that have been created, they all sound a little different. And it's mostly the material of the horn and the shape of the horn.
Yeah.
The extension.
A friend of mine, he tried to build one out of wood, and I think that absorbed too
Yes.
much of the
Yeah.
sound. It's got to be out of plastic. The wood looked cool. You know what I mean? He was
Yeah.
a duck call maker.
Yeah, absolutely.
He made a great version of it. I've still got them in my trailer. Love looking at them, love having them. But they're beautiful. But at the same time, it's got to be a plastic version of it. But it doesn't matter what it sounds like to us. It matters what it sounds like to them at 300.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, I mentioned that I used the first prototype version in the 2003 National Open, and it was a hand-carved wood horn. That's prototype.
Yeah.
But it did have such a train whistle kind of sound that people said, what is that? That's different. One of the biggest challenges with those P-less whistles is there's no back pressure resistance. And if you understand duck calls, you know what back pressure is about.
Yeah.
It enables you to vary the tones. And so there are some challenges with it. If you don't learn how to control your air, you run out of air too quick.
Another great looking dog.
Well, I'll say. And boy, he got the look and he pulled the trigger pretty quickly on that.
You know, I think you gotta run like you practice, and
Yeah, right.
I'm probably pulling the trigger too quick myself. I probably need to slow down. That's probably most of us do, you know. But I find myself sending them pretty quick. But if they've come in locked down and you know they got her set in second gear, I'm ready to cut them loose. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Let them go.
Yeah, he's got some sort of wrap on that.
Oh, he got some stickers on it. He fancy. I got some pop going here. Dog trying to figure it out.
There's something to do with way that, even with a crosswind, when you have that road, it's like a check on it, right? Where the scent, I think, comes up and sometimes just does things that we don't appreciate.
Maybe ramps up as it comes across and goes
Yeah.
over the dog, huh?
Mhm.
Yeah. We've got at the kennel we have wind socks like you use for airport on one end of the farm down there, and then we have another flag on the other end, and it's funny to watch that runway 1,750 feet long, and the wind can be blowing a different direction on the south end than it is on the north end.
Yeah.
On the same, I mean, I'm talking 1,750 feet apart. And to watch it change during the day is unbelievable.
Right. Ooh, he's pushed pretty hard left, hasn't he?
He's way left. And he knows he gave up.
But look at the dog's head. Dog's looking.
He knows he gave up 40, 50 points right there on that right-hand bird.
His
He didn't
spine was
give
left,
up.
but the dog's attention was right now.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell whether he was looking at the middle gun or a little bit. We're going to know here pretty shortly.
I'm going to tell you right here, he knows his dog better than I do, but I can't
Yeah.
let my dog get that thin. I don't think he's going to get to the point of no
I think you
return.
know now why he pushed as hard left as he did.
Yeah, that's just the point of no return for my guys. See, he's so thin. And that corner over there just draws them in. That's like the bottom of the tub, man. Everything goes that way.
So we're talking about the wind. Do this one. I've done this a few times. Gone out and had somebody light like one of these smoke bombs
Yeah,
right at the bird, so you can colored smoke,
yeah.
and you can watch the wind pattern, and you can visualize where the scent cone is a little bit. You can get orange or blue color.
He got him over there good. Well, look at there. He got him. There's a, yeah.
Wow,
I was gonna
yeah.
say, man, that's a great job. He
Yeah,
recovered
he
really
cast it
well.
right to that bird.
Good for him. Good for him. But you know, if you took out the right bird, which he gained him some points there, 40, 50 points probably right there. But to me, the way he ended up getting that long bird done, I think that's a very respectable job.
Right.
He did a great job, and I'm gonna tell you, most of them would take the points he gained on that long bird. They'd take it with every dog they
You
have.
bet.
I'm telling you.
Well, and that's why I was reflecting on it this morning, thinking like it's almost if this right bird's going to play
Yeah.
as big, if not a bigger role
Yeah.
on the outcome here, because you get so much similarity in the long bird.
Yeah. He knew his dog, he knew what he needed to do, and he knew what the dog was capable of, and he pulled it off. You know, these handlers laid in bed last night and thought about that long bird all night long, and here
You
this
bet
right
they
bird is stacking their points up. I mean, because I guarantee you, he got as many points on the right bird as he did on the long bird.
Now, there's a few dogs that miss this right bird on the right, but I'll tell you what, look at him kind of struggling to pull that bird through that cover.
He's got some
I think he dropped it and he picked it up and there was a weed in his mouth and he couldn't pull the bird away. Yeah, I'll take my chances on missing this bird on the right now if I'm running in the holding blind.
Yeah.
In other words, I'd probably pull at the bird a little harder if it were me. Well, there's some room at the top here this morning for somebody to come up and smack this. Beautiful morning, nice breeze.
Oh, that feels good. Feels good. We ought to be getting that score right now. I'll be getting it pretty quick. Another great looking dog right here, Mia.
Mhm.
Had a few Mias in my day. 6-year-old black female.
MIA, missing in action.
I'm gonna call her Mia. Let's don't say missing in action. Let's hope she's not missing in action.
I know.
This dog right here is gonna be giving all she's got. Little animation right here.
You noticed saw him tapping his leg a little bit, probably communicating.
Well, you know, you can
And
talk
it's
to
okay
him
in this
too.
game.
Yeah, you can talk to him here too.
You know what? I don't have a problem with that.
Hey, we're supposed to be a team effort, right?
Well, you know, I think a lot of these rules are your actions going to interfere with a normal hunt? And that wouldn't interfere with a normal hunt if you're just trying to.
If I was hunting, and I know this is a field trial setup, if I was hunting and my dog's doing something while I'm shooting birds or fixing to shoot birds or whatever, I guarantee you I'm going to be communicating it. Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I mean, you're not going to sit
But a
there
dog
and say that.
breaking is going to interfere,
yeah, well,
and with
yeah.
safety, you know, a
Yeah.
dog making noise oftentimes would interfere with.
I'm going to make more noise than that shotgun going off my dog breaks, I can promise
Right.
you that. I don't care if we kill him. My dog breaks, we're fixing to have a problem. That's my number one pet peeve. There's that
dog-
same whistle that Jared had a minute ago.
Yeah, that's the same shape as the original Green Monster, and they're trying to replicate the material of the horn. One thing I've learned about whistles is the tiniest difference in manufacturing will make a huge big difference in the sound.
Well, you know, I remember Mr. Jerry back when he was selling who was that? The Roy Gonilla whistle?
Yeah, the Ganya whistle.
He when he was selling those, and he'd come over to me and he'd say, "Here you go," and he'd have a box, 2 foot by 2 foot, a foot deep,
Yep.
and he would literally say, "Pick you out one," and I'd blow 15 or 20 until I found the one I wanted, you know. But that's how he would bring me whistles, you know. And I'd go there and pick out 15, 20 of them and buy those and have those in my trailer. Now you just got to get them in a, you know, a box and just hope there's one of them, and they're not all the same. you
No,
know.
they're not. Well, I do that. It's funny you mentioned that because I would buy a gross of them at a time.
Yeah.
144, 12 dozen.
Golly,
And
dude.
I would test them just like that. And I'd blow them, put the good ones in a pile, and then he'd let you return them.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
and here, I'll tell you that here's one thing we found out. The biggest variation in those whistles, and you couldn't look at them and tell, was the P.
Right, right.
And we would pop, when we had good whistles, and after a bad day, sometimes you chew the mouth.
Yeah.
I'd pop the P out and put it in another one, and it would make, and you'd get, so
So the P was the key.
the P was the key, and you couldn't look at it and tell,
I'll be dang.
but you could certainly feel it when you blew it, and because there was a smoothness, and you could, and it was the little cork inside that whistle that made all the difference in the world. So I'd keep like an ice pick, and I'd just pop the side out,
Right.
change the P out, pop it back in, and you could turn a not so good whistle into a good whistle by changing that little cork. Wow.
Come on, girl.
She's looking over there.
Come on, Mia. Get over
Hey,
here.
oh, what'd she get there? You know, it's probably Boy, you can watch this dog sort this out. Wasn't that cool?
Yeah, she was getting some scent off of it.
But to tell you what, there was a scent of a number of things. You notice she smelled she tracked to where he stood.
Yeah.
And then said, it's got to be here somewhere. Raised her head, caught wind of the bird, and boom. I guarantee you, it wasn't necessarily the bird she smelled the first time. It was the information of where the bird thrower threw from, and then, well.
Oh man, she's confident. She's confident.
She does. She is.
She's not worried about anything. I'll watch this. I'm gonna go get this bird. I hope she blasts out there and dead centers it. Come on, girl.
Boy, it's right when they come out of that little change of cover that.
Now, see, now he's playing the strategy that I would play right here. I like the way he's playing this.
Off comes the hat for some visibility with the cat.
Man, she look at her. She faded out perfect.
Wow.
This is her.
But,
oh man, she's a little bit to the right.
Now, mind
Come on,
you,
Mia.
we're looking
Come
at
on,
this with
Mia.
the zoom lens. It's hard to tell.
Man, she's in a bad spot with that cover right there.
Right. But he goes with the voice. He gets a rearward cast. Now you got to stay on there.
You see that tail going past? Her tail's going around 100
well,
mile an hour. I've never had a whole lot of luck with the tail doing that.
Oh yeah. Well, usually when the tail starts wagging, the nose goes down.
Yeah.
When you start hunting.
Yeah.
He got that cast.
There's her tree. Yeah, Mia's staying with him good.
But you got to get to the right a little bit. And that's not the easiest cast to get because that's kind of that's a crosswind cast at 300 plus yards.
That distance is the biggest factor, no doubt. I mean,
the reason you have a hard time getting that right-handed cast is just enough crosswind. Now, let's see. That dog kind of just as he blew that whistle, the dog kind of threw his head up. Did he get some wind off of the bird? Boy, the bird. Okay. Well, there you got the bird.
I like that dog.
I do too. Yeah, I do too.
I like that dog. Well, you know, we hadn't had anybody really have any success this morning whatsoever.
Wow, isn't that the truth?
I mean, I tell you. It's time for somebody to shine.
It is, isn't it?
Time for somebody to shine. Boy, it's another good looking dog. 7-year-old, black male.
Well, this is our High Point amateur dog, is it not? This is Lee Spivey and Kane. High Point amateur dog this year.
I'm not too sure that dog's even breathing. He has not moved a muscle. I mean, look at that. That's beautiful. Look at that right there.
That is.
All right, big shot. Let's see what you can do.
Yeah, let's see what you got. I tell you, a bunch of the.
That's what you call steady right there.
Well, that's right. And I'll tell you what, it it pays off. I mean,
Well, I'll tell you, you think about, you know, especially that's with the gun, like in UK, say you'd have to get that dog's placement just right if you had a hard right bird. You know, you get you a 180-degree swing.
right.
Then look like that dog's gonna meal with 139. All right, one down. One down. She got to be happy with that mark. Had 46 points in qualification points coming in here. Next dog had 35, so this dog was way ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
Seven-time grand champion, qualified all age 2. Dog's definitely been there and done that.
All right, here's our bird 2 that's really turned out to be really tough this morning.
She didn't have to do too much lining up. He came in and locked down right on it. Got a great line going to it. Faded just a little bit. That wind ought to give it up right about here. Yep.
Nice, nice. Gotta love it.
There's a green bush on this side of the levee, and if they make it on the right side, they usually get that bird pretty slick. If they go the left side of it, it turns into chaos. She probably hadn't given up 2 points so far.
Nice.
She's killing it. That's a beautiful dog. He's way left. Let's see what he does right here.
He wasn't pointed there. He just kind of jumped there off the send.
But the deal is he's fading right back in there perfectly now.
And you're gonna know more here. Pretty.
Leah knows her dog, but I tell you, I think I'd leave that joker alone. The way they suck to that right-hand corner, there's our tree. Now he is going to be, no, there it is right there. He's not that far offline. And I agree, when they hunt, they always hunt right.
Yeah.
And here I say that, and he hunts left. She knew her dog. She knew what she was going to do. Man,
she got that into the wind cast.
That was a great cast at 370 yards.
You notice she was
one more she can get out of here.
Right.
One more she can get out of here, and she's in the 20s. Come on, yeah, this ought to do it right here. Nope, she didn't get it.
The effect of that crosswind cast, and the wind's blowing pretty good.
Yeah, but I mean that
right
wind
now.
ought to give her the bird too.
Yeah.
Come on, dog. Come on, dog. There it is. He winded it. He winded it. Let him go. Let him go. Let him go. I'm still saying that.
Pretty darn good hand. I'm really going to be
I got
interested
high
to see.
20s on it max.
Okay. So what is our yardage again? Was that longbird 375?
I keep calling it 372. I don't know why.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm going to take your word for it.
Well,
It's close.
it's all the same past 350,
I'm
right?
playing with a little diagram here on this. And what did we figure? The middle bird, it was about 150 yards difference between the middle and the long. So I'm
texting them right now. We can get the exact number. This text chat and ask her.
playing a little. I got a picture of the setup here that I'm sketching up that I'm going to send back to them. So trying to get those yardages right.
That was a great job. Great job.
Well, it takes a team, and you can see why she had the success she had this year.
369 on the long bird, 223 on the middle bird, and 104 on the right bird.
Okay, well, let me adjust my,
9-year-old.
what did we say, 3 what now?
369 Chief. This dog's got a field champion title, master title.
Okay,
So
Justin with an
definitely-
FC up here.
Definitely has the experience to do the job.
Gray face.
Them gray hairs make you mark better, Pat.
I must be a good marker then.
I've never claimed to be a good marker myself.
Oh,
I
we
got
got
plenty
an
of gray
over,
hair.
You know, I never mind getting a no bird on that long bird, get another
I
chance
get
to
it.
come up and
Yeah,
make
you,
them
you
look
brought
at
that up. That's a great point.
it. And what did we say our middle bird is again?
It was 223. 223. It's like the gun.
It must have been a gun issue because they,
And then 104 on the right. They're getting a lot of bang out of 104.
well, they are.
All right, Justin's gonna come right back up.
That's what I'd do.
Yep, he's gonna come.
You know,
right
because
back
there's a
up.
lot of times when in training when the dog doesn't watch that long bird and head swings off of it, you know, you'll scold him a little bit and then rethrow it, and that might.
In the hunt test world, if the dog sees a bird come out, then you have to go back 3. If the dog has a no bird after that, you come back up there after 3, has a no bird, you gotta go back 6.
So that's
Jump back
that
up.
on a weekend. That's the
Any
rule.
of them, any of them.
Yeah.
You come back after 6 and you have a no bird, you go to the end of the line.
Well, that's that's kind of
that's just the-
what
that's
we
just- that's
what
just
happens
the
at
etiquette.
at our nationals, and but they designate it. The judges designate, or the trial committee, what the protocol is.
Yeah.
I
9-year-old
always
dog.
really emphasize and watch that long bird. Sometimes when you're up there, you don't even realize they're standing up.
He can stand up all he wants as long as he goes and gets him.
Right.
My dogs stand up. The next thing is exit. That's
Yeah.
the problem I got. That's on 9-year-old character here, though. He knows what he's supposed to do.
He had that Lemmy Adam kind of attitude look, didn't he?
He did. He knows what he's
Just
doing.
get out of my way and let me go get these birds. Here's our test right there.
Yep. See, there's our bush he's going to the left of. That's not a good spot to be.
No.
That's just not. If they go left of that bush right there, they just don't recover nearly as nice.
Ooh, look at
He-
this.
Well, here's your 9-year-old.
Isn't that where that gray?
Yeah, there's your 9-year-old with gray whiskers
Ooh-wee.
comes in play. He did a great job.
He did, didn't he?
Justin's got to be liking that. Now we're going to see what FC comes in handy right here.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. He's done a bird like this more than once. If
Well,
he's
you
got
know,
those-
that's what I was just sitting here thinking. You know, an HRCH dog comes in there, a master hunter comes in there. If he gets that long bird, that's wow. This guy right here with an FC title, he's supposed to go get that long bird.
Right.
That's how he got that, you know. He got the bird that couldn't anybody else do. he definitely is comfortable going right here. Just hope his body stays together.
Bumps him over a little bit, but my guess is he thought a little too much.
There he goes. He come back to
But he's
it.
doing a lot of talking, just trying to let that dog remember.
I taught my dog smooth out of it if I can't took that long. That's a great deal.
But it's kind of what you're used to.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's exactly right.
Because you're right. Justin
I
doesn't
would get
like.
nervous if
He's
I
going to
took that long.
reset here because he gets either too right or too left a look.
Man, that
There's
dog's
a
got to
great
be.
view
That dog's
of it.
got to be super comfortable with this much time in there and pulling him off. But mine would be like, I must not be doing the right thing. I must not be looking. I must be somewhere else. So he keeps looking way left. He wants something left or left. He wants this bird. Justin does. He wants this bird bad.
This is like a batter stepping out of the box here a couple times to make sure he gets with it.
He's burning memory though. Yeah, that's
True.
me.
Well,
Burning confidence.
we're gonna
too, in
find
my
out.
eyes. He knows this dog. Apparently, they've done well together. But I would talk mine out of this bird. That kind of time. That dog's very comfortable with it though. He's not stressing out. Look at his ears. He's not worried about it. Starting to do a little bit of licking. I don't like. This is too much time for me.
Well, we'll find out.
Justin fixing
You
to show his
see when he
expertise
pushes,
right
the dog
here.
looks pretty hard left.
He's fixing to show his expertise
At some
right
point,
here.
you got to say, I got to go with the best look and hope his training kicks in.
And we're pushing 30, 45 seconds here.
He's going to go with that right there, I bet.
Good for him to be able to do this. Fixing to see if it pays off or not. This is what you call taking your time and lining them up.
Well, and he's off.
He leaves with some confidence. Come on, come on, come on. Let's do this deal.
Well, he made a right move there because he could have continued left. And
This
kept
is a
going.
beautiful
Well, I'll tell
job
you
going
what,
here. Oh, this may have paid off.
Let's see. You're going to
Know in the next 40 yards. Look at that.
He's-
Boy, the dog's
he's-
making some
He
adjustments.
has done a great job. As long as he doesn't fade to the right. Don't fade to the
There's
right,
a little
big
break of
shot.
stride there.
Don't. He's short, isn't he, Pat? How much?
Oh, yeah.
He's 40
short.
yards, 50
I
yards.
bet you every bit of that. And
Yeah.
he's coming back in. It's going to be the next move. Does he? You saw him?
That was a
Okay,
great
here
stab
comes
at it, but it's time to do
that's
something
right,
now.
it is.
He made a great stab at it, but he's got to finish it up now.
You could almost draw a line in that field if the dogs hunt short of that. They don't figure it out if they get a little deep of it. At least yesterday that was the pattern. We haven't had a single dog do this longbird yet without a handle.
I thought he'd wind it right there. There he is, right there.
Well,
That's still a great job.
you bet it is.
That's still a great job.
So one of what I think is the greatest handlers I've seen in my time was Linda Bose, who won 3 national amateurs. I think she's the only person in history to win 3 national amateur championships with 3 different dogs. And Lynn would take her time, and sometimes you think, is she ever going to send them? But she was the most patient, and that paid off for her.
Like you said, it's what they get used to.
That's right.
If you run like you practice, then it shouldn't be a big
Right.
deal. And obviously, Justin and that dog do that.
I thought that dog was going to do that bird, but I'll
Ooh,
tell
I
you,
did too.
without handling. He did do the bird. I just thought, if anybody's going to go up, this FC is going to make sense out of that. Well, we got Carter coming up. You got a guess on that score we just saw?
I'm gonna say it's gonna be below 50.
What did Lee get?
I don't know that they put it up there. I don't know.
There was another good handle.
Yeah, let me ask real quick. I don't know. Old Red, another 9-year-old dog.
Thought you had it there, Justin. Yeah, we were just, Chris and I were talking, we were curious to see, we did not see Lee and Kane's score, or if we did, we missed it. Because we're just starting to make sense out of these handles on these long bird and what that's getting. Okay, Lee got a 49.
49. What'd I say? Below 50.
Yeah,
That's-
you were
that's
one below
below
50. Would you expect Justin's to be? He had a little bit more of a hunt on the right bird than Lee did.
I bet you those scores are going to be real close. I bet his is going to be between 50 and 60.
Now, all the dogs will be invited to run the second series regardless, unless they didn't complete the test. And then our first cuddle to 18 in each category will happen after the next series, which we will start today.
See, he's on the right side of that green bush I keep talking about. That's the spot you want to be.
Well, when you talk about an argument for two sides, that's what Carter used
Oh,
it in
come
the
on.
way
Come on, dog.
that one would use it is put them on the right, step up a little bit, emphasize, but they still got to mark the bird. You can only put. Tell you what, this is why I like this bird so much, is because, and look at it, just doesn't feel that far, does it? Certainly compared to the rest. Dog used his head though, figured it out. I said the hardest marks are the birds that they almost wind but don't. Think about that. You think, like, are they going to smell it? Are they going to smell it? The wind pushes them and affects their hunt pattern. But if it's just at the right angle, or there's a way to protect the wind, and they don't smell it, those are the birds that, you can only guess when but when you watch dogs, that's what's happening here. Those dogs tend to want to hunt on the downwind side of the gun station, and so that tends to affect their hunt pattern left, and they just don't smell that bird. So the dogs that get it, even when they don't mark it, are figuring it out. Now this Carter's a little left, but
That pink Eukanuba there, that pops on that jacket, doesn't it?
it
That
does,
looks good.
doesn't it? Yeah.
That looks good, doesn't it? Love me some
Eukanuba's had that color pattern forever. Tell you interesting things about the pink Eukanuba bags.
He's a little thin, isn't he, Pat?
Yeah, but he's
He's not in
got
bad
that
shape.
pace.
He
He's got that- look at it.
knows
hasn't.
out there.
He's going to get past
Come on,
that part.
come on,
that,
come on, come on. Look at Carter. He's playing the piano up there. Here we go. This is it right here. Boom! Come on, turn. He's gonna win it right
But
here.
he looks. He's
He's gonna win
looking.
it. Come
He's
on,
got
come
an
on,
instinct.
come on. Win this
Definitely.
bird. Win this bird.
Yeah, you
win
gotta
this
be
bird.
rooting for it. Look at him.
Look here.
Come on.
He got it. He's got it.
Boy,
Come on.
that-
Come on.
Yep.
Oh man,
He's
so
gonna
close.
get it. He's going to get it. Wait.
So close.
Wait.
Man, what a great stab at it. Man, he did a great job.
Boy, look at that.
Hey,
there.
here we
Look at
go.
there, look at there. But you see how again, that
He's
little bit of
gonna
right
come
to
here.
left
He
wind.
winded it right there.
Boy,
he's getting some sin.
boy,
Come on.
you're
Come on. There's my tree, isn't it?
Yep,
There's my
yep,
tree.
yep, yep,
So he's
yep,
about
yep,
5 yards
yep.
short.
There we go, baby. Boom! That was fantastic to watch. Look at,
Look at Carter. He
he
likes
thinks so
that.
too, doesn't he? Yeah, you got it. There you gave him an attaboy, didn't he?
Good job, buddy. Good job.
I'll tell you, that's one thing I noticed last year. Carter's dogs on their field trial test, they made some good decisions out there. You could tell he's done a nice job of kind of letting the dogs think, you know, and that was a prime example of a dog just
Carter's had two
had an
really,
instinct.
really good
Yes,
runs.
he has. Yes,
Really
he has.
good runs.
All right, what are you guessing here?
I'm gonna say that's gonna be in the 20s.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna say it's
because he had
20s.
little hunts on both.
Yeah, it
retired birds.
may even crowd the 30s, but either way, it's a great job.
Okay, well,
Fantastic job. Really, it's the only clean triple we've had this morning.
oh yeah, is the only dog that hadn't handled on
Yep.
a mark yet this morning.
Another great looking dog. 7-year-old black male. Qualified all age 2, Master Hunter Grand Champion. He got all the credentials. Boom.
So we got a little condition, 26 with Carter.
Yep, that's a great job. Didn't miss it by much, did we?
Carter's setting himself up to try to defend his championship from last year. So we've got a little conditions change. Starting to get a light misty rain
Yeah,
going.
it is raining.
Wasn't predicted, but it's starting to come down a little bit here.
We need this rain at home. We need every drop we can get.
I've been in Georgia for a few weeks, and we had that hurricane go through, and I expected to get down there, and it's been so dry since you can't even get a holding blind on the ground.
Yeah. Yeah, we got 24 days till duck season opens, and it's bone dry at home. It's dry, dry, dry. We need a little small hurricane or a little flood or something to come through so we can hold those ducks in there. There's just no water there whatsoever right now to hold them.
You can see some raindrops coming down here in that view. We're kind of rolling in maybe behind the gunner here.
He's not liking that.
No, he isn't. What's a scary time? You're sitting there and you can't see your dog. You don't know if they're. Yeah. Because they could, with that clump of trees between him and that middle gun, boy, they could pop back up on that middle bird, and boy, it'd be hard to get him back in there.
Bad things could happen there.
Got the bird. Just took a look at the radar here. There's just, you can see a little bit of green light showers in the area. A little stronger showers straight south of us. And it is moving kind of in our direction.
Yeah. Oh, I just hope we don't get that red.
That's
serious business.
I didn't think we were going to get rain till tomorrow, but the radar I just pulled up.
I saw an inch for tomorrow. Check it real quick.
Well, there's a big send on the longbird.
Yeah, they're calling for 3/4 of an inch here tomorrow. It's a good spot. If he fade in like most of them do, he ought to be right on the money.
Boy, they just hit a wall there sometimes, and that. And the more that the dogs hunt there, the more foot scent they create, which encourages other dogs to hunt there, because the dogs use all kinds of different cues to sort things out.
Especially these 7, 8, 9-year-old dogs.
Yeah. It's not just bird scent that they key off of. It's comeback trails, it's four-wheeler scent, it's human scent. The handlers must be more visible than they were midday because the dogs are responding a little better to being handled.
Absolutely.
There was a stage yesterday where the sun was at such an angle that it was incredibly difficult. You could tell the dogs were having a hard time seeing the handlers. He's coming back with the long bird. Water. All right, dog 35. What did we start with today? Was it 44? We ran our first dog, what was like 8:17 or something like that. So
We got a rebird coming up.
yeah, they might be running some rain gear out to the
Oh, I bet that's
the
what-
gang in the field too, because we got a little light drizzle, just enough to be annoying. All right, there's a graphic I put together there. That's our
Great
test.
pick. Great pick.
That's our test. You see the white box in the bottom is the line. You see retired gun. Our number one is retired bird number one. It's numbered, and that's thrown from right to left at 369 yards. Then you've got this right-hand bird that has just been dynamite, 104 yards thrown from left to right. And then G3 is your go bird. And when I diagram, I do R for retired, G for not retired, and that shows you the order and gives you an overhead view and appreciation for what you're watching here on the live stream. So 2024 SRS Crown Championship, 25 years, celebrating 25 years of the SRS Crown Championship, SRS, and well, it's brought by, well, you see the tent, brought by Eukanuba. I think we're doing a little gun change, running maybe some rain gear in the field. Looks like Jib Joe's trying to get some plastic cover on his jib camera. And I'll tell you what, it's cooled off a little more. It's going to be in the dog's favor. We've got even cloud cover, pretty neutral light. I would expect it to be probably as good of visibility conditions as you're going to have, unless it rains harder. Feels like maybe the rain has just let up. Now, we had the advantage of a drone picture there, but it's a good thing to go ahead and diagram maybe your test and keep a little library of things you've done when you're trying to kind of see what you're doing and checking your balance. There we go. We got Duran at a 69. 69 for our last dog. You can do that on a cell phone, an iPad. You can take a little camera picture from the line. You can use Google Earth sometimes to give you an overhead perspective. And well, it's nice to have a library of things you've done to kind of keep track of your balance and your training. Or do it at your events and keep track of what your dog's good at and what you need to work on. See a little bit more rain on the camera.
Yeah, you better.
There you go. There's a look at our board there. Carter with that number 6 from yesterday. How about that? He's got the top score this morning as well. That's still from yesterday. That's a little bit of a rough stretch there, huh? Lowest score there is a 52, isn't it? Yeah, in that stretch. And, well, here we go this morning. That's Carter with that 26 from this morning. Well, those amateur scores from yesterday are holding strong now, aren't they?
You bet. Here's Buzz.
Oh, this is Lee running her second dog. She kept buzzing that long bird really hard and almost didn't get a look at that right bird, but we're up and rolling again here. Well, being a little annoying, that rain has cooled things down even a little bit more. Lee's first dog went out and jumped on this right-hand bird real strong, and this one looks right.
I think he's fine. Man.
Yeah. You know, if they hugged the right side of that road and they have a little instinct, that dog went over and took
Yeah, I can
advantage
tell
of the
by
wind
her
there.
whistle there, the way she wasn't going to put up with him getting out of the area. Once he got in there, she was going to keep him in there. She already had on her mind to handle, and she's not fooling around.
She's about the same
she's got
boat
a
she was
strategy.
with Kane.
She's got a strategy, and she's playing by it.
Dog wants to glance left here. You really, as a handler, you're toggling back and forth from the middle gun to click over to the left.
She's
to try
trying
to
to push
remember
him.
that
She's
long
trying to
bird.
push him to the left a little bit.
And she sends really firmly. Well, I think Lee did a great job here of putting that dog in position. Now the dog's got to do their part, but she's ready
Man,
to do
that
her
dog-
part if she has to
That
handle it.
dog's in a perfect spot. Look at him jumping those bushes.
Watch how this dog hit. Does he glance over and reference that? It's going to be in the next 15, 20 yards that are going to be really critical when she's looking for that.
See, she's not going to let that dog get off line very much. She's going to handle
Look
it.
at
I think is the perfect thing to do. That's exactly what she's doing too.
Well, you could see her kind of she is in her casting stance.
Yep.
Right there, bent over a little bit because she's going to walk and move, and dog is obviously seeing her well. You see how this dog kind of,
There's our tree, and he's upwind.
A little bit
to the
upwind of
right. Yep.
now that right hand move is as much anything as a dog kind of trail. That's the trail the gunners walk after they throw. She's elected to reel this dog in a little bit. She gives it. No, the dog didn't move on that cast. Kind of. But she got the verbal back. See the dog's tail crack there is picking up a little information. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Is she still? I think she passed it a little bit on the upwind side. Now she reels him in. Right in about there, the dog wins it. Well, all right. And I'm sure she would have liked a couple less whistles on that handle, but
She's still going to be below 50.
Oh, yeah. You bet.
She's
You
going to be
bet.
below 50, and that's going to play ball.
You bet it is.
She's sitting in good shape with 2 of them.
So as I look over my right shoulder here, the big Eukanuba's provided a big gallery tent. They've got a TV monitor in there, so they're seeing what you're seeing at home, and a lot of folks relax watching dog work just like you are. So I'll tell you a story. The Eukanuba bags were always originally were that pink color. And when I designed my first pond in Michigan, you trained on it.
Yep.
Big pond.
Yep.
And the tech pond in the back, because you've trained on that property in Fenwick, Michigan. When we drew out our pond, I laid out Eukanuba bags at the markers. And I hired a plane, and I flew over and I took pictures of my pond design out of an airplane using Eukanuba bags as the markers to show the outline of the pond, because we didn't have drones.
Right. Right.
And it was the only way. And I hired a private pilot, laid out those pink Eukanuba bags on the ground, and I could draw the outline of the pond and make changes. Isn't that funny?
That's crazy.
I'd tie the seatbelt around. The pilot would turn the plane sideways, and I'd take snapshots of the pond from directly above, so I could design it the way I wanted it.
That was a great pond. That was a great pond.
But every time I see that pink, I said, I remember looking at those little pink polka dots on the ground, which were dog food bags, and they were my reference for my pond design. How about that? A long time ago. Never get tired of watching these dogs think and
No.
work hard. I tell you,
No.
I wouldn't have changed a thing. I was in my 20s trying to decide what my future was going to be all about. And sitting in my family had an insurance business, and I sat in front of him at his desk. And when he said, "Son, don't spend your life behind a desk," I jumped out of that chair, ran out the door, and never looked back. Went to California and started to learn a little bit about this, and eventually made a life out of it. And I tell you, get just excited today as I did then about watching some of this great dog work.
I agree.
I had a client say to me, he said, "Store of life, this dog stuff that we're in the toy department." And it is great to be doing a profession to do. When you're in the world of insurance or medicine, they're not quite in the same frame.
I'm dealing with an animal that tries giving you everything they can. Son was into the horses real big. He ran poles and barrels, and he had some. Those characters are trying to kill you, and I mean, that's a rough sport. That's a rough sport. Open, flying around. Rough game, but these dogs, I mean, worst thing they do is take up too much of the bed. You know what I mean?
Well, we'll do this dogs thing instead of
Oh yeah.
getting thrown off the back of a horse.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Another great looking dog.
So Clark ran 3 dogs yesterday, I think,
Sounds about
and he
right.
made some adjustments.
He's got a plan. He's got
Let's
a
see what he
plan.
does today, because you can bet he was thinking about it all night.
He's not here to watch everybody else, I can promise.
Well, he's watching them.
He's
But
plotting.
he's,
He's plotting. Me and you are watching.
Well, that's right. He's watching to gain
There's
information.
Buzz with a 59.
Okay.
I think I called that one pretty close too. They're being very consistent with their scores.
That's all you can ask.
Yep.
That's all you can ask.
Yeah. Come on, dog. What in the world are we doing here? It's the Go Bird. Let's go.
You know, I bet you what happened there.
What?
Let me just make sure my perspective is correct. He's on the Go Bird. Let's see what. When he checked up and threw his head up there, if I had to guess, he caught a whiff of the cameraman in that middle holding blind. He was a little wide, and they're looking, and he kind of snapped his head and looked and said, "Nope, that's not what I'm looking for," and went on. But it may have been the right-hand retired gun, but there's a holding blind between that gun and the other one that, you know, and it's the same for all dogs. Not movement, you can't see them, so it's that blind right there is the one I'm talking about.
Yep. Yep.
He was angled back left of that, and he just snapped his head and then went on. Sorted it out. That's all you can. Talked about these guys being problem solvers. You're seeing their tongues today, but you're not seeing them quite as long and swollen as you were yesterday after some of these retrieves, because it's a little bit cooler, more. Clark kind of pretty quick here. He's got a nice angle and cross the road.
Looked like a nice
If they'll
job
just
there.
get off the backside of that road, and they're left of that bird, they seem to come up with it pretty quick. Let's see if that's the case. Yep. Excellent, excellent spot. All right, let's see what Mr. Kennington does here. Because he was really sweating his first couple dogs and pushing a little bit. And didn't seem that much, and he was getting way left, and he made an adjustment. Let's see what he does today. And his third dog, he had handled, but he'd gotten a much better handle on that long bird. And now that dog wanted to look left. You pay attention to that first glance. See, I think he's just tapping his leg, probably saying here, here. Letting that dog kind of maybe remember that mark. Sends him pretty firmly, but that dog, you see him glance a little left, it looks a little. Now, if you can get them in the right spot and they're a little worried and they rely on the I better keep going, that's good. But if they push off and left and keep going, the dogs have had to handle. But the dog has kind of settled in with a pace here. Well, there he's passing that Go Bird. He's got the right pace. You're going to find out here in the next 10 or 12 strides. Ooh,
He's
ooh,
still
ooh,
steadily
ooh,
headed
ooh,
out.
ooh. See,
He knows
look
what
at
he's
him.
doing.
He's got the.
That's an amazing job right here.
My goodness.
Amazing
Keep
job.
going, buddy. He's,
Oh,
yeah, but
oh.
is he?
I think he was 10 yards
Oh,
short.
my goodness.
Clark did a great job.
Boy,
right
he
there. He did a great job. I'm 100% with him on what he just did right there. I'm telling you, that dog was 5 to 10 yards short of that bird, max.
Ah.
Man, what a great
That's
job.
about as good a handle as you
What
can
a
get.
great job.
Isn't it?
He did a great job right there.
I mean, because, Clark was saying, man, I thought he was going to go on, but he can't second think that. So, when you're trying to judge a dog handling on a mark, let's say at least in the world of field trials, because you're not necessarily using the same point system, you're still trying to interpret how good a mark he had. And some judges, they'll do this with hunts as well as handles. They'll make a note on their book, and they try to guesstimate how close that dog was to the bird when the dog broke it down for a hunt or handled, so they can compare. You have to assume the dog that's closer to the bird
Yeah,
it has got a better mark.
made a good stab at it, yep.
Right.
Yep.
And this dog, I thought he was past that point where the dogs seemed to want to come back. But he checked up. I think a lot of handlers would have sat there and watched a while, and that might have been a bad move. But Clark, he was really proactive on that. The experience of a professional there really pays off, because he's not wishing and hoping. He's making something happen there.
Amen.
Can you give me a guess on that score?
It's going to be less than 20.
Less than 20.
Well, no, let's see. It depends.
I'm going to guess in the 20s.
I'm not going to deem for handling to the area of the fall.
Oh, that's a good point. A good
And I
point.
so I think you're talking about the
That's a
whistles and the
good point.
cast. So it all depends on how they interpret that. I had him in area.
See, I'm going to look at my cheat sheet again.
On the
here,
370 or
Yeah,
369, he was in area to me.
okay? I don't disagree at all.
Yeah.
So you don't get the 20 points handling to the area of the fall. You just get the 2 points for each whistle. Okay.
Yeah. 20,
Right.
30. I'm gonna say between 20 and 30.
Yeah, that would be my guess too.
We ought to be getting it into it now.
Once again, there's a great view. Look at how tightly stacked that long bird is to that roe bird in the middle. Well, a 10-year-old
10-year-old dog with all their credentials.
from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Yep. Winston, he's off. He's in a good place. And a little bit of a hunt. I'm assuming maybe he's a little bit short, maybe not.
Golly,
I'll be darned.
59 points. I missed that one.
Did we miss some?
They must have gave him to having the handle to the area of the fall.
Yeah.
Had to.
Yeah,
Absolutely
You're right,
Had
that-
to. They got a better view of it than we have.
that's right. And I don't remember, did he,
They didn't have any hunts on the other two birds.
not on the middle bird? Okay. I mean, he had a little hunt on the right bird, but a smart one. Certainly one of the biggest differences here. Okay, somebody reminded me here that Clark had a bigger hunt on the go bird. Now I don't. You sit here and you watch, and
I guess I forgot about that.
yeah. So obviously that played a role. We're sitting here talking, and other stuff. And
I do
We've-
remember that.
we've re-
I do remember
was
that.
that the
now.
dog that kind of checked up?
Yep, that's the one you talked about.
Said he
the
might have
camera
winded the
guy,
camera
yeah.
guy. I was trying to remember.
Yeah.
So that's making a lot more sense there.
Well, I'm
isn't it?
gonna go back to those saying, "So what? He didn't do much wrong."
No, but he did. I mean, if we start to remember, I talked about a little bit where a dog establishes the beginning of his hunt and how far it was from the fall area. That's, I mean,
Well, they
Not
got a
that-
little
not-
bit. They got a little better view of it than I
right,
was.
exactly. Okay. The thing that I find interesting as I reflect on this, you know, if you're judging a field trial, you're making extensive notes on every series. Really, these guys don't really have a judge's book, do they? They just have
No,
a score sheet. Once
right.
they post a score, they don't have to look back at their first series at the end of the whole deal. It's simply a point system. Because once they post that score, the score is the score.
Well, they've done a great job of being consistent all day yesterday
Yes.
and
Yep.
today both.
Yep. Absolutely.
It's definitely not an argument. They know what they're doing up there.
All right, well, this guy's heading out here. And these handlers are getting poised and ready for a handle if they need to. This dog is going the distance. Ooh, and I think he's a little bit left of the bird, but he's got the attitude. This is a hard call here. He's definitely left, and he's coming back in. This not going to be the easiest handle here. But he got a darn nice cast, didn't he? Barely see that dog's head, so he reeled him in a little bit here to give that dog a better chance to see him. The dog's not moving. But he went.
Pat, what would you call the hunt area on that long bird? If you were going to drop a pin on it and draw you a circle around it, how big would you say that circle ought to be around that bird? 369 yards out. I'm going to say 50-yard circle.
A 50-yard radius,
Yeah,
25 yards on each side.
25 either side of the bird.
I'll buy that.
And that's close.
Yeah,
That's
you bet
close
it
to
is. You bet it is.
369 yards.
I was almost going to say 30 yards on each side of the bird.
Yeah, I'll go along with that.
10% of the distance,
I'll go along with that.
almost.
That's a great thinking. 10% of the distance. Yeah.
A 100-yard bird, a 10-yard
Hey,
radius.
that's a fabulous scale.
I mean, that's what.
Never thought of it like that. That's a great scale.
Well, I hadn't either till right then. But I mean, and you know, when you look at it in field trials, the way they'll look at it is not only is it the distance, but the last bird down, they'll typically have a smaller fall area than the third bird retrieved.
Yep.
So they'll take into account.
I mean,
not
and
just
here's
the
the deal. If the dog, the task at hand here is to drive past that middle bird, right?
Right.
I mean, that's the task at hand. That's what you got to say on a retired bird. So if that dog makes a really good stab at it and goes back there like with intent, you got to give that dog some credit, you know. Even if he doesn't come up with a bird, if he with intent passes that thing up, goes out there to get that retired bird, and then ends up, you know, getting 30 yards away from the bird, well, he's done his job.
Oh, I agree.
He's done his job.
So I gained a full appreciation for what these dogs could do a few years back, and I spent a year in Alaska, but I'd gone back and done a moose hunt. And I was fortunate enough to shoot a bull moose at 169 yards. I knew that because I had my rangefinder. So I shoot this moose at 169 yards, and I said, I'm excited, and I just put my backpack on, I just start walking, and I'm walking around trees, and all of a sudden
I know where this is going.
And it took me 2 hours later, 2 hours, I can't find this moose. And I'm mad at myself.
You know you dropped it.
Oh yeah, and I get myself back up to the spot where I shot him, and I stare at because there was a little opening in the trees, at this little meadow, and I walked like the perfectly trained retriever. I walked through every pile of brush, and I walked as straight as I could, and I walked right up to him. And I said, if I can't find a 1,500-pound animal at 169 yards, how do I expect my dogs to find a 2-pound bird at 369 yards?
So a game we play at the kennel a lot, starting as early as we do, the dew's on the ground, right, in Arkansas. And you got a pretty manicured place, and so we'll talk about this if we get guests there. Walk a straight line to that blind.
Oof.
Don't look back. Just keep walking straight to it till you get there. And then when they get there, they can turn around and look at their line in the dew. It's horrible. And so then we have to realize the reason we do that is so they can be a little bit more patient with their dogs, not being on
Good for you.
line,
Good for you.
And we're like, if you can't do it, being 6 feet tall, walking out there above the cover and all that, how in the world something, 30 inches tall going to do that?
So do you do it where you see the blind marker? You know exactly.
Yeah. So there's a pole out there at 250, and then we just tell them to walk a straight line all the way to it. And what we'll do, we usually, in most setups we'll have at least 2 blinds, and we got 2 people there. Well, hey, you Pat, you take this one, I'll take this one. We walk out there to them, and then and say, hey, I want you to be on dead straight line, but I do not want you to turn around. I don't want you to do anything but going straight to it. And because we don't want them getting out there halfway back, looking back, but a dog can't do that. That's not his job, right? His job to go straight out there, and then like they say, until you smell mallard. Wow. Well, the deal is they turn around and they're always 5 to 10 yards offline on the way out there.
I'll tell you what, he's shaking his head at. I mean, he had a heck of a time handling to that bird.
Yep. He hates that.
You can't do things like that enough to not only gain an appreciation for what we ask our dogs to do, but and that's main reason. So
that's exactly.
So you have more compassion for the struggle.
That's exactly the reason we do it, because we're like, your standard is here, but you can't even do it, and you're a human being.
Yeah, and I've done a few of those kinds of exercises. Mm-hmm. You want to talk about like, all right, I'm going to point out the blind to you, and you're going to walk, and you're going to stop on the whistles, and try to handle somebody. I mean, give them a cast, and their interpretation of it is awful. You're right, same kind of deal.
Yeah.
Or the other thing is, jump on a four-wheeler, drive out 100 yards, and then turn around, and in 2 seconds try to find the handler and pick them up.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That is, I mean, there's so many things that if you've planted a blind or been out in the field and you look at the clutter in the background, you wonder how in the world these dogs ever appreciate what they can see.
I do it all the time. We throw a mark, I'm like, there's no way they're seeing that mark. There's no way they're seeing it, and somehow they go straight to it. I'm like, how do they do that?
Yeah. Well, they're magnificent, but when you, whether you're training or judging, just having that compassion and appreciation for what the dogs are seeing and putting yourself in their shoes is really
well. I've got one dog right here we watched today that's trying to beat anybody out of anything. Not one.
Yeah.
There's no selfishness going on right here whatsoever. These dogs
do
exactly everything they have. These dogs are These are some of the most compliant dogs in the country.
Absolutely.
These dogs have got here because of they're trying so hard to do what the owner wants them to do. Amazing creatures.
Well, that last job, I mean, you thought he was going to have a pretty good handle, but boy, oh boy. Probably going to rack up a bunch of points there, I would guess. Looks like they're making some adjustments on the jib camera. Well, there's the sun popping out. Right in front of me in the stage is a lot of our sponsor material. Lots of Yeti coolers, Honda generators. Got ZoomDog supplements. LuckyDuck.com, some decoys. Carhartt's provided a bunch of stuff. We got some dog tree collars, bumpers, all kinds of stuff. Lucky Duck kennels, these hard kennels have become the norm now as far as their safety for the dogs and crush resistant. And they're working on some,
What we doing?
sure quite what they're doing with the camera, but they're having to do some,
Well, I see it now.
'cause that's what's providing our footage. It's probably taking the rain covers off, but it's still got the plastic on there. Looks like Joe is back in action. I'll tell you what he does with that. You see that big boom? That
Yep.
thing breaks down, and he puts them in hard gun cases and flies them on the plane with him. He carries that whole thing with him.
Come on.
Yep. Covers a lot of concerts and events, and he said he went to Egypt to cover a concert and did something in the pyramids and flew that thing all the way to Egypt.
Oh, we dang.
And he showed me there's these, they look like hard rifle cases.
Yeah.
Maybe that's exactly what they are. And each one of those things breaks down into a 3 foot, 4 foot section, and it all goes and packs it in, and you know, he spent some money on baggage in the airline. And it provides, well, look at that, you're going to see it, that view from right behind, right there. There's nowhere else you're ever going to be able to appreciate this. A, it's entertaining, but B, it's incredibly educational if you look at it that way. One of the best ways to learn to handle is watch some of these good handlers and the subtle adjustments they make.
Oh, no, focus now.
Uh-oh,
Focus,
uh-oh.
focus, focus.
Boy, I don't know what kind of look that dog got at that long bird. Sometimes you get ready and you throw your arm up to signal and they look away right at that point and you wish you could take it back.
Timing's everything.
I'll tell you what, it's nerve-wracking. You get up there and but one bird at a time.
This dog was in my flight at the Master National and did a real nice job. It's a great team right here.
Oh, excellent.
One down.
Well, there's our last score. And those points were mostly racked up on just that, all the whistles it took him to come up with that long bird. So we're almost 2 hours into this test this morning. And I think we started with, was it Lyle with dog 44? Should be able to get a pretty good idea what kind of pace we're on today. I think when this dog completes, we'll be at about 2 hours into this test, so we can, a little bit of math, we should be able to figure out our, pretty close to our time it's going to take. So that's dog, is it 31? So that's 13 dogs. Pretty consistent, 6.5 dogs an hour.
Well, he got 2 down.
Yeah, he does. And this is the bird we wondered if he got much of a look at. Well, I don't know if you remember, Carter came back and the dog you got 6 with, the lowest score, he didn't think he ever saw the bird, so he
Yeah.
kind of really worked him like he was doing a blind and went right to it.
Boy, he's thin. Woo! I think he's going back to the old fall.
Sure looks like it.
Man, I'm telling you right now, I don't have those. I was gonna say I don't have that kind of patience.
Yeah,
I'd
well,
have
he
to
didn't
be-
wait.
I'd have to be handling because
Well, he is
the more real estate he gains going to that bird, the more he's gonna think he's doing the right thing.
Yeah, I just don't think this dog ever really.
And he's still
I don't
thin.
think he
needs to
picked
be
out the guns or
battling. He needs
anything
to
out
be
there.
battling. There you
Yeah,
go.
yeah, you don't want to.
There you go. He can get out of this and still be in a great shape.
He goes with that verbal back, trying to drive him and emphasize, and he got the cast.
Man, this
Got a hell of a cast.
Hey, whoa, let him go. I gotta believe he would have been right downwind. We must have the wrong angle right here. Cause I tell you, that looks like there he
Well,
goes. Hey, he
Tell
did
you what,
good. He
it
did
looked good. He's.
Yeah, he this is a good owner dog handler
I think-
team right
See,
here.
this is what it starts. A little bit deeper, a little bit. Boy,
Man, he's not that far. That
right
bird's
there,
a little
right there, right there.
Hey,
Well, that was a hell of a handling job.
Great job. That's a great job. That's
a
going to
great
be
job.
40 or less.
That's a great job of handling.
40 or less. He did a great job. That's what I saw at the National too. He knows what he's doing with his dogs. And they working their butt off for him. That's all we can ask for.
For whatever reason, the dogs have handled better when they've been right versus left.
That is true. Well,
dogs
I guess I guess what's kicking in there is their conscience, because they know, hey, I've already been there. He wouldn't send me back.
You're casting
in there.
away from the other
So they're
guy.
easier to cast away than it is to cast into it. But that's a great.
Well, the other thing there is, it's not a ton of crosswind, but you're also casting with the wind
Yeah.
when you're giving the left-handed cast, and you're casting into the wind when you're giving right hand. But sometimes if the dogs are way left, they don't want to go right. They're maybe worried about going right, so you're casting them into the area. I don't know, but it has been consistent that the handles from the right have gone smoother than the handles from the left. Well, we're going to be flirting with 3 o'clock on the finish time here. Probably going to be 3 o'clock. What'll be interesting is they shut it down yesterday, what, quarter to 6?
Well, hold on now. This
Field's gonna be-
series is way more open.
Right.
It's not going to have near the shadows. You're going to be able to run.
Not going to be as long.
Got a 4-year-old dog here. Going to have to work in the rain, looks like. Rain's kicked up. Old Lincoln here. Lincoln with Nick Morris. Another good looking dog.
You see that Yeti cooler full of the ducks.
There's gonna be one thing here that's gonna be different for tomorrow. You talk about, so they're probably gonna get to run several dogs this afternoon on their hunt savvy. I know it's a double and a blind. It's all land. It's not gonna take a ton of time, so they're gonna get a few dogs run. But it looks like the rain's setting in for tomorrow, and starting around 9 o'clock, 8 or 9 o'clock, the rain's gonna be pretty prevalent, especially around 9, 11, 12. So there's gonna be some different conditions tomorrow. Going to be some different. And then on top of that, the winds are going to be different tomorrow than they're going to be this afternoon as well. So you may see some different conditions on that test.
And
52 with Mr. Williams and Caleb.
Okay.
That's a great score. I think he played that by the book. He's to the right of that bush. Let's see how that works out for him. That's the spot to be right there. Nice. He went thin on us. That's what I didn't want to talk about it.
So some handlers in the field trial game will, typically it's more common to send your dog on marked retrieves on their name. But some handlers, and I think that's what Carter did on this Longbird, on long retired guns will send on back.
Yeah.
To send the message that's, you take a line and you keep going. I have to admit, I never did that, but you thought
So when I first started training, we sent back on everything.
That's right.
And then as I got better with my blind work, then my dogs would take a line and run through an old fall.
Right.
And run through the fall area. Not
Right.
an old fall, the area.
Right.
And so I had to switch it up, and I saw a major improvement on our dogs, of course, when we did that. And like Alex Washburn, she still sends on back.
On everything.
Everything.
I'll be darned, I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Well, that was the
And here's the
old
deal,
school.
And we know that we know she does well.
Oh yeah.
She does it. So whatever they get used to, she may cue them a little different. Here, hey, where's your mark? Where's your mark? Or hey,
That's right.
Or whatever, and then sends them on back. I'm not saying that's not some clarity there for the dog. Yeah, every time I hear a handler send a dog on back, I'm like, where'd you get that dog at? We bought it from Alex. I knew that.
But it was revolutionary to start sending them on your name at one point.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I mentioned how I had started with right out of high school in Northwest Indiana, and those guys were old school, and that was pretty much pre-electronic collar.
Yeah.
And then they sent on back on everything. Well, there's a look at our board there from yesterday. Frank was our first dog yesterday morning, and and then Ernie came up and really was the first one to hit it. You got 27 in there from yesterday. And I'll tell you what, the amateurs came up with some real scores. Well, there's Cash, Cosmo, There was a 15, 16, I think a 17 and an 18.
You're right. You're right.
And 4 amateurs. And then there was Lee this morning there. And tough to come up with. What's our lowest score today? 20s?
Yep.
Was that Carter? Carter again. He's the only dog that hasn't handled on the test today, I think, isn't it? Am I right there? He may be the only dog that hasn't handled on the long bird.
I think you're right.
Camera crew's dealing with varying weather conditions here. I bet you they want to get some of that plastic off, because it may flap in the wind a little bit, and I could see where.
Dog here looks ready to roll. He's excited.
Yeah, they know what that holding blind's for. That's good things are about to happen.
It's Rhodey.
This is Rhodey. Okay. Been a while since we've seen Rhodey.
Bully. Oh, Bully. 9-year-old. This little guy here is animated now. At 9 years old, how many marks you reckon that dog's thrown? He's over there just fired up, pumped up, like, hey, I'm gonna get me 3 more right here. I'm gonna get me 3 more of them.
Look like Bully thinks every day's a holiday, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I heard that. They said, that dog thinks every day's a holiday and every meal's a banquet.
Every day's a holiday and every meal's a what?
A banquet.
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
Well, I'll tell you what, we could learn a lot from these dogs about it. There's 60 on that last score.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
Yeah, if we could have the attitude of our dogs day in and day out, we'd all be a little happier, wouldn't we?
You know, as I watch this dogs go on the line and up there every day and all day, and I just think about the breed, how we've preserved the look.
Yeah.
You know, like there's very few breeds that I can think of that have preserved the look as much as the Labrador did.
Mm-hmm. Good point.
You know, they're all beautiful animals, and they're just, you know, you don't see a lot of these little short ears and long nosed and curly tails and
Yeah.
all that. These dogs are all what Labradors are supposed to look like. Look at that right there. I mean, that's absolutely textbook to me. Beautiful dog.
When you look at them every day, and you're still infatuated with them, aren't you?
Well, and you know, the thing about it is we've just done our job. I mean, we've bred all the ones that were paying the butt out. We put all the ones that were easy to train and good marking dogs and got great hips and great elbows, great eyes, great ears. You know, we've took the system has worked, and the breeding is definitely getting better, and dogs are getting easier to train with a whole lot less pressure. You know, it's just it's amazing.
It is something how you can, you know, because their lifespans and generations turn over. You can change or make modifications.
You know,
much quicker than you can with humans, obviously.
You know, we had a lot of success out of certain lines earlier in my career, and we still have semen on some of those dogs. And people talk about breeding to them, like, you know what? I just don't know that I have it in me anymore because they were so high, you know, so high drive.
Oh yeah.
I'm just like, this new thing we got going, I think, is a little bit better gig. Let's breed to one of them. Although some of that old blood, it sounds good. I was a lot younger man and had a little bit more energy in me.
I tell you, a dog that I've, you know, been around, not necessarily trained with that much, but I've admired and watched recently that's been very successful in field trials is Jamie Woodson's Maddox. He's finished the last couple nationals, and he's that classic, sensible thinker, you know, good looking, but not too big. You see a lot of his puppies. And
I gotta wonder what Rhodey's doing right here. It's time to do something here. That's a long way out there to get a big old fat a big fat angle.
But this is the one casting with the wind and away from that. Now,
He didn't get the cast though.
well, he got back, but now he's got to bump him over. But
Yeah,
it's
but-
been easier to cast him left than right.
Yeah, but how easy is it to get an over at 360 yards?
It's not.
up there? Yeah, now.
It's not.
Now, stop. Right
There's the tree. Now,
Oh,
this
man,
is where it's hard to tell.
That was
Oh.
a great decision on the dog. Good job, Rhodey. Yeah.
Well, he got a
I
couple
just
big time
he
casts, didn't he?
He did a lot better than I thought he was on that. I thought that was going to go.
Well, there's to show you the difference
He knows his dog.
casting from
Yep.
the right side to from the left side.
Yeah.
For whatever reason,
Yeah. He's going to be in the 40s with that. That's still a great
you're kind of
job.
casting away from something versus towards something.
yeah.
It almost is. And,
He had me worried there. I didn't think he'd be able to get that.
but that was a good example. You're right. It was two whistles, really, wasn't it? One there, maybe three.
Yeah, I got 3.
Two to get to almost to the bird, and the third one put him pretty much on it. Nope, there they are, giving the camera a little swipe. Look at Tom doing the little housework. He's washing windows. Oh, there's Joe. Looks like a security camera on your front porch, and the UPS guy shows up. Yeah, they're trying to preserve that great picture. Get some sort of protective lens cover thing for the weather that. So once you get into the routine of having to split tests, you're kind of almost forced into it over and over again.
Like a traffic light. You ever get stopped at the
Yeah,
first,
you
get stopped there one
Yeah.
time.
At least in these first two series, obviously. We know this one took 2 days, and our next one's going to go over the. I'm not sure where their third series
4-year-old got us a younger dog here.
is. Wow. QA2.
You know, Lyle made a mention to me this morning that I think his trailer holds 22 dogs, and he said 18 of them were qualified all age too. So he's put together a pretty good team out
You
in the
bet.
trial world. So
Did he get them all in the transfer portal?
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I
It's that-
guarantee you, 46. That's a pretty good score.
Yeah, it is.
That's a pretty good score.
Yeah. Rhodey
Yeah.
gave a little.
Let's hope the NIL doesn't come to the retriever business.
I know. Isn't that something?
Yeah.
It sure has changed the complexion of college sports,
Oh,
hasn't it?
yeah, it's just a miniature pro series now.
Well, you're right. A lot of these athletes can make more money in college than they can.
One down.
Bang.
One down.
Lyle's going to do a little wind check, is he? I used to carry, they'd have those little bottles of talcum powder that
Yeah.
the bow hunters would use, and
Yeah.
you do a little puff of powder, and you could kind of do a wind check.
Yeah, like we talked about though, at 369 yards
Yeah,
out there, it could be
you're right,
different out
you're
there.
right.
It is right here where we're at. I mean, you think about those trees that's coming off those trees.
Yep.
You know, I've been a pilot for 25 years, and at the kennel we have an airstrip.
Well, that's why you got all that.
There's some
wind.
trees. There's some trees there that block as you're coming in, and I've had that thing come in and not be an ounce of wind, and all of a sudden, as soon as you pass that tree, man, that thing hits you, turn you sideways coming there to land, and that's it makes a huge difference on where you're at on the property. And I guarantee you, those trees and that levee down through there going to that well is he's not happy with this hunt right here.
Yeah, the hands go to the hip, but he's going to come up with it.
He got it. He got it. He wanted that dog to go straight in there and straight back. As
Of course
you know.
he did. Was it a perfect mark? No, but it was a smart hunt and a solid one. If he goes out and gets this one, deep breath. And look at Lau just staring. He's visualizing this whole thing like, all right, boom. Gets him in. He kind of walks him up into the look he wants. He says, well, he's letting him really kind of stare out there and make sense out of this, isn't he? He makes a little adjustment. You notice Lau move, step forward just a little bit. I don't know who came up with this, but you see, some guys will say, you need to let them sit there and let the Polaroid develop, they'll say. In other words, letting that, remember Polaroid cameras where you take this picture and set it on the table and it would start to come into view?
Yeah.
And that's some people's theories, that you let them sit there and psychologically let that vision of what happened initially come into play. All right. Ooh, boy, this dog is in, this is an interesting spot. Now do you, Lyle's letting him hunt here a little bit, but no. He gave him 2 passes, and once that dog didn't turn and go away, he said, put the horn on him. And so there's our tree. Is it? Oh. Boy, Lyle was patient there. He put him on the downwind side, and it almost looked like this dog was going to go over the ridge, and just as he hit the crest of the hill, he caught a whiff of something.
That's still, that's playable right there.
Oh man, that's
a great score. I'm in the 30s.
we're picking up a little time on these last. The handlers are handling quicker.
Yeah.
But it's still going to be probably 3 o'clock before this thing wraps up. Wow, taking a glance at the camera, that's a good view. Talking to his the guy in the holding blind there a little bit about of course Lyle would have loved that dog to make that one little pass and go on his own, but he made the most of it. Okay, 6-year-old, wait a minute, that says black lab female.
Shaker dancing for $1. That's a strange deal, huh?
Right. Oh yeah.
A little blind.
Well, I'm not sure. Is this Shaker? Because it said Shaker, and then it's a 6-year-old black lab female. Either there's a misprint, either on the name or the color of the dog.
That's her.
She's
That's her. Score.
kind of interesting. A lot of the guys, the handlers coming right off line are walking right by us here, and Lyle just gave us a little insight. He said too high. Did he? You think he meant the dog was too high?
I'm sure it's the
Dog was a little bit too jacked up.
score probably.
Oh, okay. You think you thought the score was too high? Well,
That's not the first time he ever thought that.
of course, we all do. We all do.
Shaker here got the go bird. This group of amateurs is really incredible. You know, I know Jason real well, and he works hard at this, and he gives it all he's got. Yeah, he comes from a horse background, so he knows the gig. He knows how to
Yeah.
work hard. You know,
You
those horse
bet.
people put in 3 times the amount of hours we do in the dog world, and it just takes a lot to take care of those animals. And he knows how to work hard and got a great work ethic, and it shows in his dogs. All these amateurs probably say the same thing.
There's
They're
no
all
shortcuts.
incredible.
There's no shortcuts
No.
in this game.
These guys aren't going out on Saturdays and Sundays. They're hitting it 5, 6, 7 days a week. They got too good of dogs not to. they are passionate about it. Boy, that Shaker nailed that again. All right, here we go. Let's see what we do on the long bird right here. You know, Jason knows this dog well. He knows what to do. He wants to win. He wants to win bad. You know, he's the first person that's been up there with a handler's hat that has the white on the inside. He's the first person to do that.
Ah,
Although that hat's camo on the inside, it's solid white.
well,
I just, you know, he's
Here's
sitting here.
the
He
one
got
with
a good. He got good contrast. Got black pants on. Got a white coat on. Got a white handler's hat, and I guarantee that thing's coming off as soon as he gets ready to handle.
well, he's going to do a reset here. See that dog's head toggled a little left. I love that 49.
49. I nailed that one. Let's see what we do right here. And the Shaker's
All right,
Shaker's
she
out
made a
here
little,
out to the
little
left.
left-hand move.
I'm saying that's not a bad spot.
Yeah, you're going to know the move. They come out of that line of burdocks there. And get
Shaker's
into
got
that.
it going on. Come on, Shaker. I want to see you nail this thing. Come on. Come on. Come on. This is a great job right here. Come on. Just do not stop. Do not
Boom.
stop.
There's a
Do
good
not
move.
stop. Do not stop. Come on. Come on. Look here. Look here. Look here. Look here. Cut. Right. She's going to win it right about.
He's got to go further. but
Not
he's-
much. Oh my gosh. Come on. No, 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 no.
It's the next move. Watch the
I'd have
next.
handled. I'd have handled. I'm just telling you. I'd have handled. Yeah.
Right.
No way I'd let that
Oh,
happen.
yeah. He put the horn on him right there. See, he looks over towards where the retired gunners are. Yeah. Boy, this guy had this handler had a good mark where this bird was. He missed it on the right, got a little bit deep, and he didn't let him get over the ridge. Stops him, brings him in downwind, comes up with the bird. Now, if I were training on that exact scenario, I would let that obviously play out a little bit more, because I think that dog had a shot of figuring it out. But the problem is, if you wait, dog gets in a bad spot and you have a bigger hunt and then a handle, that's going to affect your score. So obviously that's a smart strategy here. There's Shaker 6-year-old yellow lab female. There we go. There's our adjustment. I tell you what, that was good handling. And he took his time on the send, and man, oh man, I thought this dog was going to go another 20 yards. I think another 20 yards, and that dog would have picked up some information enough to come up with that long bird without a handle. But she did a pretty sporty job, and he's given her a good dog, which she deserves. Lighting staying pretty consistent here. Real overcast. Cloud line is raised a little bit. Doesn't feel so much like rain. Now, isn't that a cool picture right there? He says, come on, let's get going. Says it all, doesn't it? Padre, QA2. I love it with Padre. Bayou Tech, clergyman. Ooh, don't miss that one, buddy. Yeah, handler's going to reset him a little bit. Ooh. Because you have to get that last bird down first. He didn't like the look he had. He settled him in. Let's see if that pays off. I think it's going to. He got to the right of the gun. That's all he can do. Let's see if Padre's going to come up with his bird pretty darn good, it looks like. Pretty good. Boy, it'd have been easy as a handler just to rush that, and that was very well done. Because if you'd have just cut him loose, there's no telling where that dog would end up. And there's been a number of handles on that bird, the last bird down, so. And it's, you know, I can't mention enough that it's so important that these dogs have clarity in what birds they've already retrieved. And that bird in particular in relation to the long one. If a dog starts out for one bird, ends up with another one, oftentimes their understanding of what they've retrieved is confused. So that handler did a great job of settling him back in. Looks in a pretty solid spot here. They hit that road and they slide up the road a little bit. Shaker got a 49. We've seen a couple 49s today. Probably wishes he'd have pulled one more, a little bit harder, but that's a good view right there. Great view, perspective of watching him hunt that right-hand bird. And when you're setting up your tests at home and your scenarios, just take a good snapshot of that bird right there. That's really good bird placement. The road, the way it's thrown across that line of cover. There's nothing prettier than a bird like that that turns out to be challenging. Got a little bit of a hunt on the right bird.
Another great looking dog.
Interesting. Well, this is it. Now you had to talk him back into the middle bird, the go bird. And now he started right and he's pushing off a little bit. This is going to be. Oh, there's the break in the stride. I don't think any dog has broke down that short and gotten to the bird without a handle, but I'll tell you, there he just.
Good cast. One more, finish it up. Don't get too fat.
Well, there's a good view of what the
Boy, he took a
handler's seeing.
fat angle right there.
Yeah, I took a much bigger cast to the right than he was. There goes the next whistle. He's probably gonna try to kick him a little left and down, just downwind.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
Good handling again. I think he's, yeah, okay.
He doesn't know.
He's just got to make sure he's got the bird. Well, good for him. He said, yep, looks like a duck. You can bet people are paying attention to the sweet spot where to handle from. I think Rhodey did the same thing. That side, this dog might have gotten a little further past the right-hand gun, but I'm looking forward to our next series. I'll be able to see everything through the monitors
I
like
would like
everybody
it a
else is
lot
on.
better to be able to see the line.
Well, they
Had a great job. you know, it's a dog at perfect heel and quiet and obedient. Yeah, people looking for puppies. Dog, I don't need no ribbon dog. I need me a duck dog. And I'm sitting here thinking about all these dogs, drop dead gorgeous dogs that are very obedient, walk right up there, sit down with the guns going on, and does in a great manner. And I'm thinking, yeah, I would love for. I mean, you know, it's amazing. These dogs are competitive dogs, no doubt about it. They don't know if they're hunt test dogs, field trial dogs on a daily basis. And these same dogs that we professional dogs through the years, you know, this world, you know, with all his accomplishments today. That dog picked up over
There.
That was when we were doing a whole high volume situation. He killed a lot of ducks, but
I'll be darned.
that's a true story. He picked right there.
Yeah, but it's a great story.
But the deal is, all these dogs are such. But it's, you know, it all goes back to what we've done though. Is all these handlers that are here, culling the things not through our eyes, but through X-rays. You know, through genetic testing and all that. But we've made a way. On a daily basis, you know.
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah,
couldn't agree more. And you know what I say this? I like those NFL athletes. They're not playing football that day, but they're seeing how high they can jump, how fast they are, what their skills are. We're testing, even though we're not hunting here, we're testing marking, compliance, intelligence.
Don't forget
and
health.
All of those things.
Don't forget health. Health
and
is
health.
big. Health
right.
is big.
And all those things
Pat,
are the same skills when they're transferred to other venues, whether it's
exactly right.
drug detection, whether it's leader
bomb
dogs.
detection, cadaver dogs, anything.
You can do anything with them.
They don't care. And the dogs that we had at the time were 100 pounds plus.
Oh yeah.
They were all very backyard bred, if you will. They were didn't have tons of retrieving desire. These dogs played out pretty early in life. 6, 7 years old. Their hips bothered them. Their elbows bothered them. Backs. They just weren't genetically built to last a long time. You know. And today's world's different. I mean, you see how many 9, 10-year-olds we got out here competing. I mean, that's amazing. That's a testament to what we've done in the breeding program. Now, Michael's way ahead.
And he didn't point him there, but that dog just jumped off, and he didn't like the look of that tightness to that middle gun, and he wanted out of there. Michael pointed him really good. The dog just didn't go there. Yeah, that's so true, what you just said. And so you talked about the evolution of the Labrador. One of the things that I found really interesting, I mentioned, I think yesterday, that I spent a year in Alaska working with sled dogs.
Yeah.
And the modern sled dog is so different. First of all, they're a mixed breed anymore. They're not. They have some and even the Alaskan Husky, not a Siberian Husky. Alaskan Husky is a mixed breed, but they've crossed them with a lot of different things. And there were 100 sled dogs at the place I was at. The heaviest sled dog was 52 pounds. Would you have guessed that?
No, heck no. I'd have had no idea.
52 pounds. The average, I think, maybe it had been 55, but it wasn't any more than that. And the average was 35 to 45 pound dogs.
That is amazing. I had no idea.
So,
how cool is that?
and They're not the big burly.
The short, squatty powerhouse.
And these are dogs. Now, I was involved with a sprint sled dog camp. Now, when they say sprint, 20 to 30 mile heats. So that wasn't like 300 yards. They were going 20, and they would move 16 to 20 miles an hour.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
That
now,
is
where the
unreal.
Iditarod dogs will be built a little differently, but even them. And what they say, and I really loved my time there, they say that their biggest challenge is carrying their own body weight, not pulling the sled.
That's amazing.
So they actually, Jeff King was won the Iditarod 4 times, and he's a real scientist. And they would put digital scales on the harnesses to see how much weight the dogs were pulling, and they tried to redesign the harnesses to pull less weight so the dog could preserve his own body.
That's amazing.
So, something. But you're right. So, the evolution of all these breeds.
As you look at all these dogs, they all just look so healthy and just amazing. All the things that's improved in my career, especially with nutrition. And it's just these dogs. I mean, as I stare and look at all that Team Eukanuba stuff up there, all those tents, it reminds me every time that how lucky we are to live in a time that our dogs get to be fed that kind of food that can power those dogs to stay healthy and good clear eyes, good clean teeth, good mouth health and hair coat, muscle tone, and be able to rebound from a setup like that right there, running that many yards, in that short a time.
Eukanuba and a lot of the performance sporting dog foods did a lot of studies with those sled dogs because they were between the environment they lived in and the challenges they had. It was a great model.
Look at this 8-year-old dog.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, when I first started, 8-year-old dog was done. Okay, and he wasn't having to do near what these dogs have done their whole. This dog right here's got 1 million miles on him, right?
Yep.
He's 8 years old and he looks like a picture of health. I mean, that's what a dog's supposed to look like.
Clear eyes.
Yeah, old
muscles
Tex,
up.
look at him. I mean, he's ready to go to work. Uh-oh, what are we doing here? Focus here. We got a young handler over here, about 18 months, blowing a whistle. He was.
Oh, was he really?
Yeah.
Oh, I missed that. He wants that whistle, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Is that Carter's son?
It is.
He said, Dad, I want to get up there.
Careful that whistle, big shot. He's fixing to blow the fire out of it.
Leo Joseph up there, huh? 57 on that last score.
Not bad at all. This was Text, another QA2 dog.
And that QA2 means qualified all age 2 times.
Explain what you got to do to get a qualified all-age dog.
Well, first of all, let me explain what they mean qualified. What are you qualified for? Here's what you're qualified for. You're qualified to run a limited or a special all-age stakes. The limited and special was in the open category. In the field trials, there's open, amateur, qualifying, and derby. And when there were some restrictions when they had large entries in trials that you had to be qualified to run it. So in other words, you would have to be qualified all age. So in the qualifying stakes, in transitionary level from derby to the major stakes, open and amateur. If you get a first or second in the qualifying, you're qualified all age. If you place or jam in a major stake, you're qualified all age. If you win 2 qualifyings, you can no longer run qualifying. So it keeps the level at a more intermediate level. If you place or jam in an open, you cannot run any more qualifyings. Or if you place in an amateur. So, but it's Akin to the really high quality master dogs and dogs running here, they transition well into the qualifying. And when you get into opens and amateurs, you're forced to be more specialized and really focus pretty much on field trial work only. Did that explain that well enough, or did
I think everybody can figure that out.
Right, but qualified all age means that you were qualified to run. Let me make sure I got this right. A limited was that the dog had to be qualified all age in their lifetime. I think a special is that you have to be qualified all age within the previous calendar year. So when there were less clubs, sometimes they were getting 100, 120 dog entries, and they wanted to find a way to keep this from being so big. So they would have limited and specials, and they were open stakes, but because when you think of open, it means open to anybody.
I'm about to lose it.
Yeah, I was going to say his band is going to go right down the dog's head.
You got them big muscled up arms like he's got.
Right. Look at him. He's. Well, Leo, you got a good line. Let's see if.
Sure does.
Well, that's just the best view of all. If you guys don't appreciate, that's like at no other time will you ever be able to stand there like that. Put yourself in Mr. Joseph's shoes there.
Look right here.
Well,
come on.
Moment of truth is happening here in the next 10, 15 yards.
Oh, he caved in right there. He's going to be able to blend of it.
Does he keep going? Okay, if they get to that dark line, they get the bird. You watch this. He's going to get it. Pretty soon he's going to hit the trail of where the guy's been walking, right there. Watch him, watch him. See him hit that trail? Boom, he's referring.
He's like, where are you
Well,
at?
he's kind of trying to sort out, like, all right, you know, he smells the human scent of the guys walking over, and he swings downwind. He's going to get the bird. He may hunt it, but he's going to get the bird.
This guy right here, he got a PhD in finding birds.
He does.
He does.
There you go.
I mean, this guy right here.
Certified.
Look at this.
Watch,
Come on.
Watch
come
him.
on.
He said, it's here. It's here.
Come on, right here.
Right?
Boom. Oh.
No. God, he's so close. A little bit left.
Man, this guy.
Looks like a duck.
Ooh.
That's a piece of dog work right there.
That's sweet.
That's a piece of dog work. There's that. I was watching it yesterday. If you hit that dark cover line and you hit the trail where the gunners have been walking back and forth, you see how that dog, he hit it, he looked right. I don't know if he saw the holding blind, but and that's talking about you want to talk about using your noggin.
That's what I said. He got a PhD in finding birds.
He did. Well, that's our second dog today to do the entire setup without a
That's a
handle.
great problem-solving dog right there.
That gives me goosebumps. And I tell you what, there's only one way the dog learns to do that, by this guy working hard and doing the right stuff.
No doubt about it.
Good training, and obviously a quality dog. Good training, good handling. And Leo was really methodical on that send too, even with his armband sliding down his arm. All right, now he's relaxing a little bit, isn't he? That's going to pull a pretty darn good score, I would think. We started doing a exercise, and it got a nickname called the Ontario 10-step because of, and we called it Ontario because Dennis Voigt kind of showed it to us. And it's not a complex deal, but it's essentially a single marked retrieve where the gunner throws and the dog watches the gunner walk away a pretty good distance and retire. And what it does is it teaches the dog to do what that dog just did. It'll draw the dog most of the time back in the direction of the holding blind.
Sure.
But you'll watch the dogs make sense out of the 3 bits of information in the fall area. Where the guns are hiding, where the guns stood, maybe 4, the trail between the 2, and then figuring out how to find the bird from there. Now, some dogs learn it over time, but that particular drill was something that we started to utilize more to teach dogs to be better finders. And that was a great example. Now that was a piece of dog when you got to you saw when he hit that trail where the guns retired, boom, he went like this, looked at the whole time. I mean, our view was spectacular.
He did what old dogs do.
What I'm saying, he did what good trainers like me do.
He did a good job.
You know your score?
13.
Woo.
Yeah, 13, what he said. That's amazing.
You're going to see it on the board here, but Mr. Joseph just walked by with a big smile on his face. Come on. Is that our low score today?
It is.
That's lucky 13 there.
We'll take it, I guarantee you.
There it is.
13.
X and Joseph with a 13. Well, wow. Well, from what I see, that's the second best score we've had so far. Carter had 6, and then Paul and Cash had a 15, so that puts Mr. Joseph, it redeems the professionals a little bit.
This wind right here ought to give him this bird right here. He got it.
But when they're there, that you're glad to see it give him the bird.
That's it. All right, let's see what he can do on a long bird here. See what he can do right here on a long bird. All right, he's gonna line up here and let's see what he can do on this long bird. Right here. He lined up here for the long bird. Big, powerful sin. Go big yellow, let's go. Yeah, he got thin on him. He's gonna see if he can handle him out of there. He got him a pretty good cast there. He got him a good cast. Let's see. Come on, he may have to put another one in him, get him on out there. got him back in line. He had a little bit of trouble, Pat. He got him over there next to the trees, and now he's poked him back out there. I still think he's a little thin. Let's see what he does right here. They've definitely got the distance.
Yeah, okay, there's the trees. Not that one, it's the one more to the left,
Yeah,
isn't it? The
yeah,
bigger.
we got to go a little bit to the left.
So he's still a bit upwind of it. Yeah, you don't, they get,
So close,
they
but
get
so far.
20 yards, 30 yards deep, and they drop off the back of that hill.
Oh.
These handlers getting, I feel this frustration. He can't quite get him over there. Well, there he gave with a big verbal over there. He's not going to let him get over the ridge again. Yeah, he's between that bird and where the gun is. Just can't seem to get him downwind of it. Handler decided to do here, did he? Putting all he can into that whistle, isn't he? Oh. He brought him in a long way, and he brought him in all the way into that middle gun. I wonder, sometimes those yellow dogs in that yellow cover now are hard to see, and I can only assume that maybe this handler had a little trouble identifying. Now, yeah. We have the luxury of having a high-tech camera with a big zoom, so
No kidding.
it looks like an ant on the horizon when you're online. And Chris, I'll tell you, I mean, if you're not used to running field trial lengths, we talked about it affecting the dog, but learning how to read a dog at that distance and getting used to what is from a handler standpoint, is one of the other big skills.
My saying is, you're good at what you practice.
Right.
You know, and
got the
no
bird
matter
there.
what it is, you know, you're good at what you practice.
Right.
And so that's the problem, you know, and people like me that don't run those distances every day would definitely be at a disadvantage.
Well, your timing, your ability to read what the dog's doing, and the time lapse it takes for a whistle to reach the dog at that distance, you know, affects your. So you got talking about you hunt, really a great story about the dog that, what was the dog's name that you said picked up 20,000 ducks?
Boomer.
Boomer. And he hunted in the morning and won the SRS in the afternoon?
Yep.
You know, some people would say that, oh, you shouldn't hunt your field trail dogs, and I couldn't disagree more.
I'm gonna tell you, at the time that I was doing that, he stayed so relaxed and stayed so whatever when we did hunt him. He trained better during hunting season than he did any other time, oddly enough.
Yeah. Well, I'm not really surprised, though.
Well, you know, I heard this story one time on Wilderness Horror to Go that
Oh, yeah?
that dog was pretty soft. I never met the dog, but they say he's pretty soft. And they said that before he won, I believe it was the National, they said he had him so beat up and so down that he took him out there with a crate of pigeons. And you correct me if you know the story.
Well, I'm going to, now, are you sure not talking about Candlewood's Razor Ruckus? Because he did win a national and he was out of Harley. But I knew Harley, Jack Vanderbilt.
Okay, well, let me finish the story and you'll figure
please do.
Can you put the
Okay,
pieces
go ahead,
together?
go
The way
ahead,
I
go ahead.
remember the story, the dog was just kind of mentally down and not trying real hard. So they went out there and had a guy sit out there at 30 yards, 40 yards out with a crate of pigeons, and they just threw them up in there and shot them with a 12 gauge. And the dog went out there and picked up every one of them pigeons out there, went out there and ended up winning that national. But all they were trying to do was just get that dog to relax and take it easy and have a good time.
Well, I'll tell you, they're doing a rebird here. We're going to jump to a commercial, but I'll tell you when they do that, I'll finish my story. But I'm almost certain that was Chris Ledford and Bruckus, because I remember Mike Lardy talking about him. That dog, he couldn't do anything right in training. And by the end of the week, they were just trying to get him to do something. And that's probably the story. Yeah. And he goes on, and let me tell you, I was in the holding blind, the St. Louis National, and the dog that we thought was winning was a dog named Code Blue, which you see with Jim Gagne. And I watched him in the 10 series on a bird very much like this right-hand bird, that for a dog at that level you thought would have been routine. He missed it in the handle, and I about fell over the holding blind, and it just opened up the window for Ledford to win that national.
Well, it sure happens.
All right, well, we're going to go to a commercial here, guys, or the break, and 2024 Crown Championship.
The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship would like to thank Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission for the opportunity to showcase our retriever teams. We would also like to thank the sponsors of the Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission. The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship would like to thank all our gifting sponsors for their donations to our competitor teams. The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship is presented by Eukanuba. Sporting dogs give us everything we ask and then some. Their nutrition should do the same. By Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, we are focused on you. Louisiana Tourism, feed your soul. And by Lucky Duck Kennels.
Your puppy only gets one start to set the foundation for a lifetime of performance at your side. Fuel growth and activity, support digestive health, and give him a training edge to one day flush, point, track, retrieve. So when the gear comes out, he'll be ready. Make every milestone count with game-changing puppy fuel. Eukanuba Premium Performance Puppy Pro.
The Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission is here to help you with your amateur, collegiate, professional, or Olympic sporting event. Centrally located in the Arklatex area, Shreveport-Bossier is a premier sports destination, ideal for hosting sporting events of any size. With our wide variety of venues, including stadiums, convention centers, rivers, and universities, we are sure to have the perfect location for any event. Our team is ready to make your event a success. Visit us online at ShreveportBossierSports.com or on Facebook at Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission and let us host your next event.
Two birds of a feather. We flock together every day, and I'll do anything to protect that loyalty. Durable, dependable, and downright dirty. And I'm not just talking about my dog. This 5-star crash test rated kennel is lightweight, secure, and made right here in America. Loyalty goes both ways.
Dating back to 1874, the American Field Sportsman's Journal was delivered to the homes of sporting dog enthusiasts and hunters across America, paving the way for the all-around sportsman's publication. Now under the ownership of the United Kennel Club, the American Field Sportsman's Journal is reborn as an upgraded version of its original grandeur, celebrating the lifestyle for those who value a day in the field with canine hunting companions. The new journal will be a quarterly publication designed once again to showcase our way of life with all sporting dogs, including bird dogs, retrievers, hounds, beagles, and other types of hunting and working dogs. We will also embrace the outdoor lifestyle, bringing attention to wild game, cooking techniques, veterinary medicine, conservation matters, and game shooting topics, all right to the fingertips of our readers. From first-time handlers to lifelong dog owners, we value everyone's story, and we're working to cultivate a community of like-minded individuals who dedicate their lives to their hunting dogs. We invite you to join our movement as we honor our past, embrace our future, and provide a gateway for hunters and handlers of all levels to explore the unbreakable bond we share with our dogs.
Training the dogs is one thing, but training the people, that's really where it is, because now they can be better to their dogs. Their dogs can trust them more, and they're going to be more successful. And I've done a lot of coaching of people at Nationals, and it's really what turns me on, is putting together the dog-handler combination and helping them understand each other. And, well, success is bound to happen when you can do that.
In my Louisiana, the day starts at 4 a.m.
In my Louisiana, every meal is a celebration.
My Louisiana really makes me wonder.
Ours is fast!
With real-life swamp creatures!
In my Louisiana, music is a way of life.
My Louisiana is sheer magic.
From sun up to sundown.
Till sunup again. What will your Louisiana be?
When you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul.
They're partners, ready to do whatever it takes. Athletes that pound for pound can outrun, outwork, and outperform anybody you're watching on Sunday. No contract required. You don't waste that kind of potential. You train it, fuel it, unleash it. You feed nutrition that holds nothing back. The Eukanuba Premium Performance Lineup.
Buying an RV should be easy. I found the perfect RV for my family at BayouOutdoor.com. Bayou Outdoor made the whole process so easy with their great low prices.
Come see a line of Brinkley campers new to the industry. You'll find customer-driven product designs in the lineup of fifth wheels, travel trailers, and toy haulers. Come check out the Brinkley collection today.
So stop wasting time with other RV dealers and get your family camping now. Bayou Outdoor Supercenter, Bossier City, Louisiana.
Well, we're back at it here, everybody. How'd you like those sponsor commercials? Pretty awesome. Well, looks like Mr. Durrance is up there online. Number 21. and he's up there with Jack. He's picked up the middle bird already. They're not wasting any time here. They're rocking and rolling. He's got one bird down. Looked like it. First bird looked pretty solid from my perspective here. Steven's using that right-sided heeling to kind of influence this dog more towards the bird. You notice he's pretty far forward on him. We call that closing the door. That's what we do in my world. And you notice how that pushed the dog a little more right, trying to get a little bit better commitment to that bird. Handlers have made some adjustments there. Just getting under the arc didn't necessarily guarantee you would get this bird. All right. Last dog had a 120. Now, a few dogs missed this bird on the right, but this guy's working it out. If you missed it on the right sometimes and you wanted to drive, there were a couple handles there yesterday, but Steven's getting himself set up. Each handler has a little different style. He kind of lets that dog kind of scan around a little bit. Now he goes to work. And comes in. My guess is he actually didn't send him. The dog kind of started to jump out. Yeah, you could hear how loud he sent. I think that dog said, hey, I know where I'm going. I don't need your help. So he readjusted him a little bit. Well, again, as a handler at this point, you said, I've done all I can do, at least until it's time if I'm forced to handle. Oh, there's that break in stride that you just don't want to see happen that early. Yeah, if they don't get to about that zone on their initial line, they don't seem to come up with that bird, but you know, that was another good 20, 30 maybe yards. I don't think I've seen any dog come up with that long bird that broke down where that dog did. And you can bet the handlers are paying attention to that, so they're not, they quit hoping. They know they got to go to work and come up with that bird. And there he did. And the longer you let that dog hunt around that middle gun, the harder it is to convince him to get out of there. So, these guys have gone to school. They know pretty much what part of the field they better handle from versus trying to let that dog sort it out. And I think we've only had 2, maybe 3 dogs today get that long bird without handling. Steven gave it a great shot. Well, and he had a solid handle. It looks like we have 20 dogs left. This is dog number 20. They go in reverse order here. Start with the highest number and go to the lowest. And then the running order after this will be dictated on the high to low scores. The highest scores will run early, the lowest scores will run late.
Pat, I went up to the line up there to watch a dog, and I'm up there, and The dog took off before he sent the dog.
Okay, I saw that.
And I was curious to how they were going to score that. I never did know what they gave them. But what's your theory on that? What's your thoughts?
You know what? If I was judging, it wouldn't make a lick of difference. He didn't. Now, if he sent him and the dog turned around and came back.
Yeah, no, he didn't send him. He didn't send him.
But I think it was nothing more than a.
You know, at this game, we're basically looking for things that are undesirable and things that are to split the difference in the dog. So they're going to probably give him something for it.
Okay.
So I just don't know to what degree, and they were trying to figure it out.
Oh, were they talking about it?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a big topic of discussion, and they were trying to figure out what to call it. And I just, I told them.
Well,
I said,
what do you call
think? I said it was confusion. I said the dog just timed him.
Sure it was.
And left on command because he decided trying to get out there. But
now, did the dog come back on his own, or did he call him back?
I think he called him back. But I will say that by doing that, Stephen did the right thing by getting him back to him and lining him up and sending him, because dog took off and started thinking, did he send me or did he not send me? And
I agree.
I better go back to him. He could do that at 100 yards out. You know what I mean?
Well, there you go. You're right. It's not like the handler didn't like the line he got and he recalled him.
Yeah.
Now, I suppose it.
I do this deal subconsciously that I never even noticed. I did it for years. But before every command I give a dog, I tick like this right here. I go, pat, over, here. It's just subconscious. I didn't really understand why.
What do you do again?
Hear my teeth ticking?
Oh.
Sit, here, fetch.
We do a little click.
Boomer. It's just whatever I do. And so my dogs don't necessarily go on the name; they go on the tick. And that's kind of an odd deal. And I couldn't really. When somebody brought it to my attention 6 or 7 years after I started my career, I'm like, I don't do that. And they're like, all right, work that dog. Here, sit, boomer, whatever. And I was doing it. I couldn't make myself stop, kind of like grunting in a duck call. And so, and I couldn't figure out why I did that. I'm like, why would my body even tell me to do that? Well, then I walked in down a place called Triple Crown Retrievers down there where Rhodey was at. And when I got down there, they were doing all these obedience dogs and agility dogs, and they had these things on their fingers, and they were clickers.
Clickers, yep.
And before every command, they clicked to get the dog's attention.
That was your
and then that was my
63 right there.
Yeah, and that was my clicker. That was my self-induced clicker. But my body figured it out. I didn't. That was just a subconscious deal.
Well, you can bet your dogs figured it out.
Yeah, no, they definitely know it. You can say any name with my dogs to send them, and if you say their name and I don't tick, they won't leave.
I'll be darned.
I got to tick and then say their name. Yeah, I will say it does help a little bit on honor.
Well, some people ask why we put our hand down on the go bird. And Lardy would explain it. It's a part of the sequence of events that lead up to being sent.
Yeah.
And that, I would liken that to what you just said. It's some sort of on your marks, get set.
Yep.
Go.
He's right behind that bush, I guess, on him. He can't see him.
I think it's a little more left, isn't it? It's not that tree. Or maybe I'm wrong. Trying to remember what tree it is. I guess it is that. It's that bigger trunk tree angle back right of the dog now.
As a handler, he's done all he can do. It's a long way back here to the dog to see him.
Now he's deep enough. He's just got to get to the right. Now the sun has come out. It's gotten a little brighter. And this is about the time yesterday the dog started having a harder time seeing the handlers. God, when he gets to the right, he comes in. I think he's short now. Now he's at the right deal, but he's not deep enough. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I had the wrong tree. He was quite a bit left. Well, you come in with this camera angle. It's that tree that has the little kind of, there's a branch or stick sticking out the left side of it, because there's a number of trees about the same width out there. Took a number of whistles to get him to the bird. Well, I'm sorry to hear that you're going to have to leave us here this afternoon.
Yeah, I tell you, I'd like to see this. I'd like to see this hunt savvy or this hunt test set up, especially right here in our lap. I'd like to see it.
Well, flip on the live stream. At least check it out.
No, I'll be watching. I'll be watching.
Well, text me your comments. I'll say.
I will. I will.
I'm going to get lonely up here all by myself for a while.
Oh, you got it. You got it. Man, all these dogs are just drop dead gorgeous dogs.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're beautiful. I hate to ride that to death, but I tell you, they're just a testament to the breeding. An American lab is definitely the most beautiful thing there is.
Well, we got to give credit to our cameramen that are just framing them beautifully. And
Hey, anybody can make that look beautiful.
But you know what? There's no doubt. That one side view of that dog, right there,
boom.
right there.
I mean, look at
head
that
up,
right there.
tall, field trial champion. See, I bet you that FTCH. That's going to be a Canadian field trial champion. They don't say CF.
What is all that QFTR-JFTR? What's all that jazz?
I'm not totally sure. Maybe somebody will explain.
How do
it to
me
us.
and you not know that?
But the FTCH, when you see that,
that's Canadian.
That's Canadian field trial champion. And I can only assume that some of those other letters have got different, on the back side of their name versus the front, are a little bit different. Well, whatever country he's from, he had a good mark there.
Yeah.
It's starting to warm up here. The sun's popped out. I think the temperatures has jumped up quite a bit. We still have a pretty solid breeze. Not quite as warm. It says on my watch, it says it's 74, but it's 77, I guess. But it's headed into the 80s. Okay, I just got clarification. QFTR is qualified all age in Canada.
What is?
QFTR.
Yeah.
That's qualified all age in Canada. That's another
Really?
Canadian
That's new to me.
specific title. I agree.
That's new to me. Good to
deal.
know.
Yeah, it is good to know. I guess qualified field trial retriever. Maybe that's what that means. I assume that means qualified field trial retriever would be my best guess of all those letters. But certainly the Q means qualified.
Great looking dog.
Mm-hmm. Clark is not, he's staying with his plan B that after he made some adjustments from yesterday, not pushing as hard. And he's getting a better line on this long bird. This dog is not broke stride yet.
There's our tree. He's definitely downwind, and now he's going
making
right
a
in.
little
He's
move
fading
to the
in.
right.
Oh, he's just short of it. Go on, big dog.
Yeah,
there
but
he
he's-
is. That's
he's
a
got
beautiful. That's a beautiful spot. I'm just telling you, that's a beautiful. Oh God, he's still short of it.
But he's working his
tell you,
way
I'm
back.
I'm not letting him run all over the place. I'm just telling you, if I'm handling, I'm handling.
Oh, but I tell you, watch what's going to happen. He hit that trail. See him look over there to
Yeah,
the right?
yeah.
He's going to get the bird from there.
We got it. Ah,
Nice.
Clark.
Nice. Got a big fist pump there from Clark. Well, I'll tell you what. All right, so additional clarification. So those letters, the JFTR, J is junior, which is the equivalent of Derby in the U.S. Junior, and it means he's qualified in Canada for the Derby list. He had 10 or more Derby points.
All right.
So QFTR is qualified all age. JFTR refers to the Derby, the 2-year and under level. And when we say the Derby list, you get 5 points for a first, 3 for a second, 2 for a third, 1 for a fourth in the Derby. So you had an equivalent of 10 or more points. The points in the major stakes are 5, 3, 1 point for third, and a half a point for fourth. So they're stingier in the open and amateur. Well, whatever he is, he's working on getting an additional title here with that jump.
Another dog came out of the portal.
That's right, transfer portal. Well, he's down here in SEC country, isn't he?
That's right. Thick in the middle of SEC country.
Boy, he made. Clark just came by and big smile on his face after doing that test. All right, we got Cedar from Canton, Texas. Whew. 11. Well, we got our second number 2 dog in the category, don't we? $11 points for Clark. Clark got an 11.
Did he really?
That's our second highest score, isn't it?
That's awesome.
For the 2 days. Yeah, it is awesome. posting some good scores here. So what, we have an 11 and a 14 today? So obviously, see how he's snapping his fingers over his left ear?
Getting it dialed in.
Well, he's got some sort of cue there, huh?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. You can bet that's not the first time my dog's ever heard that.
Oh yeah. It's like your click you were telling me.
Yeah.
He's got some sort of cue.
Dialed in. Come on, dog, get over there in them cuckabirds.
Or whatever it is, it was the right amount of finger snaps, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Because he took him right to the bird.
Yeah.
Wonder how many he's going to need on this one. Maybe it's each one is one.
He's
look at
getting
him!
down
Look
there
at him!
dialed in.
I'll tell you what he's doing.
Looking for that lane.
He's looking at the dog. I mean, he's putting himself in his dog shoes. He wants to see, like, all right, look at him. All
He
right.
got it. He's done warmed his putt
This
up.
guy's got a routine now. You got to
He
love
doesn't
it.
need a putter. Here's the problem. He needs a driver.
All right. That's him. And you know what? It's what makes sense to the dog.
All right, where we going,
one
Dad?
click.
Where are we going, Dad?
2
What you
clicks,
doing?
3 clicks.
Right there, hard send.
Well,
It looks thin to me.
if this dog goes out and gets it, I'm going to start snapping my fingers a little more.
He's going to have a good
Well, he's in the right
conference on him.
spot.
You think so? I think the dog's way too thin myself.
I mean, maybe I missed him. Is he to the right of the middle gun? I'm having a little hard time seeing that yellow dog at that from that angle. You're right. He is too far right. Going back. When we see that middle gun, we're going to know. Yeah, he's under the arc. Okay. I was looking at a different spot there. See if our theory is right. It's been an easier handle from this zone than from. You got to get him over again, though, doesn't he?
He's letting the dog carry a lot of yardage
Okay, there's that little dark cover line.
as a cash refusal to me. That's just, I mean, 370 yards out's a long way to get over. Look at that.
But it's a lot easier to get it over with the wind than into the wind.
Yeah.
And that's the wind is a little right to left, and that's the cast.
I wouldn't want about, be careful that back, 'cause you're going to be too deep
Yep.
of it.
He's got to get more left, I think, to get on the downwind side.
I think that'd be.
This is where you hope you marked the fall. Look at what he's got a pair of binoculars. He's got a rangefinder on his. He's using as his binoculars. Where's our tree? Is he still? Is that it there? Well, yep. There's. Tell you what, you got him to the bird. That was interesting how he used his rangefinder as his vision aid. You know, I think of.
That's probably going to be what, in the 60s?
Yeah. There you go. Well, there's some scores you're looking at there. There's that low score from yesterday, number 6, but we had a couple dandies today in the low teens. And we have a new second and third place dog. Thanks to Clark with his 11 that came up, and I think was it Carter that had the other really good score today?
So all the scores they go all the way to the end, right?
Yep, 11 and 13. No, it was Leo Joseph.
They do.
That's right.
Used
Leo
to, they
had the
didn't.
13.
Used to, we got to the finals. So used to, it didn't matter.
Oh,
if
you
were-
started from
Yeah,
scratch.
so it was crash and burn at the end. I mean, it was whatever you did. Now it's accumulative, so you know what you can do in the end. Yeah, they liked the suspense of it back then because we would all be on even playing. Everybody went back to 0 when we got to the last. Oh, we got a kookaburra in our pad.
Either that or yeah.
I'm gonna say it's kookaburra.
Or I'd be obviously checking for mesquite thorn too.
Yeah, that too.
But you know what? He's moving better now.
You know, no, I worried about that last night, thinking about all these dogs that ran yesterday. Because when I was out in the field yesterday, there is some mesquite thorn out there.
Yeah, I had a couple.
There's some back in here where we're
yeah.
parking too, and I was worried about these dogs getting that in their
Check
pad.
That now, the golden will, with thicker fur, will pick those up like crazy. But
We don't,
he's
yeah,
gonna
we don't
check
have
that
we don't
right.
have any goldens here.
That's a right front paw that he needs to check. I'm sure he noticed that.
See what our
She's
boy
not
Carter
limping
can
now
do.
so much. It's right front paw.
I think it's a kookaburra between the pads.
I do
like
too.
that
It'll
off.
grab that little
Yeah.
bit of fur.
8-year-old, qualified all age, master hunter, HRCH. Snow.
Once upon a time, huh? The first big time yellow that I ever saw run was Charlie Hayes and a dog named Candlewood's Mad Mouse. When I went to my first national amateur in Wisconsin, 1981, Delma Hazard won that national with Doc, and I saw a mouse for the first time. Met some people that became good friends. '62.
What I call that a minute ago? 60?
Yeah, he did.
They're being consistent, I'll give them that. We got some good judges up there, a lot of dog knowledge up there between those three guys.
And I tell you what, they're having a good time.
Yeah.
I saw them this morning. They were good chemistry up there. It's important. Sometimes it's not so much the case, but
Have a good time with those guys too. They're all a lot of fun.
yeah.
I see that picture in that magazine talking about celebrating 25 years, and that video that Shannon put up the other night
It's fantastic.
was unbelievable. I told her I thought that was some of her best work she'd ever done. It was lights out. It was unreal. A lot of great memories in there. A lot of great dogs.
I'm going to do an interview with Shannon about this story.
Incredible story.
I've done a little.
He looks way, way, way fat to me. He must not think he is. It's hard for me to see that dog out there, but he doesn't act like he's in too big a panic about it.
Sometimes there's nothing harder to see than a yellow Labrador.
yeah,
He doesn't like it. He's shaking his head. He said,
He doesn't. What, did he not like his send or what?
He probably thinks he pushed a little.
Well, I mean, I tell you, the dog's caving in right here, but no, look here. Come on, drive on out there. Drive on out there. Drive on out there. He may have been shaking his head a minute ago. He's not shaking it now. That dog's going to spear this thing.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Pow. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Well, there's our tree with the stick coming out of it. A little bit short, I think, but not much. He's going to get this bird. Watch, right in here is where they make that move left.
I mean, look, this dog obviously knew the area of the fall and is driven out there to
God,
get
he's
it.
been on every side but the down.
Yeah.
When he comes to the left, he's a little bit our side of it.
This is absolutely an incredible hunt. This, to me, I know Carter had a 6 on another dog, but this is a great job right here. This is truly. I mean, we know the chocolate dog that he had the 6 on didn't even see this mark. This dog went out there to get the mark.
This is going to get you the
look
right
here, look here, it's over. That is
nice.
Unreal.
Carter putting a smackdown on him.
Well, like our Team Eukanuba guys do well. He did good. Good job, Carter.
Well, kind of the middle part of this deal today, and
he's still going to get him some score out of that. He's going to have high 20s probably.
He ended up having a hunt there,
and
but
you
man,
know
I
what?
sure
That's
like
shame.
it. There you go.
That's
There's
shameful. Really.
another look.
The dog did a great job, and you know, the deal is you got to leave room for the dog that just does perfect work. So they got to give those scores, but at the same time, that dog put on.
Right.
I mean, it did a great job to me.
Well, you're looking at some amateur scores that just popped up here. You had our lower score there. There was that 17. There's 15, 16. There's a 15, 16, and 17 in there.
I'm going to say they're going to give Carter in the 30s now. Think about it, the mid 30s. We're going with my guess.
All right. A bunch of these came in this morning. Some of the professionals are starting to. 7 were amateurs yesterday, and we had Leo, we had Clark there that really stomped it. We've got a new ranked 2 and 3 dog here. But this is only the start, but you sure like to have that good start. Those low numbers and that first gives you a little breathing room. Because after the next series, we're gonna cut this probably, I guess, about 40% of. We're gonna go down to 18 dogs in each category.
Did better than I thought. So, so that dog made it to the area then. And,
well, I'll tell you what, I love when judges give a lot of credit for a smart hunt.
It deserved it. I tell you, I think the dog did a better job than the chocolate dog he ran. And it's because the dog knew where the bird was, went out there and found it. Good job, Carter.
Uh-oh, he's Carter's
Cheeto deal
bringing him a
again?
bag of Cheetos there as a
Them Cheetos make that dog mark better? Sorry? Does that Cheetos make that dog mark better? Oh, that's a reward. I'm gonna go get me a bag of Cheetos. I'm gonna buy me a
coming
case.
offline with his son, who's all exuberant, with a bag of Cheetos. Given the
yeah, we may need to test his dogs for Cheetos. What do you think?
Performance enhancing.
Yeah.
Whatever it takes.
Thanks, buddy.
I'm gonna watch one more dog. Let me go hit the restroom. Okay. Another good looking dog here, 4-year-old. Breck. Good looking dog. One down, 2 to go. Let's see what happens here. It's amazing how many of those dogs have bounced off that road right there and not want to drive out there in that cover. Hunt around that gun right there. You just wouldn't think there'd be that much dogs at this level doing that. Worked it out. Got it. Now for the money bird. Sure is awful thin. Let's see if he's gonna push off that thing and get out there. He's bound to push off that. Still gonna work out pretty good. Come on, get in there, get in there. I'm not mad at that. I think he's going to have a decent score. I'm going to say it's going to be in the 40s. Out of play.
Well, what did I miss here, Chris?
Well, Al ran and he had a big, well, no, I said he's going to have in the 50s, but I forgot he had a big hunt on the right bird.
Okay.
And then on the long bird, he got way thin. Lyle had to handle and had a pretty quick handle, over 2 or 3 whistles all it was to get over there to it. But he had a big hunt on the right bird. I said 50s, but I forgot about the hunt on the right, so it may come in a little higher than that. I'll be curious to see. It's going to be my last dog to watch, so I want to thank you. I get choked up thinking about it. We do for a living, and whatever, she gets 100% of the credit for changed everybody's lives. Just thank you.
Chris, it's been a true pleasure, buddy. Enjoyed it. And
Well,
I'll tell you what,
show what these dogs can do.
if you don't get choked up a little bit when you see the heart and determination of these dogs, there's something wrong with you. And I'll tell you, when I started this game and I went to Rex Cars, he was one of the meanest, toughest old guys. But when he talked about dogs, he'd sit down at lunch, he just got through yelling at you about something you were doing, and he'd start talking about Bailey, for example, and he'd get choked up. And you think, this mean old guy, and he's shedding a tear over these dogs? Well, feels the way we do.
I guarantee it's just an amazing sport, great people.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun to be a part of, I tell you.
Well, it's been a lot of fun hanging out with you. Thank you for being here.
I'm gonna get on the road, get home. I'm looking forward to duck season. This is the end of the trail for me for the fall, so we're gonna got a bunch of dogs going home this week. 56.
Okay, you thought about the 50s.
Yep. And he had a really good handle on that long bird, so he came out on top. Take care, buddy.
Well, you have a safe trip.
See you, buddy.
Have a great duck season. I look forward to seeing you down the road.
I see they're bringing in somebody's got a little more knowledge about dogs than I do, so he'll be able to fix you up. We'll see you, buddy.
Hold on a second. I want to say goodbye to you. You don't have to put this messer in your pocket. I'm not a better shirt for tonight.
Okay.
So just when he's going to turn on, he can turn on, just introduce them in. He can take a break. break it to you. Brian and Brian Rapone.
Oh, I know you, buddy.
How you man?
Well, we're back on here, and we've got a couple new guests here. We have Ryan Rapon. Ryan, good to see you, buddy.
You too, Mr.
Glad
Pat.
to have you. Brody Best.
Pat, good
All
to see
righty.
you.
Well, I'm excited to have you guys up here. Ryan, you're in a sling here. What, you got a rotator cuff or something in there?
No, pectoral tendon. I tore it off the bone, so.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
You're
Young
on the
man's-
injured reserve list.
Yeah, I'm on the injured reserve, doing a young man's game.
Good deal. Well, hey, we're getting down there in numbers finally. We're down to in the teens, huh? 13. Are you surprised this right-hand bird has produced the hunts it has and the handles?
Yeah, I did not expect that. On my first dog, he got a breeze at just the right time. My second dog kept looking a little bit left, and I knew how dangerous that was from watching some other dogs, and I kept trying to pull him right. I mean, this dog doesn't even want to go right when handled, so that's how challenging it is to go over there.
You're casting into the wind, across a road, and through a patch of cover. Boom. I've always said the hardest birds are the birds that you almost wind but don't. There's a little bit of a crosswind factor. The wind pushes you, but it doesn't help you enough, and it's hard to get when you're setting tests up. You got to get a little lucky for that to be the case, because sometimes you get the crosswind and the dogs get the bird when they don't know it's there. But that hadn't been the case on that bird in 2 days.
I'm really surprised how many dogs are running down that berm. If it's a road or a top of a berm or whatever that is, I cannot believe they turn and run down that thing.
Well, you hate to be too aggressive with them about emphasizing the line, because you miss that bird and you keep going. There's an overrun factor. So you're keeping them a little relaxed, and the relaxation gives them permission to kind of, but I expected underneath the arc on the road to get the bird pretty quickly, but it has not. And once they set up a hunt on the downwind side of a holding blind, it's amazingly difficult to get the dog to shift sides.
I'm just surprised how quickly they give up and give in to the other side of the home line on that bird,
They do.
Yeah, the berm you're talking about, the road, it becomes a brick wall once they get on the left side of the gun, and they won't cross it.
I mean, this bird was obviously difficult. The right-hand bird is deceivingly difficult, is what okay, so watch. This is interesting here. See, if a dog, if they can make it to that dark cover line, which is probably another 30, 40 yards, they get this bird. And this dog has gotten through the danger zone.
This is no rookie here. This is a
And I'll tell you what, this dog is on the...
She's still trucking.
Oh, yeah. And he's going to they hit a line here, and then they make a little check. And then I think the bird's a little bit to the left here. Or is it a little bit to the right? No, geez. I guess I got mismarked. Boom!
That was pretty.
Is spectacular. But he handled on that right-hand bird.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy.
Short retireds are kind of the bane of everybody's existence, and then you throw plastic, and it doesn't make it any
But it's
easier.
funny, you know what? It's the classic short-retired bird. You think they just overrun and keep going. They're checking down. They're just not finding it when they don't look on the right-hand side of the road. But it's the shortest bird of the test.
You think if that was a duck, that would make a big difference? How much?
Well, it would. I mean, you know what, in my opinion, watching these true, are they called true birds now? What is the current proper?
Easy birds.
Easy birds. That bird's not so easy, though.
No, it's not.
But I think it acts a lot more like a hen pheasant would act. If you throw, a duck is going to create more scent, more drag back. And sometimes the drag back in that instance is going to lead you to the bird. But you obviously don't have that. You're not pulling feathers off on the return and things like that. But without a doubt, it's not as profound an odor as a.
Well, I think you make an important point there. Once 50, 60 birds hit that same spot, there is definitely a lot more scent on the ground at that point. With these, pretty much everybody gets the same amount of scent. I wouldn't say there's a advantage to running the bird hitting 60 times or 20 times or one time.
And I think, don't underestimate, the more the dogs hunt to the left, the more foot scents created and the more other dogs hunt to the left. And we can't even, vision as humans what that would be like and how profound that is. But over time, you've seen it.
Well, when I was working for Triple Crown Dog Academy, we taught some tracking dogs, and we used crushed vegetation to start the dog tracking footprints, and that's what these dogs are doing out here. They're tracking that crushed vegetation. They know there's been activity there.
Well, I'll tell you, oh, got a no bird on the long one. Yeah, it's just truly amazing when you get into some of these scent detection dogs and tracking dogs, what they're capable of doing. I've heard it said, is their nose are like our eyes. And when they got good guys and good nose, you got something. And a good brain doesn't hurt either.
I heard somebody say one time, think of a dog's nose like we walk into a house and somebody's cooking stew. When we walk into a house, we smell stew. When a dog walks into the house, they smell the green beans and the potatoes and the corn and the tomato sauce. Yeah. They smell each individual article. See
64.
Yeah, Bailey and Parker, there was 64. I think that was mostly on that right bird.
Still not terrible. Many people would trade places with them right now if they could.
What do you think, Ryan, to get below in order to
on the pro? I don't think.
Yeah, a lot depends on what wants.
Yeah, the next series will dictate how much we're down.
Comfortable, I think. Needs to have a good second series.
Striking distance.
Dogs at the level they are fall for that,
It's just that perfect angle across that road. There we go. She made it across. Most of them are, to me, gun. The road becomes.
I saw that mark. I didn't think twice about it. I mean, mark, that to give them.
Yeah, the long mark probably took a lot of attention as far as the handlers when they were preparing and lining the dog.
I think in the beginning yesterday, most handlers really tried to stress that long bird, and we really didn't. To the right bird, and then after, my first dog. And I think everybody started realizing, hey, none of these birds can be, you can focus the dog on all three of them and make sure you got them lined up, because
action on all three birds. Pretty good line and pretty good momentum here.
To that dark line, they get the bird. see that dark line. They may try. They're going to hunt a little bit. See, he looks over and sees the holding blind, I think, and they start.
Every one of my runs and listen to y'all's commentate, and I got gun station, and I waited until then to give my overcast. I used a back to get them deep enough. Tell them, hey, it's over here. That was a pretty good job.
Yeah, that was a good run. Speaking of not picking up the go bird, I ran an amateur last weekend, Rhodey, and my dog didn't even pick up the flyer. And you can look at it one of two ways. You can say, well, that was embarrassing. And also you can say, hey, there was nothing else I could have done as a handler.
Yeah.
That's right.
You can't second guess yourself when they don't even get the go bird.
Well, if that hasn't happened to you, you haven't stood up there. And there's one thing, running dogs over the years, you take embarrassment off the table, because you just, and and I tell you, the painful thing is go halfway across the country to a national and never find the flyer in the first series of a national.
That's a heartbreaker.
That's going to happen to you.
My first grand I ran, I was nervous and a lot of eyes on me as a professional. I knew that I'd just become a professional 6 months prior, and I said, we're done. One bird. Pick up the go bird. Couldn't even get that done.
There's nothing that'll humble you like utter humiliation.
Well, this is a...
I'm interested to see Carter score.
Yeah.
Because he hit the hunt on the backside, just a little loop on the backside of that short bird.
I'm going to say 38.
Keep him in the running.
So, Pat, would you say you have seen a difference in the way two versus once the dog gets out there and hunts on a bird?
There's nothing that I've seen that I've, really disagreed with. It really isn't. I mean, when I've watched one of the most, the yellow doe, was it Clark? Clark won a yellow male, and ended up having a pretty good hunt in the fall area, and we wondered, like, how are they gonna, and he had it in the teens, and it was really.
Was that the 11?
Yeah, and it was the area, and had a, 4 or 5. I would have thought, ooh, they didn't. It makes a little more sense. I say my cheat sheet, the deal that shows. Because there's 20% of the weight of the dogs have happens is if you handle 20, safe to say. It seems like that the closer you are to the fall area when you put your first whistle on it should be better. Because you have when a dog gets handled, goes 45 degrees offline, maybe not that far, but and they handle right up front, well, then that dog had little or no idea. The dog that is going in the direction of where the long gun was, but handles from behind the middle gun,
there's really
to me,
no
has a better
difference.
idea that there was a bird somewhere out there.
Yeah, there's no differentiation. There's no way to differentiate that.
Right. But the reason I say it kind of tends to, I tell you.
Well, like take this right here.
Right. And Clark is, like, he thought he pushed too hard yesterday and got a bunch of dogs that bailed out. And this one, he probably thinks, I could have pushed a little harder.
I mean, this dog did a super nice job on that right bird.
Yeah, he had hit the go bird really good. And then,
but this dog was going directly back to the go bird.
Yeah.
See, what's the difference between handling there and having that be your first whistle? To me, feels different. But it took them the initial handle and 2 other casts to get to there. So, but those are 2 points apiece, right?
Right. I mean, you could divide it up into thirds. You could say the first, if you handle in the first third, your dog obviously has no clue where they're going.
That would be the only thing.
And the second third here would be a dog giving into the factors, sucking into the station. And the back third would be a dog that obviously had an idea where that bird was, just wasn't able to finish it.
Right. Because and we had the discussion, what would you consider the radius of the fall area on that long bird? 30 yards on each side of the bird? Because you're 150 yards from the middle gun to the long gun, believe it or not.
Well, I remember I took an AKC judging seminar, and I thought they had some interesting perspective based on the bird and what order you picked it up. So your go bird had the smallest area of the fall, and your next bird that you picked up, let's say you chose to pick this bird up. If you decide to pick it up, your last bird, which is your longest chance to burn memory, would have the biggest fall area. One, I would say, 30 yards at least.
10% of the distance? And how can you even tell?
I think you have to consider the factors when you get out there. I mean, there's that risk.
I think that's pretty. Problem with letting them get over the ridge, you can't see the dog. So that from a handler standpoint, that's frightening because you don't know if they're right behind the ridge or they're still going.
when I was out there, you could watch the dogs and the way they hunted, and also the way they were being handled. And the ridge is actually it's very close to where the fall area is. The problem is they would go over the ridge, and when the handler would tweet them back in, they, to me, just from watching the dogs, from being a close-up view, they would kind of disengage from the mark when they would tweet them in. They would just start running in instead of actively hunting back into it. So they
where were you? They had that perspective.
I was at the Longbird.
Oh, well, that's an awesome perspective.
Right, and you could see them, you know, and then that's when you get into the back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. They would drive them back, then bring them back in, drive them back, bring them back in, and they were trying to keep them from going over the ridge, so they wouldn't lose sight, of course. But the ridge, they would be right there by the bird, within 5 or 10 yards. And because they went over the ridge and you couldn't see them, the handler thinks they're way away from the area of the fall.
Don't you think, wouldn't you agree that's a trained response? I mean, I saw Leah Spivey doing it earlier today with 2 of her dogs. They would be, say, to the right, and she would tweet them in. And I'm like, that's not handling to the bird. But then I figured out what she was doing. She was getting them away from that and killing that momentum so she could get that overcast for that bird.
Yeah.
So the dogs, when they hear that coming whistle, they're giving up, thinking, I'm in the wrong area. I'm fixing to get a directional change cast.
All right, we got Willie from Franklin, Texas.
Mike's my training buddy. He's had an awesome year with Willie. he bounced back from a rough year last year, was in the crown, had won an event in the amateur division. Willie is not short on excitement.
So how hard is it to tell whether they're looking at the middle gun or the long gun when you're getting ready to signal?
When I was lining them up, it was really difficult. But honestly, quite honestly, in my training, we do a setup like that all the time where I'll throw a long gun off of multiple guns in the field. And my dogs won't even look at the short gun. So, and I was fine with that. I mean, I wanted you to focus on that long bird, and that's what I felt all mine were looking at. I didn't stress the middle bird at all. I focused on the right bird and the long bird and let them see the go bird.
We got a no bird here. What's the no bird protocol?
There is no protocol.
They asked the handler?
They've asked me that I don't know what they're doing today or yesterday, but I had some no birds last year. I had 3 in a row in the 3rd series with a dog, and I just kept coming back, and that was a huge mistake.
I think it always depends on what bird you have the no bird on. If I have a no bird on the long bird, I like to come back because it's almost like they're got a little trouble for not watching it better.
Yeah.
But if you get it on something, especially if the bird is, they throw the bird back over their head or there's something that's gonna, like on the go bird or the right hand bird, then you want to say, let's get away from the line for a while, let their head clear.
That was my strategy. We had a really tough, it was the 4th series last year in the crown, and we had a really tough long bird that dogs were having trouble, and I thought, hey, the more times she sees that bird, the better off we are. Yeah. And boy, did it backfire because—
Oh, it did?
Oh, coming off the line 3 times and coming back, her mind was gone. She didn't know what we were doing.
I don't care. I hate getting no birds because of that. I kind of feel like it's almost like an adrenaline dump for the dog. You come in the game, you come out of the game, you come in the game, come out, kind of like a pitcher that comes out of the bullpen to close.
But it's one of those things you don't have any control over.
Oh no, you're gonna get them.
I mean, it really isn't. I mean, and I remember distinctly in an Open National Championship, had 5 no birds with the same dog in the 5th series. And there were a bunch of us. They were shooting a hen pheasant flyer into a tricky spot. And at that point you go to the end, but there were so many other guys that had no birds, and we were just going back and forth to the line.
Right.
And it was certainly unnerving.
It depends a lot on the dog, their kind of mentality. If you got a high anxiety one, no bird is the last thing you want.
And I had Russell's Cherokee Rose, who became a pretty good veteran, and I survived it, but a lot of other dogs may not have.
I had a pretty calm dog, so I was thinking, this is no big deal, and I think the biggest thing with no birds are the handler has to check themselves and make sure they don't get frustrated and get out of their game.
Do you have any different routine when you go back up after a no bird, or do you treat it like you've been to the line the first time?
I would say I maybe take a little less time showing them the birds because I've already pointed them out a lot, by then.
I guess yeah, you're right.
Maybe just a little bit. I don't shave off like 5 seconds, something like that, but I may just go through the routine just a little
maybe
quicker.
You wouldn't emphasize these obvious guns as much.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, on this test, but each.
Willie did a real good job on the go bird. I think Mike's going to put him on the right side on all 3 birds.
Oh, okay.
Do y'all do 2-sided rodeo? This might be a dumb question now.
I don't do it. I don't do it in training. I experimented with a dog of my own Blue, my dog I had for 14 years, and the only time I really found it useful was on poison birds.
Okay.
The communication just didn't really seem to matter as much, I guess.
This is nice.
Got to get in there a little further, Willie.
Yeah, but
he started with the right idea at least.
He's convinced, I think. But the further up that road, right there, he just got a whiff of it, I think.
I think he knows it's thrown across the road. He just ain't figured out how far. Yeah.
Got it.
This dog is an outstanding marking dog.
So you're going to run off the right on this bird, huh?
That was the strategy.
You think he's going to push off that want to flare that middle gun?
Well, yesterday, because a lot of dogs were getting left, this may have changed. We're going to find out. Nope.
No, he's going left. I
think that's the right decision today.
Now, there's so much I've been watching, like where the dogs want to look at, like right now. The dogs that have wanted to look hard left, even when the handlers got them back, they kind of, he's got to just let this dog catch his wind a little bit too, I would think. Look at him try.
Yeah, they're going to tell on themselves right here.
He's on the left, but he's
good push.
Well, he certainly challenged that middle gun, and the dog's dead on line to the bird. Now he's.
I like the line, but I think Willie's going to cave in.
Well, there's a little bit of a pull in. You'll see when they typically zoom in here. There's the moment of truth here, and about 20 yards deep of this gun. It's right in here. There's a little bit of a change. Tail's cracking a little harder. Boom.
Last year, we had a lot of issues with Willie going autopilot on handling, and we've worked really hard on getting Willie to handle better.
Oh, in a situation like this?
Just like this. When everything was going good, Willie was awesome. When things went bad and he had to start handling, it went downhill fast.
So how hard is it to tell the depth of where the dog is in relation to the bird at this point? Because there's been a lot of dogs come in like this that I'm thinking, why are they letting them do that? Well, I obviously have a different perspective. Is there a little dip there that you can't tell whether they're coming in or going back?
I think you're kind of scared of going past that ridge, so you're trying to stay in front of it, but at the same time, I'd say the last 30, 40 yards is the hardest part. So I think Mike thinks he's deep enough, but I don't think he's. What do you think he's judging by that shadow there? 20 yards?
Oh yeah, he's at
30 maybe.
It's at least 30 or 40 yards.
It's further than you think.
Yeah. There's 3 islands of trees.
We can almost count his strides once he gets back. But see, he's coming in now. So he's got to create a 180-degree different momentum. The dog wants to come.
He doesn't act like he's seen him.
Well, there's. You can get to that, even if you don't handle over to the bird yet. Once you get deep enough, the left-handed cast hasn't been that hard to get.
Right there. That's where he needs to start working.
A little deeper. A little deeper. Like right in there. Now the dog's on that trail now. Thing is.
Now he's found the gun.
Now. Well, this is going to test to see if you guys got his handling down from here. See, that has not been a hard cast to get. There's it's right there, that tree with the stick coming out the left side of it. Now, he may be a little short still.
Really?
Yeah. You see him throw his head up right there? Watch it. Watch where he gets this bird. Ooh.
You think he needs to go deeper?
No, I don't think he needed to go deeper on that last whistle.
Oh, okay.
But watch.
He's got it.
Sounds like looks like you got a nose.
You'll see. Just look at the amount of the ridge right in there is the bird, right there. Right. I mean, he's within.
Right there.
Boom.
Now you got it.
But you can see how much green grass there is between the top of his head and that ridge we talked about. That's how I've been gauging the depth.
I tell you what, last year he would not have gotten out of this. He would not have been able to
He never
recover.
could have handled that bird.
No way. Not at that far.
He got a little shaky for a minute, but then he kind of regained. But once he got deep enough, then
so last year we discovered something at the end of the year in December. He'd gone to Master National, not made it through, went to the Crown, didn't get through it. We kept having some troubles with him at a distance. He was blowing them off. Come to find out in December, we were training, I got frustrated. I was like, give me that transmitter, give me that receiver.
Okay.
Beyond 100 yards, would not work.
Cow.
He had been training on that collar for, who knows, 6 months?
We don't check that enough.
It just happened to me last week.
Oh, it happens all the time. And it'll be erratic, and sometimes you'll end up, then you maybe dial the transmitter up, and then they get them, and then it's too much. You need to jump on those four-wheelers, drive out with radios, and check them.
We did.
You probably almost need to do it before you think it's not working.
Now, Willie had the bad year last year. Mike had the bad year this year. He was in a test, and he had run a junior test dog and was standing on the leash when they ran the next dog. The dog took off, completely flipped his feet out from under him. He crashed onto his shoulder and head, had a concussion, spent 3 days in the intensive care in the hospital. Broken collarbone, 6 broke ribs. I mean, he had a rough spring. And then at Master National, he started feeling bad in the pre-national training. He had a 10-millimeter kidney stone.
Oh, goodness. Well, I'll tell you what, you'll wrap that lead around your ankle one time. We all do it once. Whether you're trying to stop them on a whistle or you're running double T, but anymore, it's the first thing I look at, because that lead wraps around your foot or your ankle and you get drugged. I mean, you can get yourself hurt.
One of my trainers, Kerrigan, has a nice burn scar right around her ankle. I told her she should just turn that into a tattoo. That's like a trainer's tattoo.
That's a badge of courage there.
This is Dre.
Well, I think they're having, sometimes those gas guns can be tricky. A little bit.
I said, who is that?
It's Clark.
That's Dustin, isn't it,
Clark.
Yeah,
I think that was.
Do we have the wrong?
Mix-up. Yeah, I think that might have been a mix-up. Yeah, talking about your equipment not working properly or kind of being inconsistent, that's definitely where a good bird boy or a good training partner comes in handy.
Oh, heck yeah.
Because you can they'll radio and say, hey, I can't hear the whistle, or your collar's obviously not working.
Right.
And it'll save you a lot of heartache at the end of the day.
We're down into the single digits. Won't be too long. We'll be working on Ranger.
Okay, yeah, this
is
Ranger.
Go.
There you go.
Okay.
There we go. Rockledge, Georgia.
I think Dustin had a pretty good run this morning with a dog prior.
He was tapping his leg pretty hard. Hopefully, he's rolling in there. Hopefully, I was going to say, hopefully he saw the go bird.
So you talk about doing, that long single first before you do the other ones. I think it hurt a few dogs, because
it hurt me.
A few dogs like, oh, I got to go get that long bird first.
Well, my first dog I ran yesterday, he was going for that long bird, and I had to handle him to the go bird. It was
but you weren't alone. And it's just like anytime you do something, there's a side effect to it. And I said, if you can limit your unintended side effects of the training you do, then, for example, you do too many poison birds and they won't check down. You do too many long birds, single first, and the dogs are oftentimes just trying to do what they think they were taught.
I like to call it an overtrained response versus a fully trained response.
Yep.
Yeah, I've screwed up every dog I've ever trained. I just screw them up less and less the more I do.
Well, you know what? I mean, you've got, especially early on, you've got your 10 commandments. I mean, they go back to the old fall, they're going to get killed. They get out of the water, and you realize, wait a minute. The dogs that have been overly worried about the old fall go way left on this long bird.
Mm-hmm.
And I think at the end of the day, with really advanced dogs, more dogs fail tests because they won't go close to old falls versus they want to go back. So in your early days to run your first derby, you get a little overzealous in teaching that lesson, and you pay the price down the road. Or getting dogs too water conscious when you have to do sophisticated thin angle entries and things like that. Well, this looks pretty sporty. Doesn't look that hard to get there, does it? That's what just is.
That was real nice.
Perfect.
That was a good one.
But
that's exactly where you want to go in on that bird.
Why didn't everybody do it then? But you're not wanting to like grind on them to get the line, because you're worried if they don't quite get it, they won't break down and hunt. But that was beautiful. But I love those birds that don't look that hard but end up being hard. I mean, it's just maybe I don't like them as a contestant, but I just like to watch them.
Well, the 3 dogs I ran, all
look
3
at this dog
gave
wants
me.
to look at how he wants to set up left. Let's see if he. Boom. See those? Is this gonna? It's scary to pull them right.
All 3 of mine gave me the under the arc look, and I said, okay.
Well, sure.
And when the first one hunted a little bit and the second one hunted a little more, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna have to pull you right.
Yeah.
And that's nervous. You could be upwind of that bird.
Mm. So this dog wanted to look left right on the map, but he got the.
He's got a little left English now.
Is he gonna end up left? You know that.
That little move he made there tells me he's not quite sure where he's going.
Well.
But he's trying to stay away from the middle gun.
If he's not, I mean, I like him to respect the middle gun, but not be afraid of it. And the dog's bending back in. But when I looked at it from the other angle, I thought he was by the middle gun, but he's not. Well,
it's fixing to tail the tail here.
You'll see the stride. This is the moment of truth right here. There's the cover line they got to get to. This guy didn't get there, and it's the next move they make. Is he below here?
There it is.
Yeah, that was.
I mean, from where he started out on that curve and where he ended up.
So is that a handle to the fall area? It is.
I heard this discussion earlier, and I have to disagree with Chris. A dog that does not make it. There was a dog that caved in behind the middle gun station and kind of got to where almost got to where the throwers are, and he said that's in the area to him. I disagree.
Okay. But this is a one cast deal to get this bird, I think.
I didn't feel that was making it to the area.
Right. Now he's not quite deep enough, but and again, I can tell that because I'm looking at a blown up camera view.
Now the dog did a great job not going back to the old fall. But
going like, God.
I just don't feel like the dog made the area of the fall on his own.
No. I'm with you there. Yeah, he was one timely whistle probably from really picking it up clean. Now this is where it gets scary to go over the ridge, but you lose sight of him there a little bit. Yeah, he's.
Okay, so you were talking about the come-in whistle, Ryan. Let's see what we get here.
Well,
he's coming back. He looks like he's still engaged.
The bird's just to the left of the dog now. It's that tree with that forked twig coming out of it.
Well,
but he's in now. He's too short.
Yeah.
There he seems disengaged. He's just trotting in.
Yeah, to me, that's what I saw when I was out there.
If you stop and give him a left hand back and try to get him just on the downwind side.
You see, to me, he's not hunting anymore.
Yeah.
No.
Or he's not actively looking for a bird right now.
This has got to be incredibly deceiving. Did he give a right hand? And the dog went right. Did he give a right-handed back?
I don't know.
This is where you got to know where that downwind side of this bird is.
I'm going to have to remember that, Ryan. I like what you said about that disengaged. I like that.
But you know, most of the time, when you blow come in at a distance, the dogs give it, okay, here's you're going to get it right there.
You got it. Yeah.
Finish that statement.
Permission.
I want to hear what you had to say.
As far as, well, listen, I think it's harder to get a dog to respect a come-in whistle at a distance. In other words, if I blow a firm come-in, I'd rather have him come straight in. I can get him to hunt. I just can't sometimes get him not to hunt. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so.
It's my job to put him in the downwind side of the bird at that point.
A lot of it has to be age dependent, but them older dogs I think will disengage on a come-in whistle because they know you're killing their momentum and you're trying to put them in a new position. But the younger dogs, you blow that come-in whistle and they're all about hunting. I mean, they're going to
That's
hunt.
permission to break loony whistle, is what I'll say sometimes.
Loony whistle?
Break loony, just go, I got it. I don't need your help anymore.
They would, when I was out there, they would find the gun and they would kind of hang up there, and then the handler would cast away, you know, trying to get them over to the bird. And to me, it looked like they were saying, "Oh, well, I'm not supposed to be here either." And then they would, they'd go over, and then the handler would try to bring them back in.
Could you
It's almost
see
like
the dog hunt from the holding blind?
you could see about 50% of the
When he was,
yeah.
okay.
If they were deep, I could see really well. When they got too far in, short of the bird,
Could you hear him?
You could hear. You could hear the whistles.
So how concealed is that holding blind around the corner? Because we can't see it from here.
It's not. It's not very. If they do get the distance and they look over,
They can see it because you could tell the way the dogs act.
You're right.
I said they see the holding blind.
Right.
The really seasoned dogs, you see them hit that trail right where you guys walk to throw, and the dogs would look. Okay, there's the holding blind, and then turn away.
Right.
They had enough experience to know, well, the bird's not over there.
Right.
And they started to follow that, and it was really interesting to watch.
Yeah, to me, if I had a real older savvy dog, if they got anywhere around, like you're talking about, where they could see the holding blind, I would almost just let them be on their own.
Oh, yeah.
Because they'll figure it out.
Now
if
it
you
got
put a
very
whistle
up.
on them, I feel like it
Right.
it just gets ugly from there.
Well, and yesterday you had to take into account, not too bad you had here today, and it may not be a factor because we're down to number 7, the heat. There was a certain degree amount of time. You had to worry about the well-being of the dog.
Well, yeah, I do believe in, I don't know if y'all agree or not, I think the conditions are a lot more favorable today to run.
I was running Pope yesterday, and I picked up the first 2 birds really nice, and then sent for that long bird. He started to break down, and I gave him a back command. He got out there, and I knew he was 10 or 15 yards short, but he was staying in the area, in my opinion, most of the time, not all the time. But had I blown a whistle, I was afraid from there it was going to go downhill quick because he was breathing so hard. He's a big dog. He gets hot super fast. I just felt like I was going to, for every time you blow a whistle, if you get a whistle refusal or a cast refusal, you're looking at 7 points every time you blow that whistle. And I was afraid I was just going to blow my score up.
Gotcha. So Clark didn't run for the longest time yesterday, and now he's bang, 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 got a bunch of dogs.
Haven't seen this a lot. Hunting the backside of the gun. How bad do you think they're going to get him for that?
Well,
looks like he's doing good now.
If that's his worst mark on this deal, he'll be smiling.
It's just that small area when it's a go bird,
Well, you're right, but how does that affect? If that's where he thought the bird, if he was confusing that bird with the bird thrown to the left, and you don't know how it's going to affect his 56 for our last dog there. His perception of when he goes for the long bird. The more clarity in what you've already retrieved, for me, has always helped. When the dogs get pretty seasoned, a lot of times they don't need to know where they need to go. They just need to know where they've been. And we can get them there. At least that's what I believed as a handler.
Yeah, I think as a judge, when you set up tests, sometimes if you have really spread out wide marks, sometimes that can be harder because
you bet.
The dogs don't have communication of I've already been here. It's just so wide open that there's a lot of room.
When you get to
around.
some of these big quads in a national or something like that, a lot of times those dogs don't remember those birds, but they use other. Look at this, beautiful. That's that sweet hole right there. Come on, right there. So when you can't quite tell the wind, you can tell whether it's quartering over our right shoulder a little bit away, which it's been the perfect wind for these judges.
I heard you say yesterday that this was bigger than a qual, more like an am.
Yeah, absolutely. You're not going to have. It could be an open first series. You shoot a flyer on that middle bird, Now, it'd be hard to shoot it in that, but the configuration, just because you'd be limited on, if you had a long flyer, it would be out of sight. But
if you got a lot of feather drift coming off the backside of that
and
flyer
that would
crate,
be
you have
big.
action.
You're right, because the wind is, I mean, with the way the wind was, it would make that long bird substantially harder, because you'd get, if that wind's quartering from right to left, it's going to be drifting on line to that long bird, and it's still going to be, if they're 150 yards, it's going to be 120 yards short of where they need to get to.
When you see this, you guys both are trial guys. When you see this right here, this wide bend to the outside, are you critical of the dog at all? Or are you giving him that, he's just being given that
Yeah,
he's got the wide berth?
there's a difference between flaring that middle gun and respecting it. A little bit of a bounce off and then bending in, I'll take it all day long. See, this dog's making a right-hand move here. It's hard with the camera to tell where we are here. But he's going to get to the depth, isn't he?
About 30 yards.
And he knows this bird's to the right. You can tell the way the dog's acting. Now he's going to get over the ridge. Ooh.
Turned right. I saw the tail.
Yeah. Look at him over here on the right side.
Oh, good place to be. Blow wind.
Yeah, you got to be rooting for this dog here. But now they hunt. I tell you, this is why that wind is so great for those judges. If it was a little more cross, but you've got to get closer to that bird to get the wind to help you.
So let me ask you a question on top of what I just asked. You said you're not too worried about it in a test condition. What if you're training? Would you allow that wide berth?
If I'm throwing the bird this way, from right to left, I'm not going to pick on him. If the bird is in the same place and the gun is on the left, thrown to the right, then I'm probably going to do it. I'm going to insist they stay on. You with me? I could put the bird in the same exact location. Or there's times where we're going to throw the bird, we're going to be opposite. We're going to be standing where the bird lands and throwing to where the gun stood. Now, if I'm training and I'm really going to emphasize going tight off the back side of that gun, I'm probably not going to retire that gun, and yes, I'm going to be pickier.
What about you, Ryan?
Yeah, I agree. If you throw a real tight hip pocket and you're able to, if they flare the short gun and you're able to cast away from the gun, the long gun, into the bird, I think it's a lot better lesson. It's a lot clearer picture. And you might not have to cast. You might just recall and move up real close to the short gun and resend and teach them that it's not going to bite you.
If you go overboard on either one, you know, you create too much anxiety in that zone behind that short gun. It's hard to. And if you've gone a little overboard on correcting dogs for returning to the old fall, you pay the price. And sometimes some dogs, you never get good at that.
When I started training for field trials, I hooked up with Wayne Stuka, who was he's a very successful amateur. He was a kind of a protege of Jerry Wycliffe.
Oh yeah.
And every training session, we would throw a setup, a test, and the second setup of the day, every time, was an ABCD drill.
Oh wow.
And I can't tell you how
dogs
much good
that
that did my dogs, just to learn to relax and just run straight to the bird. You don't have to worry about flaring guns and getting nervous. Just run there. It's not going to bite you.
The first national amateur that I ever coached handlers at was in Batavia, New York, and that's what Jerry Wycliffe won with Honky Tonk Hero. It was my first national amateur that I coached clients. And I tell you what, and what did he have? He had that bitch, what, Bella the Ball was her name? Wasn't it? Was that, he had a female that was really good too. Really successful, but Boo was Honky Tonk Hero, right?
Yeah, I think
Called
so.
him Boo. Jerry was and that was that the only client that Danny, how many national amateurs has Danny won? Is that the only one? That was Farmer's client.
Right.
Danny was dominant, and I mean, great open nationals, but his amateurs weren't quite as. But Boo was. That would have been in the mid to late 80s.
Long time before.
A long time ago. I could probably figure it out. 4 years later, Linda Bowes won with Gusto's Last Control. I can remember the Nationals.
This must be Ron and Rip.
See if Rip can redeem himself after last year's picking up the poison bird in the third. That was hard to watch. You talked about, you and Chris, good-looking dogs. That right there is a good-looking dog in my book.
Oh yeah, there've been a bunch of them.
Yeah, it's almost unfair to have good looks and talent like that. Now, Pat, the way he, and Rhodey, the way he kind of, yeah, like this reaction here. I know it's technically not sitting and it's kind of breaking the standard, but do you almost not encourage it, but you kind of like it because it's a real good indication they saw the bird?
Absolutely. Well, you're right. I mean, now, how old's this dog?
I think they said 5.
And a really good dog. Clark with a 74 there. I think what hurts you more than is forward movement.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, if I've got a 15-month-old dog that I'm trying to establish good behavior, yeah, I'm gonna try to have a zero tolerance for movement.
If you start seeing,
and once they see, the ideal thing is that once just sitting there becomes a habit, it's not a stressful experience. It's just their habit. It's when you're correcting them for a behavior that's developed that becomes stressful.
So if you start seeing this in the third derby that you run with them at 18 months, it might be time to.
Yeah, absolutely.
But if they're 5 years old and you see them in all age doing that, it's.
If it doesn't get worse than that, I mean, now it may be something you manage from time to time. But I love when a dog leans into a bird.
Right.
See, he started to jump ahead of him and run just because he doesn't want to. He wants to off the right. He's trying to push at the bird a little harder. Because I started to think this bird actually, for a lot of dogs, has played almost a bigger role than the long bird. For a couple of reasons. When they've really hunted this bird really hard, almost nobody has gotten the long bird decent.
There's a loop in his snoot there.
Other than the dogs that have gone out and got it for a long time, there's a lot of pretty similar work on the long bird. A handle from behind. Some may be 3 whistles, some may be 5. But when they really screwed up, now there's something interesting here. Pulling the burdocks off them. You can tell he's got a routine. He really wants to get a look before he takes the bird out of his mouth. You can tell the way that handler was working that. All right. And I say sometimes when I get a look that's too good to be true, it's too good to be true. I mean, I know on a bird like that, I was like, all right, there's no way you
got a
remember
good
it that
look,
well. I'm gonna reinforce it a little bit.
You would like to sweat them even if you got
a little
beautiful,
bit, yeah. I mean, now he's in a great line. I feel now he's pushing off that middle gun a little bit, but he's not going to flare this.
Have you ever talked to Ron very much?
No, I mean not training or theory. Okay, let's watch it. See, this guy's, watch it. It's going to be like he's starting to think about breaking down. He's right on the cusp of, like, if he can just get to another 15 yards deep, he's going to get the information he needs. It's going to be like, okay. I think he's going to get this bird. He's right there. That move's going to get you the bird. Because he'll get the information he needs. Boom, see him look right? Now he knows he's getting warmer, warmer. I think it will. But now he's coming in. Is he going to put the horn on him here? Boy, you don't like to see their face on the long retired gun.
No.
These are coming towards you. This dog's working hard, but I thought he.
In the area?
And I thought he was going to get
handle in the area.
Well, yeah, I don't know, but what I will tell you, my gut tells me, as far as handling on a mark, this dog had a pretty darn good idea. Is it going to be a one whistle cast?
Yep.
To me, no, it's not a handle in the area, but to me, it's a much better handle than some of them, because I still think the dog had a pretty damn good instinct. He couldn't go 15, 20 yards deeper. And at 375 yards, that's not very far.
I've had the opportunity to talk to Ron and him and both Mike Gibson, and there is a reason why those two consecutively win the championship every year. Those two are, just absolute great minds in the game of retriever training, and that everything they do is calculated. They've estimated all the variables. They have a game plan. It don't always go that way, but they have a plan B in case it doesn't. It's amazing. If those two guys would have been professional retriever trainers, we'd all be hurting right now.
Oh, that's a great comment. I actually had Mike, I did an hour interview with him for my membership, and about that very subject. Well, you could tell Ron's instinct, his communication, his timing on the handles, what he did. The farmer said this one time, and I think he says, "I'm not afraid of Rody Best with a 16-old dog truck. I'm afraid of the guy with a Suburban and two dogs in the back." And those were the guys with the Suburban with the two dogs. In other words, a great disciplined handler with a great rapport with a really quality dog. Look at this guy.
Both Mike and Ron, I believe Ron's in the banking business, if I correct, and Mike's an accountant or a CPA. I mean, numbers and yeah, those guys are calculated.
So like Moneyball, remember that? All the analytics and.
Yeah, I have a good friend, a training partner, and he reminds me of Ron. When you have good work ethic, good grounds, good dog sense, and then you mix in they have good dogs on top of it, it equals hard to beat.
But I'll tell you, the thing that really with Mike is he's been a successful competitor in other sports venues. I mean, he knows how to deal with the pressure. He knows how to deal with stress. He knows how to control those demons that get in our own heads when maybe something goes wrong or you made a mistake. And that's huge.
Yes, knowing how to deal with the anxiety when you step on that mat is a big advantage.
Did y'all notice the no-goes?
Was that a no-go?
He said the dog's name. I believe, I couldn't hear, but from the physical behavior of his hand and the dog, it looked like he tried to send him at least 3 or 4 times.
I don't know. I could not tell. I don't know if he was just trying to work him to get him to look at the middle gun, and the dog was just jumping around.
I believe this is Chris Deacon and Chance, so amateur.
And this dog, you watch his behavior. This dog doesn't look like this dog's not going to go. So and if you see something a little erratic or that seems, you're going to see it again. I mean, if there's a problem, you're going to see it again.
Yeah, I don't know why he would no-go him.
Who was it? Was it Carter? That was working today. He was working his dog, getting ready to send for the longbirds, put his hand down, and the dog took off before he set him. I don't know if the dog came back on his own, or Carter said, no, here. And then he went through his normal cadence in the scent, and I said, that didn't bother me.
No, I wouldn't.
I mean, you can't send them and not like your line and call them back, but that's not what the deal was.
Right.
This is the guy with the Wisconsin hat from Quantico, Wisconsin.
The dog did a real good job on the first 2 marks. Came to the line bouncing.
He's probably a member of Wisconsin Amateur Retriever Club. They've got a great set of grounds and a lot of good amateurs.
Now I'm not worried at this point.
No,
That
see,
dog's
now watch it.
about to
Okay, there's
Nope.
the sweet spot right there. Boom.
I'm still not worried.
No, I'm not either.
To me, I'm letting this play out
Look,
until
there he comes.
Yep.
Just like there was a sign that.
Oh.
Ooh.
I would have let that stew a little
Yeah, I
longer.
think I would have too.
yeah.
And I'll tell you what, there's been hunts like that they've scored really high.
Now I guess the question, Rhodey, is that in the area?
Was that handle in the area?
Right.
Well, I'd have to say yes.
I would.
I mean, he was pretty damn close to where the gun stood.
I would agree.
I would
But-
agree as well.
But he's got to get to the bird. Not quite deep enough. Right. You can't let him get a.
You see, he got
far down
he knows the gun is there, and he's
Yeah.
just driving back like, oh, well, to me it just seems like he's just driving back like, well, I guess you don't want me here either.
Yeah, you'd think you could get just one reason that bird's hard is that the wind's quartering away enough. If you're a little too far left, you get over the ridge and don't smell it. But if you're too far right, you're on the upwind side. Well, what's that going to bring? You're a betting man. What score is that going to get? Is that 40s? 30s?
It appears to me the scores have been a little softer here lately. I don't think you're hitting them as hard. I may be wrong, but they're allowing a little more hunting. I think it's in the 30s.
Okay.
Looks like we got a lunch break here.
I think we got about an hour worth of dogs, so we're going to get. We're going to get done before. Was that number 7 that just ran?
Yes.
6 dogs left.
We have Carter, Turner, and Fly up next. Fly won the Duck Band SRS this year at Lance Vine's event in Arkansas. Did a real nice job. I went to that event with 3 out of the 6, and Carter he poured it on me. He's nothing I could do. We had a big water blind, and he made it look really good.
Carter brings so much energy to this. He's a fun personality to watch, and I really relate to the relationship you guys have as professionals, as friendly competitors with each other, because I can think a lot of those in my game.
It's nice to see some young blood too.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
I will say I've always said that I'm pretty bullish on the future of the SRS, because if you look around, there's many young people here. You know, when I say young, I mean under 80 years old, versus you go to a field trial. I mean, it's, you know, octogenarians. And there's little kids running around, there's families here. I'm pretty bullish on the future of this game here, because the next generation is coming up and we'll be here for a while.
I agree, and I really want to try to be, I want to be the person that all these games embrace each other's game, you know, instead of saying, you know, believe me, I'm born and raised, I started in field trials before there was ever such thing as any of these. But I appreciate anytime you're out there training your dog to do the right thing and hunt and handle and do these kinds of things. It's awesome, and then that's what's got to happen. And
I think the SRS appeals to the masses a little better. You know, you look at the titles on these dogs, they're Grand Hunting Retriever Champions, they're Master Hunters. You go to a field trial and the amount of work that it takes to train a field trial dog, and it's just, you're not going to get a lot of young people into that sport as quickly, as easily.
It's overwhelming. I mean, and it, with the quality of grounds and things that are available out there, it's hard to compete with that. Well, and the publicity and the positive press that you guys bring to the world of retriever sports is fantastic, and
they've been doing a better job, you know, in the Opens and the National Open and the Derby and stuff, showing a lot, you know, those sitting at home can get more updated information than it used to be. And that definitely helps. But I think the SRS right now is leading the way in people being able to enjoy this if they've never seen it before. You know, I got into it by watching TV one Saturday morning. I saw them running an event in Missoula, Montana, and the rest is history. Somebody could be sitting at home right now and turn this on and go, that is the coolest thing I've ever seen. I want to go do that.
I guarantee you there's somebody that's doing that, and that's going to be the next generation.
But they're going to come into this game. You know, they're going to come along from the SRS. Sure. If the field trials and other organizations were able to show what this event shows, people might look at that and say, I want to go run, you know, the National, or I want to go run the Grand, or whatever.
I think you're 100% right. I think the social media presence is definitely the future. It's the medium that we're all going to consume content.
Well, and you could, Shannon's, she's a pro. She's and promoting it, and
I mean, you hear Carter talk, you hear some of these newer guys talk. They watched this right here. That's how they got into this, and here they are today.
I've always said
I was approached by some of the guys from the National Derby Championship that they were toying with trying to stream next year's National Derby Championship. I don't know if they realize what goes into it, and I need to follow up with them on that. But
they should. They really should.
Well, I've always said, and it goes for hunt test and field trials, I don't know why in 2024 we don't have an app that the marshal that you log on to, and the marshal updates the running order, the callbacks, the placements, the passes and fails. It's all on that app. So you can just sit in your truck and you don't have to keep going back and forth to the board or go check with the marshal. You just log in the app. And
well, I mean, the challenge is you talked about the age of there's a lot of people in the older generation that just aren't comfortable with modern technology. So
yeah, very true.
Well, how many people come to a field trial and stand there and don't have a clue what's going on, and somebody has to explain it to them? And how many people can sit down at their desk or at home and turn this on their TV, and they get to watch from their home, and they get to see multiple angles that you'd never see if you were standing behind the line of a field trial? And you got people like us explaining what's going on. You got, I mean, you see the handler, you see the dog, you see everything.
Without a doubt, this is the greatest opportunity from an educational standpoint there is available to watch real time what happens on game day.
I was watching it Yesterday, I was watching it. If I wasn't running a dog, I was back there watching it on YouTube. I was trying to get as much information out of it as I could. So it's a tool for a handler as well. If you want to become a better handler, you could watch this. Even if you don't care about the competition, becoming a better handler, even watching this is going to benefit you greatly. I went back and watched every one of my runs and tried to critique myself and how I could do better with the next dog.
But you look at this is a professional film crew. These guys, there's no amateurs out there. These guys are ESPN guys, and and it's Shannon's relationship in that industry that's enabled this. But I said, if you just had Jib Joe with that jib camera, and that was the only camera you had in Ash, that's all you'd need. That'd be a great start.
I would say 2 cameras. One, like Jib Joe, behind the handler, but one focused on the dog out in the field, because you know you've made a lot of points about they're at the shadow, they're at that tree, they're at that bush. You can't see that from back there.
Where is that camera angle? Is that the guy on the left there?
I think it's over here on the tree line to the left.
Okay. Carter was pushing a little bit wide. He's trying to
like a bowler.
A little body English.
Trying to roll the ball a little bit.
It feels like he's just passing that middle gun. You want him to bend, but you don't want him to bend too much.
To me,
there's our dark cover line. You see it right there. That's if this dog is.
He's still got a pretty good head of steam.
Look at him! Look at him! Look at him! This is like.
Oh, I don't know. He's sure thinking about
that. You can see the smoke
like
coming out of that dog's ears. Now let's.
They run
I always
about.
say the next. Well. Oh. Yeah. That was the right time to put.
Yeah, he made a couple loops in there. I don't think he was going to leave that.
Yeah, when he started to work his way back, he had a fighting chance. But look, you can almost count the steps until he gets.
I mean, look how long it's taken him. 75 yards, 80 yards.
Yeah.
I think, this is off topic, I think they should make a Handler of the Year award for the most creative situation, and they should take a Carter on that boat last year and make that into a statue.
Wasn't that funny?
I mean, I saw a picture of that at the banquet Monday night, and that was the coolest photo. It was game changing. It was nice.
Well,
to me, it seems like they run and they get about 30-ish yards past the Go Bird station, and they just relax too much. And they start cracking their tail, and they just never, from there, they almost never get deep enough to recover.
I mean, do you think, I was watching, he's had 2 dogs now that come from outside in, you know, and we talk about outside in markers versus inside out. Most of my dogs, I train them inside out. I would have never been able to get a dog that took that line that his dog took just now and end up where they did. My dogs would have carried that line out into nowhere. And so, I mean, is that a benefit in this scenario? Is it an outside in marker a benefit? I mean, which one's better to have here? I mean, I don't know. Hard to say.
To me, I would rather be on the right side. I would rather be closer to where the long gun stood, and handling away from the Go Bird station and away from where the gun stood, and handling them downwind versus being way left and handling.
Yeah, I mean the handles have been better, smoother from the right. But Rody, your question was like, okay, your dogs you couldn't teach your dogs to do that. We talked about unintended side effects. You know, when we get really particular about a dog holding a line, and get really picky about it in situations, do we not pay the price sometimes to keep a dog? We teach them not to think. We teach them just to go straight at all costs. You know, there's a dog that, you know, there's some dogs that can take the funkiest lines, but they know where the destination is. And if you can make it more about the destination than the route, when you can, dogs are more comfortable thinking their way through things.
My thought is on a dog that's, say, way left, and they're curving in. They're out there running into this big field with nothing out there, and when they start making that curve to the right, to me they're saying, okay, I don't really know where I'm going here, but I'm gonna curve into this short gun. And I think the minute they start curving in, they're committing to the middle gun station from that point, and they're gonna hang up, they're gonna get hung up. Not many of them are gonna curve in and keep going, because I think at that point, way out here on this curve, they've committed to going back to that middle gun.
Okay, so you're training on this test. When are you handling to teach them something?
Oh, in my training, if I get that wide curve like that, I'm stopping, I'm recalling, and I'm gonna step up, and we're gonna send again. I want them comfortable.
Okay. Well, so do you not, I mean, and I struggle with this internally, so I'm not saying, because I'd be saying the same thing to myself, but there's times where I said, when do I let them think and sort things out? And sometimes if you don't, dogs need to learn to think their way out of trouble. And if we intervene every time they're in a little trouble, do we not rob them of the opportunity to learn something, to teach themselves something? Because I think the lessons they teach themselves are way more valuable than the ones we teach sometimes.
I think what I want a dog is to commit to the line in the beginning. And then when you get out there, I have a tendency to let my dogs hunt quite a bit. I want you to think when you get out there, but I want you to follow my commands from the line. If I tell you to take this line, take it, and when you get out there, now you can assume, your thought process and try to work it out from there.
So when would you handle a dog on this long
In training?
Versus have the gun help them?
In training, I would wait until they committed to the fall area of that middle bird, and then I'd get them out of there. Either, depending on the dog, if they have a tendency to do it often, it would probably be out handle. If they're a young dog and I'm trying to teach, I would have bird boy help.
See, there's these dogs that are halfway between the middle gun and the long gun are trying to do the right thing, but not quite sure what it is. There's where I think gunner assistance is ideal.
If they establish a hunt in between the two stations, and they seem to me they're honoring the fact that's an old fall, but they don't know where to go, I'll have the gunner step out.
Couldn't agree more. Well,
and that way I don't just
51.
wait for them.
What did he do on the right hand bird? Did he?
Pretty good job.
So
ran down the road a little bit and then curved in. Wasn't too bad. Well, the standard. Now we have 11-year-old Indy. Is he the oldest dog we have?
Oh, I don't know.
I think Carter had Zeus. I don't know how old he was, or is. We need some stats on the youngest and the oldest dog. That'd be cool. Somebody out there look that up. Text me.
I know there was a 3-year-old, a couple 3-year-olds in there.
One of mine's 3.
Yeah. I think that was the one I was thinking of. It looked like a cool 3-year-old for the record.
He's a full brother to Creed.
Oh.
And a full brother or he's actually a litter mate to Ron's dog, Chop. They're litter mates.
Creed is on Kenny Trot and Marcy Wright's truck.
Qualified for the National this year.
Are they out of Clooney? No, they're out of
Clooney Chrome.
That's right.
99% of the time you ask me that question, I'm not going to know it. I don't pay very good attention to pedigrees. I'm terrible at it. Look at that. He looks to Luke he wanted to go on the other side of the gun, but he looked at Luke and said, I don't think I'm supposed to. Michael Dimmer said Cajun, his dog that he's running, is the youngest entered. How old is she, Michael? I think that was a yellow dog he ran yesterday, if I remember correctly.
I think I do remember that.
I believe, correct me if I'm wrong out there, but I believe Indy has the most points, SRS points of any dog in history, and definitely alive today. I think they were trying to get 100 on him. Michael said her age showed.
Okay, so Indy and he's got word that Indy and there's another 11-year-old dog. Maybe they'll tell me again. I slipped up on the name. Indy and Smoke are both 11.
Oh, Smoke's retired. Ron retired him yesterday after his run. You got a cockle burr on his forehead.
You got a little eyebrow extension there.
Do you feel the need to ask the judge's permission to do that?
Not in the SRS. They're pretty good about it.
Now, what's more apt to happen in our world is feathers, well, especially pheasant feathers. At one national, they announced at the meeting, said you don't have to ask permission to take feathers.
Oh, that's nice.
Which was...
Now in field trials, they're still demanding that the judge take the bird from the handler, but in hunt tests, we can still throw them in a bucket. Is that correct?
Yeah, they did it for a while where they had a bucket. They wanted to ideally inspect the bird, right?
I just feel like a judge can discern, if they can discern how a dog does on a 400-yard retire mark, they have the knowledge to tell if a dog, don't you think?
This is, dog's a little wider. I mean, this is pretty sporty here. There's been very few. This dog is...
Well, there you go, Indy.
Well, he's got just enough concern that he says, I don't think I need to be coming back. Watch when he hits the trail. Not quite there yet. When he gets on the other side of that dark cover. Right there. He said,
He says, hey, buddy.
He said, hey, dude, what are you doing? Why don't you tell me where the bird is? Can you see him right when they're right there?
Yeah, you can see him.
Can you tell they're looking at you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because I was watching it from here and said, well,
This is where the walk away gets them, because they go, okay, you can throw about this far.
Yeah.
that's why, we started that drill, that Ontario 10-step a little bit to get them savvier at understanding the relationship between a holding blind that's a ways away, where the gun stood, and the way the bird is. And it's right there.
Nice job. You're going to have to set that drill up if you come down and do a seminar for me in January, because I have struggled with that drill. My dogs follow that bird boy back to their station and run right at the hole
When I
blind.
let them do it. And I just stand there, if I can. Now, and do they leave it when they get there? They'll
No,
gradually
they
go.
run around it.
Well, then you could do some that aren't quite as extreme.
How do you, you're not teaching a dog to run at the bird at that point. They're
No, but
following the
This
gun.
isn't about running at the bird. This is about using your head when you're not quite sure where it is. We do plenty of stuff to run at the bird. Now, some dogs, what they'll do when they get better at that drill, and that drill is, you wouldn't do it at the extreme of that long mark, but you could do it in a similar scenario. And you would throw the mark as a single, and the gunner would walk away at a medium brisk pace, and then you wouldn't do, I don't do anything on line. The dog's sitting there just in a neutral position, and then when the gunner disappears, I encourage the dog to look back to the bird. I encourage him, to look where the gun stood, and then influence him to the bird, and then let him go.
Now you said encourage, you don't make them.
Step up. I push him a little bit, but I don't, it's not like a lining drill. I'm not grinding on them. I'm giving them some information that they can ignore or not. And they'll get a little bit better at it. And when they get it, they'll start to kind of, when it really is effective, and you're going on a bird like this, you'll watch them, because your sweet spot is somewhere at that distance, between the holding blind and the bird. That's where the dogs are getting it. They'll kind of look at where the holding blind is. You can watch them toggle over, that's where the gun was, and you can inch them out to the bird, and you'll see them kind of make sense of all three of those things. And then you'll see them make sense in the fall area. Now, I think some dogs teach that on their own, teach themselves that on their own. We got another Chessie here, don't we?
I saw Carter's dogs last year in the second series. We had a walkout bird. His dogs killed that bird.
They thought their way through it.
Yeah.
That's what, it's one thing to run right to it when they know right where it is. It's another thing for them to really be smart about it.
Now, are there any rules as far as the gunner walking angled back or angled in?
I'll oftentimes have them walk angle back if I've got a short to middle distance bird. because getting a dog to come back and check back up after they've gone too deep is one of the biggies.
That was the thing last year.
They don't do it on really long.
They'd find that gunner station and stay deep that you couldn't get them to hunt back in.
There was a national, one of the Mondovi, Wisconsin Nationals that had, Mondovi has big hills. And the Curtis boys were throwing this bird, and they were throwing this magnum big bird off the top of the hill, down the hill. This was at Laura Parrott's place, Lauren John Parrott's. And there were a number of dogs that got to where the gun stood and the holding blind and never got the bird. So we were talking about the 10-step drill, and I guess my mic was off, but I'm trying to be polite, not. And I said it's an exercise where you throw a single, the gunner walks away, and then once he disappears, and I say encourage the dog to look back out, and eventually they get good at making decisions about the relationship to where the gunners are hidden and where they stood and where the bird is. And I was starting to tell a story when I realized I wasn't mic'd up. One of the Mondovi, Wisconsin Nationals, Wayne's boys were throwing, and they've got incredibly big arms, and they threw this big bird off the hill, kind of down the hill. And I watched a number of dogs in that test, I think it was the 5th series, get to where the gun stood, get over by the holding blind, and never recover. And then I knew the dogs that had a diet of 10 steps, and they got to the same place. And you saw how efficient. There were 4 or 5 jobs here I've watched dogs that totally systematically figured out how to get to that bird. And that's what I saw. And I said, it's just another tool. Because I'll tell you, on these big tests, if you can get to where the gun stood, that's all you can do as a handler. I mean, the dog's got to do the rest. And I say, if you can get them where the gun stood, you've done your job as a handler. What they do when they get there tells me what you've done as a trainer.
So, Pat, how many trials have you won or witnessed somebody winning that there was just a 4th series that nobody could do, nobody was doing it, and a dog goes out there on that big bird, or maybe it could be a short retire that nobody's getting, and you could tell the dog did not mark it just like the rest of them, but they just figured it out. They put themselves in a place that they could figure it out. They put themselves in an advantageous position to figure it out, and they won because of it.
A lot, and I've witnessed it, I've had it happen, and I guess as I got later in my career as a professional trainer and I became a little smarter, boy, this poor guy's got a burdock in his foot, doesn't he? I got more comfortable letting dogs figure things out.
Right.
Because there's sometimes you're a little uncomfortable, like, I'm not sure I should be letting them do this.
Yeah.
And I've become way more patient. I mean, there's some things you can't live with, and there's some things maybe aren't perfect, but you're smart letting them kind of just teach themselves something. So I think when I became a little more realistic and not as much as a purist, my dogs got better at it. And I learned the hard way. I mean, the guy that taught me that, and he taught me that when I competed against him more than anything, was Mike Lardy. And I watched his dogs in nationals recover when other dogs didn't, because they weren't afraid of making a mistake.
Right.
They didn't have what's going to go wrong. They weren't afraid of really not knowing what was quite. They'd send for a bird and they could talk. Those dogs could go back into a bird that they're not sure if they got, not be worried about it. And I said, why is that? These dogs aren't that much better, but they're prepared differently. And so not getting is, there's some things you want to just that are like the death penalty corrections, right? That you think, but you got to be careful of what the unintended side effects of things you do, because you pay a price somewhere else on everything. So
it's a balloon. You push on one end, it's going to come out on the other.
Hugh Arthur said this one time, and I thought, this is a great way of putting it. I want a dog not to go back to a bird for one reason. There's not a bird there. Not because I'm afraid of what's going to happen, But why would you go there? There's not going to be a bird there. And if that eventually is their motivation, then they're not going to be as afraid of Old Falls. They're just not going to go there, And now sometimes they will go there. And I'm not saying I go sit down in a chair and let them run around in circles and find it. But you know how the first time when you're young, the minute they look at an Old Fall, you want to correct them.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, we got to get them. And I started to pay the price enough for that to realize, like, well, let this dog over time. I don't need to make him a field champion by 3 o'clock this afternoon. If you're a little patient, you kind of let things develop, and then you can get good decisions without the baggage of some of the corrections that you did early on, and it's hard to do sometimes.
I think that's the evolution of a trainer. I was in this game 20 years ago whenever we handled a lot on marks because that was the way to win. I mean, and my game plan every event was my dogs are going to handle better than yours. You're eventually going to run out of whistles, and my dogs are going to be better at handling.
My dogs are going to get in the water, stay in the water when yours don't.
Not anymore. Not in this game. You got to have a good marking dog. So I had to change with the event and learn that I have to let my dogs hunt and work and think on their own. They can't rely on me to do everything.
One of the biggest things I was impressed with last year, for whatever reason, from rumor or whatever, I expected this game to frown upon dogs figuring things out, and that couldn't have been further from the truth. And I've watched it here. I mean, because there's nothing I love. I mean, I love a great mark, don't get me wrong, but I love when a dog can sort some things out, and it just makes me smile.
There was to contrast that, listening to Chris, commentate. He was back in the day when we handled a lot, and I could hear him commentating on a dog, oh, I would handle there, or you need to handle them now, don't let them hunt anymore. And a lot of that's the old school thought process versus the new school or the new design. What we have now, we let them hunt a little bit and try to work it out. And if they show they're not going to work it out, then you need to handle. But if you let them hunt forever, you're going to get hammered too.
Right. Oh yeah, I think it's one of the hardest things, in field trials especially, because on a weekend trial, most of the time once you handle, you pretty much are done. But at a national, you had to learn, how can I still have the best test I can possibly have, best setup. And so knowing when to handle, when not to handle.
I think that's a big part of this game.
Really challenging.
Especially in the earlier series, you're really mitigating disaster. You don't want to have a complete blow up in the first or second series, so you're just trying to figure out, okay, a game plan. If I get here, then I have to handle here, so I don't come away with a triple-digit score and a hole I can't crawl out of.
I'll be real interested to see this score here, because this was a strategy that I used yesterday. Had a quick handle to the area.
Let him hunt?
And I let him hunt in the area. And I got an 84. So this will be interesting here because he's hunting.
Did he try to blow there and they wouldn't stop?
He did. And I mean, that's 7 points right there.
Yeah. Yeah, he's shaking his head. This is getting messy, isn't it? So the first winter, I went to work for Mike Lardy. I was 22 years old, and I'll remember this like it was yesterday. And I had just come from Rex's, where it was rigid and very strict. And there was a gentleman by the name of Dale Ryder that was training with us. And Dale had been working with Jim Kappas, who was really very successful professional and had a real strict approach on the dogs, going where they're pointed. And Dale was of that school, and he was running dogs, and I saw Lardy stand up and throw his training notebook down and let out a few words that I'm not going to say on the air. And he said, I want our dogs to think. You're not letting them think. And I went, it's a novel thought. And I just, and it really stuck with me. Now, I'm not saying I always did that, but to this day I remember. And Mike had such a different theory. And at that time, Mike wasn't Mike. He hadn't won a national, not any national. He was competitive. He was young in his career, but when I was there, no national had been won yet. His first national was a Canadian national, but a year or so later. But it was a different approach. And I resisted it in some ways for a long time because I had come from a more structured approach, and it was probably the best thing that happened to me because I felt I use both, and I try to figure out when's the right time to do one versus the other.
Well, I agree 100% with what you said about, I call it self-discovery. When a dog figures something out on its own versus me having to get involved and having to actually try to bang it into their head, hey, don't do this, it goes a lot further. It's kind of like hollering at your kids not to run on the hardwood floor with socks on.
Yeah.
Until they are looking up at you with seeing stars, they don't get it.
Now this is a good example here of how the 10-step would be effective for this dog, because this dog has obviously gunner recognition.
And this is when everybody was having trouble with the sun in this position right here in midday is when you played hell getting a cast. There must have been some angle. People had gone to black for a while, and it seemed to work. And then the sun came around, and then they shifted back. But you can see how bright the dog's face is in the sun. I think this is really hard to see. Now this dog's had a lot of trouble, but it's almost going to be. He's going to have to.
I think he's just convinced that gunner threw from that location.
Yeah.
And he's hunting about as far as you would throw a bird out of there.
You can see that dog's tongue. I mean, he's not ripping around, so I'm maybe not as worried, but you got to be a little worried. He's been out there a long time.
It's a little cooler than yesterday.
It is, absolutely. I tell you what, it's a painful deal when you're up there fighting for your life, trying to pick up that bird. You're running out of air and you're just like, please.
I remember at the Grand, a handler was running and he was really struggling, and they finally come up and tapped him on the shoulder, and he said, "It's about time. I was done 5 minutes ago." He wasn't going to give up, He was going to keep fighting until they told him you couldn't fight anymore.
What's he going to do here? He just spit the whistle out of his mouth.
What do you say? He's probably 30 yards right of that bird.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think he's just hung up in that foot traffic where they're retiring back and forth.
Is he calling?
He's just not seeing the handler.
Yeah, he's just like, what can I do? I'm trying everything I can do to get a cast here.
I think Lance is calling him in.
Is he calling him in?
Yeah. By his body behavior and the whistles, I think so.
Would they never be okay? Would you come out and help the dog to the bird? Will they ever let you do that?
They will.
I mean, I'd like to do that for that dog. I mean, he still has a chance to learn something.
Right, yeah, 100%.
I mean, not that he's been off. Well, he's going to still try and handle him, isn't he?
Still going to fight.
But you
Good
know
for
what?
him.
He's just... Well, he finally got a left-handed
There you
cast.
go.
But he's going to be short. He's going to need to go. I can't tell where
I was giving that right cast. That's what.
He said, well, that's where I came from, and you didn't like it.
Wonder which handler's going to be in black next. We only have 2 or 3 left.
Okay, there's the tree with the kind of angled stick coming out of it on the right side of the screen. The bird's just to the right of that. Now he's got right there. He said, "I'll be damned." Now but the bird, he's got to get to the other side.
He winded it. He's trailing it. Yep.
There. Oof.
Got it done.
Look at him. He's like, I don't know who's more tired, the handler or the dog. Well.
And we'll see what that score is, but I mean, there's a solid chance if we start the next series that Lance is going to have to run again in the next series.
Yeah. Well, that's right, because the highest score will start first.
That's right. That's going to be a quick recovery time for that dog.
Yeah. So the committee's up here kind of talking about the test, right? We're going to have a great view here from the stage.
Yeah,
I'm going to have a great view.
From our view, we're watching what y'all are seeing on the screen as well. We're blocked by a row of trees, so we can't see the actual test either.
Oh, you mean the test on the right?
Right. The series right now is shielded from our view. We're pretty much watching through the screen. But the next series, we should have a very good angle on it.
It'll be interesting. Do you think if the line's right there, they're going to move these vehicles back?
Oh, yeah.
I would hope they would.
Now, what about the chance of rain tomorrow? We've got
Oh yeah,
thunderstorms predicted.
it's not if, it's when. Now, the thing is, and they said at one time, it's going to be it's 3/4 to an inch of rain.
3 or 4 years ago in Alabama, Huntsville, we were running the Crown first day, and it poured rain, and we ran in it. It was miserable.
I think that was the only Crown I run. It was 2020
with the boat.
Oh yeah.
Yep, that was it.
And not only was it raining, it was miserably cold.
Oh yeah.
I remember that. That was a tough couple first days, and then it cleared out. From what I remember, it cleared out and it just stayed cold.
I'll never forget. I was running Ace, and the owners asked me, "Are you gonna have any problem getting her out of the boat?" I said, "No, she'll get out of the boat. We'll be fine." And when I casted her out of the boat the first time, I thought, "Oh crud, she ain't getting out of the boat." That's always important to have a plan B and a plan C.
Yeah.
And that's what the judges do. They put you in situations where you're, might not know exactly what's going to happen. You got to be a quick thinker on your feet.
Yeah, that's
So,
brings
Rhodey,
you
I
back
want
to
your-
the Mike Tyson quote.
I want your thought. What's that?
Oh yeah.
Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face.
In the mouth, right? Well, I tell you, that is true. So I want your thoughts on this. I said this morning, because I don't want necessarily everybody, when they think of field trials, to think they're all long retired guns. They're not. However, I can see why you do it here, because they offer the starkest contrast to what these dogs are likely to see in the other tests, the hunt test and that. And if you're trying to look for the most well-rounded dog, a long retired gun is likely to be out of what a lot of these dogs do versus a short retired gun. Is that?
Yeah, so
is there any validity in that
I think the
thought?
reason you'll more likely see a long retired in the SRS is because we're testing the limits of these dogs. Can you go 400 and can you sit with a 5-yard breaking bird?
Yeah. Right.
So we want to look at every possible angle of these Super Retriever Series dogs.
The National in Montana a couple years ago, they didn't have a single retrieve in that whole entire National over 250 yards.
I was watching that. I could not believe that.
And it was a fabulous trial. And I think there were only 2 that were even close to 250. But they were just incredibly well-placed birds. And it worked. So, and Montana was a place where you could have gone incredibly long. Now, sometimes in nationals, a lot of that is dictated by the amount of time you have. Because in this event, you're going to 18. There, you have no idea. And so they spend a week with stopwatches and setup dogs trying to time these dogs down to the 30-second mark on what it's going to take. And even then, they're wrong half the time. So that's one thing, having a long retired bird in a national that the dogs spend an extra minute or 2 hunting makes a big difference.
Adds up.
Makes a big difference. You're apt to, sometimes you see it later you'll see it later in the national. But
so when are you going to judge one of these, Pat?
well, I don't know. I tell you what, we talked about doing it. It'd be fun. And I tell you, I've got to get a little some experience behind it. But my good friend Bill Woodson, Bill and Jamie, Bill Woodson, I said, Bill, let's judge one of these. And he asked me, he said, well, when are we going to do it? When are we going to do it? And he's a pretty experienced field trial judge and an avid hunter. I think he'd be a lot of fun. But if I judge, I obviously need to judge with somebody who's seasoned at setting up the other venues, not just field trial tests.
Well, and that's what the board tries to do, is when they pair judges, they try to make sure they've got a wealth of experience in all avenues. They do a real good job of approving judges that will be able to test the all-around retriever.
Well, after spending 10, 11 hours a day in front of the screen watching tests, I'm I'm being a quick study on this last couple of years. But
your phone might start ringing here pretty soon. People start asking the judge.
Right, the last 3 or 4 years with some of the work I've done with some of the other companies, traveling to Master Nationals and HRC events and stuff like that, I've spent more time. And probably 40% of the things I do in seminars are with dogs very much like this, qualifying master hunter level dogs. Maybe more than 40%.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so now he's on.
He's done a good job on the first 2 marks. I've been watching Lobo. Initially, the graphic up there was that this is Vada. This is not. This is Nick Morris and Lobo.
Well, boy, he has not broke stride.
No, he looks
this dog's
good.
got the. This is looking. Come on, baby. Get a little further. Now he's thinking, am I there yet? Am I there yet? But he's going to get there. All right, come on. I want to see the dog when he hits that trail. Come on, baby. Right there.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Holy moly.
Holy moly is right. My goodness.
I don't know if it's been done any better than that.
Well, we had a 6 yesterday. Is that going to be in the single digits?
Oh, if it's not, I mean, the dog had a hook on the right bird. That was about all I saw. Got to be below 10, I would think.
What do you know about this dog?
Absolutely nothing.
I know more now.
Yeah.
I know I want to see more of him.
I know he can do a long retired really good.
And he did a short retired really good.
I know I'd feed him.
Yeah, that was beautiful. And I tell you, he had, people say, they think, oh, the faster they go. That dog had that measured, thoughtful pace of good rearward momentum. It just felt like he said, all right, I know what I'm about to do. And you saw him kind of check up just a little bit. No, that's not.
Yeah, it seemed like he never relaxed after the.
He just didn't hit the trail. I mean, he wasn't 6 feet to the right of that bird.
I know.
And he saw it on the ground.
And he's definitely not trailing drag back.
No. Wow.
2 more dogs left. Luke and Vada and Bobby Wills and Legend.
Well, we made up a little time. We're a little more efficient today. I thought we were going to be closer to 3 o'clock finish based on yesterday's timing, but it's pretty much right at 2 o'clock now.
Thad Simmons just texted me and said he'll judge with you. He has the razzle dazzle for the hunt test.
Oh yeah, I mean, listen, I'm all about Barnum and Bailey stuff. I'm not afraid of a circus when I'm in. And you know what, we do kind of, believe it or not, even with our field trail dogs, we do organize confusion drills and kind of chaos with. You don't honor in this at all, huh?
We used to.
How come you don't?
There was just, at this level, the dogs, you can talk to them for one the whole time. And the level these dogs are trained, it was just wasn't getting any answers. It was almost a waste of time, frankly. It took a long time to wait for the honor dog to go sit down and then bring the next dog up, and it was just a time killer. I don't know that in all my years when we had the honor, maybe 1 dog broke.
All right, this is Lucor with Veda, 5-year-old.
Vada.
Well, let me get the pronunciation right.
Well, that's got to make you a little nervous, that line there.
Going for the long bird, I bet you.
Is he?
This is what happened to me and my first dog.
Yep. Yeah. Well, there you go. I mean, you do that. I mean, we all love that long single first, but in this thing, like, wait a minute, I didn't mean it here.
Would you ever set that up and throw a bird off that short station? Ever? As a single?
Wait a minute. Probably if I didn't have the long one retired. I'd have the long one hidden when I did it.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. Basically put 2 guns out, but throw off the short bird and not the long bird first.
Well, but I would have if I had the long gun out, if I had a long gun in the test, in that situation, I wouldn't have them visible when I did the short bird because I don't want to discourage them from looking long. Does that make sense?
Okay, so you would have the long bird come out and throw a second single off the long station.
Yeah, I mean, if I was going to do singles on this test, what I'd probably do is I'd throw them in the order. I might have the short right-hand gun out and throw
a single off the middle gun.
All right, we got a score coming up on that last one. We think it's a low score. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Woo.
Even lower than I thought.
Has there ever been a zero?
A long time ago. They don't give zeros anymore.
Well, that's as close to it. My
The theory there is there's never going to be a dog do it absolutely perfect. And I mean, we saw the dog, Lobo took a hook on the right bird. I mean,
look at that. Hot almighty. Well, Lobo's not going to run today again because he's going to be the last dog, right?
They may not run tomorrow.
Anyway, so if I was going to do this in a singles fashion, I'd have this gun standing there. I'd do the middle single. Then I'd come back and throw this single and have them retire. This might be a 10-step. This would be a good little 10-step kind of bird. It wouldn't be 10-step, but if it was 10-step, they'd walk all the way over to the next clump.
You would leave the middle gun out, and you would throw a 10-step off the long gun?
No, off the right-hand gun, the short one.
Okay.
I mean, I'd do the middle gun first as a single.
Okay.
I'd have the right-hand gun standing.
Uh-huh.
Then I'd throw the right-hand gun as a single, probably do bird and mouth when he came back. Let the gun go and retire. Pick up the right-hand bird.
Okay.
And then do the long single. And if I did the long single, I'd have the whole, I wouldn't do a 10-step. I'd have it closer to, I'd have only a couple steps out. They'd step out, throw, and take a step.
Go behind a home blind or something?
Then I'd have the option of having them step out and help if necessary.
Why would you not have them Texas 10-step? I always
on the long one?
Texas 10-step. Right. Because they end up going behind the middle gun?
No, I guess I'll do it on a longer bird, but I think it's going to be more confused with, if they follow the gun, are they going back into the middle bird? Are they going to the gun? I think it would be hard to, from a training standpoint, determine what the motivation of the dog behavior was. I think I do a lot of tests because I just want to have a better understanding of what the dog's doing so I can react accordingly.
Nevada's gotten behind that big clump of grass and really out of sync here to the right. Got to get really big cast to the left.
Well, it's hard coming up after that number 3. And
well, she went to get it first, and he said, no, you got to get the middle gun. And now she's confused because she's like, I already tried to go for the long gun.
And the dog left going for the long gun, and there's just, this is ultimate confusion, and you feel, and the dog went for the long gun trying to be a good dog.
Right.
I think. That's the only reason they do it. Trying to do what they thought.
Overtrained response.
Yeah.
Looked like she was bouncing her head, trying to look for Luke there for a second.
Yeah, she's a little tired, obviously a bit confused, and he's just trying to get the bird in her mouth and get.
Let's see if she finds him here.
Well, that's not the easiest dog to see at that distance in that color grass, is it?
He gave her a come in right there.
I think it's because they can't. I don't know how well you can see the dog there. I mean, we're elevated, and you could only see her from the.
See, I don't think she's deep enough.
Well, she isn't, but I don't think he can get a right-handed cast. He's casting into the wind.
So he's killing momentum.
And he's trying to just.
See, there's a refusal.
You see how Luke has dropped his sunglasses?
Uh-huh.
I never liked handling in sunglasses. And there's not shadows there, but for some reason it just skews your depth perception enough for me. And I always wanted to kind of drop my look over. Yeah, this is a hard. See, this is where the dog didn't handle well from on a right-handed cast, especially when she's going to the left because she thinks she's staying away from where she's been.
It just adds up so fast. I mean, every whistle and every refusal. I mean,
yeah, this is wow.
You're talking 9 points right there. He blew 2 whistles and had 9 points.
Yeah,
and there's
now you're
9.
just trying to get the bird in their mouth and walk off.
People don't realize how fast those refusals add up.
And I don't know if she's actually giving him a cast refusal from her point of view. I don't know. I just don't know if she can see him very well.
Well, that's right. But judges say, I'm not going to judge. I'm only going to judge what I see, not what I think I see.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
So I mean, whether they can see him or not, and the dog isn't making progress. I mean, you feel for him, but this is where there was the hardest to see the handler.
She's auto casting and she looks hot.
Yeah, how can she not be? What's he doing?
He got
the bird. He says, let's. Luke's giving the judge thanking him for their first series. This is the dog we're looking for next?
This is the last dog. What do you think that score is?
Ooh, well.
Over 100?
Oh, yeah.
It's got to be. Because he handled on the Go Bird also.
I'm gonna be the bad guy here. I feel like the scores generally have been a little more conservative today. I wouldn't be surprised if that score is a little under 100.
I'd be very surprised.
People are gonna hate me, but
Full beer.
I'd be very surprised to see that.
I mean, we saw scores in the 130s yesterday that I didn't think were that high.
Yeah.
And
I'm going to say it's over 100.
She handled on the Go Bird and a big handle on the Long Bird.
And what did the Chessie get? 134 or something like that? Or was that more than that?
No, 104, I think. Was it?
The Chessie?
The Chesapeake.
Oh, I don't remember. It was above 130 for sure.
Was it? Was it 140 something?
I think so.
I'm going to say, I don't know. And I'm not the guy to say it, but I'm going to guess 120s.
I've already had 2 requests for you to judge.
I didn't want to say anything, Pat, but I wanted to cut the mic off and say, you might want to change numbers.
You know what? I mean, and as a professional, we can't judge in field trials, which
I've never agreed with that.
I don't either. I mean, as a professional myself,
well, I'm
not saying to some degree I was glad because it's just more time on the road, but I think it's tradition. It's hard to change tradition, but I think they're really wasting. People say, well, they have conflicting interests. Well, come on, you're training with your. I mean, it's not about that. It's about if you're not honest, you're not honest. I don't care whether you do it for a living or not.
You can't legislate morality.
You have a co-judge.
Yeah, and you're not going to judge your clients, and
to me, if you're looking for the,
they're not. Unless something really changes, they're never going to do it. But they struggle with the pool. I mean, what better?
Oh yeah.
Then they struggle with the pool of talent to judge, and what better person that sits there and has spent their entire life
putting birds in well-placed spots,
watching dog behavior. It doesn't mean we're going to make good decisions because then they say, well, look at some of the pros that come back and judge later on aren't good. But I don't know. But I would.
I'm judging.
And all I can tell you is that, just like I do anything, I'm gonna.
They DNF'd him.
I saw the gunner walk out there as and I don't know.
We'll never know, will we?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, I'm gonna go find out because I want that beer you're gonna have to buy me. It's just a matter of just being objective and just judging what you see. In some ways, it's almost easier here because you get the point system.
I would love to see some stats on the average score in the first 10 dogs versus the last 10 dogs.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it's.
But that could be just from handlers figuring out the test and figuring out what the judges want. But
conditions are they're not totally different. Conditions
Lardy always talked about the evolution of a long retired gun. At first, I mean, how it goes out of the course of a day. What's the first series? At first, it's always hard to do. And then you'll get a section where there's enough information out there and the handlers get smart enough. And then it gets harder at the end because the drag back builds up more. So it's kind of the middle.
Really? You think it gets harder at the end?
Well, that's what he said. Now, if you're shooting a flyer on that middle bird and you've had 100 ducks that you shot on all those feathers floating behind, at some point, now here's what I'll say. I always felt that short birds are more difficult with less cover. Just enough cover to hide the bird. Long birds are harder with more cover.
You think because they want to run in that short cover?
Yeah, and there's not as much scent building up that give them information. And in heavier cover, there's more drag back, which oftentimes on a short bird helps you.
Right.
And then on a long bird, it hurts you. Some dogs get really smart about it. I mean, I had one of the dogs that John and Martha Russell owned at Terry Vicho too was Tyrone, and that dog, you'd watch him, he'd make a turn looking for that return trail, and he'd almost break his neck when he hit it. He could be 200 yards from the bird, and you'd watch, it was almost a game for him. He'd break off, and the minute he hit that comeback trail, he turned, and to him, it looked like an interstate.
Yeah.
And he figured out that's going to take me to the bird.
Shows you how much.
And he was.
We don't realize.
He was aggravated because he was often wrong, but he was never in doubt. But he could find those birds. Oh my goodness. He didn't like to handle very much, but he sure could come up with the birds. And that's what there's so many things that these dogs have to interpret that truly makes them brilliant.
Is this where we put a judge request in?
You are now the official most wanted SRS judge in America.
It's not hard to get my permission. It's hard to get my wife, Robin's permission.
So we saw two, picked up the go bird good, picked up the right bird good, handled early on that bird, but that was obviously the smart choice. She was caving into the middle bird. What do you think? Guess on score.
This have been 50s.
Yeah, I'd say in between 50 and 60.
So that's our final dog.
I'm gonna say 48 to 52.
Okay, well, we're not too far. Then just.
Well, one's in the book.
The Chessie got a 133.
133?
Okay, well, that's our number one and final dog for today. We're going to look at a leaderboard here in a minute and kind of review that. And then we're going to transition to our second series. And remember, this was new to me last year. The running order will be dictated by your score. So the highest number, which is the most penalty points, will run first. And pretty sure, well, the number of dog with 3 points will be our last dog. So it goes in that way.
Congratulations, Nick Morris, with an excellent run in that series.
Well, I'll tell you what. Oh, here you go. There we go. Well, you got 166. You got what, 37 and 26.
I was surprised at the DNFs. Those
yeah.
A poison bird I would understand.
All right. Well, there's Carter. That was the first one when it really stabbed it yesterday with that 6 with the chocolate dog. And then we had some solids, 38, 34, 30.
A couple 40s.
Some 40s. Oh, you got, and tell you, the amateurs started to put it on you guys for a while there. 97, 63, that's kind of a rough stretch. Best number there is, what, 52? That was that middle time yesterday where the dogs had a hard time seeing the handlers.
It was
handle, it was hot.
Super hot.
You can usually look at a running stretch and tell, like, when conditions were at their most difficult. Well, and then Carter comes up with that 26. Clark came up with that 11. Now we're into, if I'm not mistaken,
Leo with a 13.
Did Bully run this morning?
He did.
Yeah, so we're into this morning's work here.
Bobby Wills, 47.
All right.
Well, no, wait.
All right. Well, you said 48. You were pretty darn close there, weren't you? 19. That was Carter's nice job there with it.
Carter's had a good series.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, he has. Well, it struck me last year, and you talked about that second series last year. His dogs made some, it was profound decisions. All right, here we go. Amateur scores here. All right. Frank ran first. That's a tough position to run first. Got that 86. And then Kate came in at 17, John Robertson. What do you got there? Dustin Owens with the 27. Pretty sporty with Fancy. A Reba McEntire song, dog.
Wow.
And Paul gets, this is when they really, Paul does a 15, Sean gets a 16.
That's 4 dogs in the teens.
Right. At the end of the day yesterday, 5 of the top 7 dogs were amateurs. And there we go there. We've got, getting into that middle section there.
The AMs are solid.
Everything's in the 50s, 52 the lowest there. And well, there you go.
That 3 sticks out, doesn't it?
Wow. Wow. Well, stay tuned, everybody. We're going to be rolling. We got a little transition in here. I see the judges making their way over. Set up our second series. Tents are moving.
I think the plan is to move really fast, so I wouldn't stay off too long.
And everybody,
back in.
There is a new stream key, a new YouTube stream key for our second series. So keep an eye out for that. You'll need to click on a new YouTube link to watch this upcoming series.
And I'll be out of this one. I can't commentate while I'm competing, so
Rhodey,
you guys have fun.
Thanks for being here, buddy.
Enjoyed it.
Good luck to you.
Good luck, Mr. Rhodey.
Thank you. Appreciate y'all very much, and let's have some fun before the rain comes, huh?
Yeah.
Indeed. Well, everybody.
The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship is presented by Eukanuba. Sporting dogs give us everything we ask and then some. Their nutrition should do the same. By Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, we are focused on you. Louisiana Tourism, feed your soul. And by Lucky Duck Kennels.
They're partners, ready to do whatever it takes. Athletes that pound for pound can outrun, outwork, and outperform anybody you're watching on Sunday. No contract required. You don't waste that kind of potential. You train it, fuel it, unleash it. You feed nutrition that holds nothing back. The Eukanuba Premium Performance Lineup.
Training the dogs is one thing, but training the people, that's really where it is. Because now they can be better to their dogs. Their dogs can trust them more, and they're going to be more successful. And I've done a lot of coaching of people at Nationals, and it's really what turns me on, is putting together the dog-handler combination and helping them understand each other. And well, success is bound to happen when you can do that.
In my Louisiana, the day starts at 4 a.m. In my Louisiana, every meal is a celebration.
My Louisiana really makes me wonder.
Ours is fast!
With real-life swamp creatures!
In my Louisiana, music is a way of life.
My Louisiana is sheer magic.
From sunup to sundown.
Till sunup again. What will your Louisiana be?
When you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul.
Buying an RV should be easy. I found the perfect RV for my family at BayouOutdoor.com. Bayou Outdoor made the whole process so easy with their great low prices.
The Imagine line of travel trailers has wonderful features. You'll find fully equipped kitchens, full-size bathrooms. Some have recliners, some have a fireplace. Come discover what the Imagines have to offer.
So stop wasting time with other RV dealers and get your family camping now. Bayou Outdoor Supercenter, Bossier City, Louisiana.
Your most devoted friend doesn't put on his seatbelt or stand on two legs. You are his keeper, and you'll do anything to protect that bond. The Lucky Duck Kennel is 5-star crash test rated. It's durable, dependable, and secure. If keeping your dog safe from the unpredictable wasn't enough, we made it lightweight, customizable, and right here in America. Lucky Duck, because loyalty goes both ways.
The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship would like to thank all our gifting sponsors for their donations to our competitor teams. The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship would like to thank Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission for the opportunity to showcase our Retriever teams. We would also like to thank the sponsors of the Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission. Over here. And Alex Washburn and Ticket are winners today. Alex applauding Jerry Day and Super Sue, a rare win for her in this long-standing rivalry. Another look at our medals board right there. And our winner today, Ticket, now a nominee for the Iams Company Top Dog.
Crazy, unbelievable job.
38 faults and in a commanding position, Chris Aiken and Boomer.
A 4-year-old dog has won the ESPN Great Outdoor Games gold medal. That was close.
Maybe another day for them, but what a day for J. Paul Jackson and Achilles. Your winners of the gold medal, we will be back with the medalist, Achilles with the gold, Reddy with the silver, Nike with the bronze.